Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, respected participants, and esteemed colleagues. It's with great pleasure and honor that I welcome you to the inaugural session of a two-day international conference on language, literature, and humanities, jointly organized by Government Degree College, Rajpura and the Cape Comorin Trust. I am Ramesh Raja, Assistant Professor at Government Degree College, Rajpura, and I am honored to be your host for this inaugural session. Before we proceed any further, I am pleased to announce the presence of some esteemed guests who have graciously agreed to grace us with their presence during this inaugural function. First and foremost, we feel honored to have with us the Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Yasmin Farooq, Principal Government Degree College for Women, Pulwama. We are truly privileged to have such a distinguished personality to inaugurate this conference. The next dignitary to honor us with his presence is our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Dr. Haris Izhar Tantre. Dr. Haris did his master's in chemistry from Kashmir University. Thereafter, he qualified national eligibility test and completed his MPhil and doctorate in the same discipline. Besides the teaching experience of more than 2 decades, Dr. Haris has also served as the Dean Faculty of Sciences, Cluster University, Srinagar. Currently, he holds the position of principal at Government Degree College, Pulwama. We're truly pleased to have you with us in this inaugural session, sir. And we're also delighted to welcome our esteemed keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Binu Thomas Chandy. Dr. Thomas is the Global Educator Advisor and Registrar, Sikkim Professional University. Your august presence here today underscores the importance of collaboration and the exchange of ideas that this conference represents. As we know, the fields of language, literature, and humanities have always been a testament to the richness of human expression, thought, and creativity. This conference aims at providing a common platform for thinkers from various backgrounds to come together and explore the intricacies and significance of language, literature, and humanities in bringing the cultures and societies together. Today, as we launch this conference, we embark on a journey of intellectual discovery and exchange that knows no boundaries. I hope our discussions in this conference will lead us to chart a course for a more enlightened future. In order to throw further light on the central theme of this conference and to provide a brief outline of the conference schedule and the organizers, I would like to extend a warm invitation to Professor Ghulam Muhyiddin Andrabi, distinguished head of the English department at Government Degree College, Rajpura, and the coordinator of this international conference, to provide an overview of the sessions and events lined up for our participants. Professor Ghulam Muhyiddin Andrabi Sahab, the floor is yours.
Sir, kindly unmute yourself.
Professor Ghulam Muhyiddin Andrabi Sahab. Okay.
Distinguished Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Yasmin Farooq, Principal Government Degree College for Women, Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir. Esteemed Guest of Honor, Professor Dr. Haris Izhar Tantre, Principal Government Degree College for Boys, Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir. Revered Principal Government Degree College, Rajpura, Pulwama, Kashmir, Professor Dr. Ghazala Gayas. Our venerable keynote speaker on the occasion, Professor Dr. Binu Thomas, Global Educator, Advisor, Sikkim Professional University, Gangtok, Sikkim, India. Most respected Dr. R.S. Regan Sylvester, Founding President, Cape Comorin Trust, Tamil Nadu, India. And our distinguished participants. Assalamu alaikum. Hello and welcome to everyone. Very warm greetings of the day. I feel privileged to greet you all in this 2 days international virtual conference on language, literature, and humanities, organized by Government Degree College, Rajpura, Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir, in collaboration with Cape Comorin Trust, Tamil Nadu, India. Well, Government Degree College, Rajpura is one of the newly established colleges of the UT of Jammu and Kashmir, established in the year 2019. Starting with its first batch of just 65 students, the college is presently imparting education to more than 320 students. The permanent campus for the college is under construction, which spans over about 50 canals of spacious land. But the college has been able to keep available most of the basic facilities to the students, making optimum use of the infrastructure and human resource available. The college is affiliated to the University of Kashmir, offering bachelor's degree in arts stream, and is recognized by the University Grants Commission under 2F. Now, being the college in the infancy stage, we feel highly delighted and privileged to have this very first international 2 days conference. Esteemed audience, Cape Comorin Trust Tamil Nadu was formed with the aim of imparting education and charity. For people across the globe, the Cape Comorin Trust symbolizes humanitarianism and signifies a new force of environmental integrity. The primary objective of the trust is to promote charity and a new learning environment among educational institutions, conferences, and publications. The service of the organization is available to all people irrespective of caste, sex, creed, and religion. Cape Comorin Trust is registered as NGO under Niti Aayog, Government of India, and received 12A and 80G status. Dr. R.S. Regin Sylvester, sir, is its founding president. Now, I would like to say something about the present conference. We have a 2 days international virtual conference on language, literature, and humanities, which aims to bring together leading academic scientists, researchers, and research scholars to exchange and share their experiences and results on all aspects of language, literature, culture, humanities, social sciences, and education. According to Merriam-Webster's Collegiate Dictionary, literature includes writings having excellence of form or expression and expressing ideas of permanent or universal interest. Literature is the reflection of life. It mirrors the society in which it is generated. The word literature comes from the Latin word literatura, meaning writing organized with letters. We classify literature according to language, origin, historical period, genre, and subject matter. Language is a structured system of communication that consists of grammar and vocabulary. It is the primary means by which humans convey meaning, both in spoken and written forms, and may also be conveyed through sign languages. Now we know that mankind is set apart with dissimilar bridges in terms of culture, tradition, and genes of a family heritage. However, the strong similarity that makes us familiar to one another is a universal connection, acting as a medium that commutes our thoughts to receive and provide information, to express our emotions to one another, and to almost to fully understand what the other person has to say. This we call language. This is a means through which we express our thoughts. Literature is the thought which is expressed with the help of language. So without language, there is no existence of literature. So similarly, humanities are academic disciplines that study aspects of human society and culture. The humanities include the studies of languages, history, philosophy, arts, performing arts, and visual arts. Therefore, it is very obvious that the language, literature, and humanities are intertwined, and especially in the contemporary times when everything has become relative and genres have merged together, blurring the demarcation lines between different fields of study. Okay, with all this, less research has focused on the influence of the new technologies on this interface, which transcends borders and cultures. Understanding culture, diversity, and inclusion through technology and discussing ways to support the creative research being conducted adds unique complexity to our evolving conference themes. So the present conference aims to bring together leading academic scientists, researchers, and research scholars, and to provide them an interdisciplinary platform to present and discuss the most recent innovations, trends, and concerns, as well as practical challenges encountered and solutions adopted in the fields of language, literature, and linguistics. Now, regarding the conference, so we have a schedule. On the very first, we have 2 days conference, 26th and 27 August. On the very first day, for first 2 hours, we have this inaugural session in which we have the address, welcome address by our host college principal, and we have the address by our chief guest, and we have very precious address by our keynote speaker. Then on the day first, we have 6 technical sessions, which will be chaired by 6 guests, and there are speakers. So actually, we have parallel sessions on in these six technical sessions. We will be having parallel sessions. So this will conclude our first day. On our day second, in the beginning, we have 2 keynote speakers from 9 a.m. to 11. And from 11 onwards, like the day first, we have 6 more technical sessions. So in this way, this 2-day conference will conclude with 6 technical sessions on day first and 6 technical sessions on day second. I think with these words, I should now conclude, and I once again welcome all the esteemed participants to this 2 days international virtual conference. Have a nice day ahead. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Esteemed Chief Guest Professor Dr. Yasmin Farooq, Principal GWC Pulwama, Guest of Honor Dr. Haris Saab, Principal GDC Pulwama, Keynote Speaker Professor Binu Thomas, Dr. Ranjan Selves, President Cape Common Trust, Professor Mahideen, Assistant Professor of English, GDC Rajpura and Coordinator of the conference, dignitaries and scholars across the world, staff and students of GDC Rajpura, a very good morning to all of you. On behalf of Management and Organizing Committee of GDC Rajpura, I welcome you all in this virtual international conference on literature and humanities. I'm grateful to all esteemed guests for accepting our invitation and gracing the occasion, especially Dr. Yasmin Farooq ma'am and Dr. Haris Saab. The opportunity which I got on 22nd December 22 to be the principal of this newly established college, where I try to collaborate with other departments, community and students to continue to meet our academic plans, growth, strategy and vision and mission. We at Rajpura involve ourselves to meet the demands of 21st century students and NEP of India, where multidisciplinary and holistic education across the science, social science, arts and humanities and sports for a multidisciplinary world in order to ensure the unity and integrity of knowledge serves main purpose. Being a newly established college, we at GDC Rajpura believe in determination and firm will. When I joined this institution, I found my colleagues very much busy with teaching and administrative work. Overburdened by day-to-day college affairs, their taste for research had gone into deep slumber. It pained me a lot. I could see academicians, researchers turning into machines. I wanted to rekindle the spark of research in them. This conference is outcome of that pain, which Rumi says, these pains you feel are messengers, listen to them. I hope this conference would address the burning issues of 21st century like pollution, population, digital divide, increasing tolerance, stress in life, threat to peace, health, gender, race, and drug menace, and finally come up with a new thinking which will help humans to heal this planet. I have personally gone through many abstracts and have observed that researchers have tackled the issues like race, gender, ecology, and seeking solution to these issues through peace and love. The humanity and arts are central to all human culture throughout time. Their study can facilitate a deeper intercultural understanding. Literature is the foundation of humanities, cultures, beliefs, and traditions. It serves as a reflection of reality, a product of art, and a window to an ideology. Everything that happens within a society can be written, recorded in, and learned from a piece of literature. In Europe, we see the ancient Greeks pioneered, developed the most powerful tool for identifying and analyzing culturally significant texts, events, subjects, and ideas. Homer's Iliad and Odyssey, Sophocles' Oedipus the Rex, the King, Plato's Dialogues, Hippocratic Oath, and Aristotle's treatise on ethics, politics, and physics were all written originally in Greek over 200 years, 1,000 years ago. Our researchers and students use their understanding of the Greek language and its various dialects to further our understanding of these influential texts and of the ancient culture that produced that. Even in Enlightenment during the 18th century, literature reflected the worldview of the Age of Enlightenment, a rational and scientific approach to religious, social, political, and economic issues that promoted a secular view of world and a general sense of progress and perfectibility. Led by the philosophers who were inspired by the discoveries of previous century by people like Isaac Newton and the writings of René Descartes, John Locke, and Francis Bacon, they sought to discover and to act upon universally and valid principles governing humanity, nature, and society. They variously attack spiritual and scientific authority, dogmatism, intolerance, censorship, and economic and social instrument of progress. The extreme rationalism and skepticism of age led naturally to deism and played a part in bringing the later reaction of Romanticism. Philosophers and scientists of this period widely circulate their ideas through meetings at scientific academies, Masonic lodges, literary saloons, coffee houses, and in printed books and pamphlets. The idea of enlightenment undermined the authority of monarchy and the Catholic Church and paved the way for the political revolutions of 18th and 19th century. A variety of 19th century movements like liberalism, socialism, and neoclassicism trace their intellectual heritage to the Enlightenment. Literary modernism also allowed writers to express themselves in more experimental ways than in the past. Modernist works often contain non-linear narratives and free-flowing interior monologues that emphasize the experience and emotions of the individual. Writers of the modernist literature include Franz Kafka, Lawrence, Virginia Woolf, T.S. Eliot, Joseph Conrad, James Joyce, etc., and a variety of creative modernist literature focuses on science, philosophy, art, and a variety of creative elements to examine the human experience. Literary historians and critics have identified various philosophical, scientific, political, and psychological theories as being mainly responsible for the birth of stream of consciousness technique in fiction. They are William James's theory of the stream of consciousness and the spacious present, Henry Bergson's theory of pertaining to the inner evolution and subject to time and involuntary memory, Sigmund Freud's unconscious and the collective unconscious, to nature name only the major influence, even comparative literature, an academic discipline devoted to study how culture and literature are expressed differently in different nations, disciplines, and languages. Influenced by Marxism, feminism, and psychoanalytical semiotics and other theoretical models, postmodernism is opposed to formalist agenda, seeking it as a both intellectually fruitless and politically conservative. As a philosophy, postmodernism rejects concept of rationality, objectivity, and universal truth. Instead, it emphasizes the diversity of human experience and multiplicity of perspectives. The term postmodernism, modern literature, is used to describe certain characteristics of post-World War II literature, relying heavily, for example, on fragmentation, paradox, questionable narratives, and a reaction against Enlightenment ideas implicit in modern literature. Postmodernity is defined by shift into hyperreality, in which simulations have replaced the real. In postmodernity, people are inundated with information technology, and information and technology has become a central focus in many lives, and our understanding of the real is mediated by simulations of the real. Many works of fiction have dealt with the aspect of postmodernity with characteristic irony and pastiche. The cyberpunk function of William Gibbs, Neil Stephenson, and many others use science fiction techniques to address this postmodern hyperreal information bombardment. Even eco-criticism is also, which is modern and postmodern theory. It's an interdisciplinary study of connections between literature and environment. It draws contributions from natural scientists, writers, literary critics, anthropology, and historians in examining the difference between nature and its culture. Eco-criticism is often used as a catch-all term for any aspect of humanities, like media, film, philosophy, and history, addressing ecological issues, but it primarily functions as a literary and cultural theory. This is not to say that eco-criticism is confined to literature and culture. Scholarship often incorporates science, ethics, politics, philosophy, economics, aesthetics across institutions and national boundaries. Even Eastern literature always remained part of humanities. From classical to modern times, we have seen a deep connectivity of religion, philosophy, alchemy, pol science, history, astronomy, etc., and literature. From Kalidasa to Tagore, from Ghazali to Ibn Sina, and so on, literature and humanities remain intertwined. Therefore, literature is always intertwined with humanities, rather they complement each other. I expect that in this conference, researchers would come to a conclusion under one umbrella to seek solution to the issues which humanity is facing today. In the end, I congratulate the organizing committee for their efforts, especially coordinator IQAC, Professor Mahideen sir, for this endeavor. I once again welcome all the guests and thank my esteemed guests and participants for participating. Have a nice day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Ghazala Gayas, madam, for your insightful words. Now, it's my privilege to introduce our esteemed chief guest, Professor Dr. Yasmin Farooq. With an impressive career spanning 25 years in academia, including 3 years of successful administrative tenure as a principal, Dr. Yasmin graces us as a distinguished luminary in today's inaugural session. Her teaching journey has traversed both undergraduate and postgraduate realms, and her scholarly influence is evident through 12 publications and 2 authored books. Demonstrating her global engagement, she has contributed to both national and international seminars. Dr. Yasmin's scholarly expertise shines in the domains of eco-criticism and gender studies. As our esteemed chief guest, she will be delivering her presidential address during this inaugural session. Over to Dr. Yasmin, madam, for a presidential address.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
A very good morning to Professor Binu Thomas, the keynote speaker, Professor Ghazala Gayas, principal of the host college, coordinator Professor Ghulam Muhyiddin, faculty of GDC Rajpura, researchers, students, guest of honor Professor Haris. First of all, I must congratulate the principal and the staff for conducting such a conference, by which I would say they have raised the bar for all of us.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
As we would say that language, literature, and humanities are timeless pillars of human expression and understanding. They shape our culture, foster connections across time and space. It reflects our cultural diversity and change, as seen in the emergence of new worlds and expressions, shaping our perceptions and worldviews. We find that language intertwined with literature offers a peep into human experience. So this is the most appropriate time wherein you find that the lines between language, literature, and humanities, as well as the sciences, are very much blurred. This is the time when we can talk about interdisciplinarity and interdisciplinarity in the true sense of the word, where as your principal has said, that you have received a lot of extracts wherein they're talking about different fields where these three major points of study are intertwined. They are overlapping one another. So you cannot say that we can live in isolation. We would say that it offers an experience into it offers a peep into our human experience through genre of short stories, poetry, essays, and novels. It captures the complexity of emotions and the nuances of existence. So, as a a student, as a student of literature, I would say that I do not want to say that literature is something which is in isolation. It encapsulates the whole gamut of human emotion and experience. Language and literature are the only channels through which humans communicate and make their ideas and feeling known to others. Humanities, on the other hand, delve into the depths of human creativity and intellect to foster critical thinking. So, this intersection is a realm of boundless exploration and empowers us to understand our past, navigate our present, and envision our future. As we all know, as your principal has really, she's drawn a panoramic view starting from the ancient to the present times. I would say that contemporary literature reflects the diverse and evolving landscape of society, culture, and human experience. It's characterized by a plethora of themes, styles, and voices that capture the complexities of contemporary life. Themes like identity, race, gender, sexuality, environment, climate change, cultural heritage, impact of technology on society are often tackled with nuanced and interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary approaches, offering readers a deeper understanding of the complexities that shape human beings. The narrative style in contemporary English literature blurs the line between fiction and non-fiction and incorporates multimedia elements as well. You find that there's a surge of autofiction in present times where authors weave elements of their own lives into their narratives, like Salman Rushdie, Zadie Smith, Kazuo Ishiguro, Shimandi Ngozi Adichie, and even Atwood. They explore different themes through various genres such as magic realism, speculative fiction, and literary fiction. Even experimenting with narrative structures which incorporate such as elements such as social media, virtual reality, and even our present day artificial intelligence, that is also taking place. So you can find that literature is undergoing a long overhaul where it is literally seeping into every field of study. Language and literature encompasses a wide range of interdisciplinary studies, giving rise to various fields, domains like disability studies, digital humanities, trauma studies, eco-criticism, food studies, urban studies, gender and queer studies, narrative medicine, film studies, aqua studies, animal studies, pain studies, transnationalism, subaltern studies, neuro-linguistics, and cognitive literature studies, and even translingualism. So you can find that the list is endless. It can go on and on. And as far as this conference is concerned, I would say that it is an apt, it has come at a better, it shouldn't have come at a better time, and for scholars and researchers to contemplate on issues in a conference where you have faculty, you have researchers from across disciplines. Because contemporary literature offers a rich variety, a tapestry of voices, styles, and themes that mirror the complexities of the modern world. We all know that we are living in a very fractured, fragmented world. So, contemporary literature offers us that peep into this fractured world by evolving, or rather by implementing new modes of study, as well as it highlights the dynamic nature of language and literature studies, showcasing how scholars and researchers have explored diverse topics influenced by societal changes, technological advancements, and evolving cultural contexts. It also contributes to a deeper understanding of language, communication, and storytelling in our contemporary world, things which we take for granted. Even we would say that in today's technological driven world, digital platforms have revolutionized how we engage with language and literature, like ebooks, audiobooks, online discussions. They have expanded accessibility to literary content. The digital age, I would say, has reshaped how human interactions, communications, and even the nature of reality itself. So, there is a paradigm shift between what we would call as conventional literature and what is actually taking place now. How literature is mediating this shift from the written text to the digital platform. And many conference abstracts have been received, I would say that it will be very interesting to understand how this digital divide, or how this transformation from the written form to the digital form has taken place through literature. So there can be a lot of what we would say modes of study wherein you can explore, like the digital humanities. I need not explain, which explores the intersection of technology, language, and literature. Scholars use computational tools to analyze and interpret literary text, study language evolution, and examine digital communication platforms' impact on language use and cultural narratives. Like, for example, you have a text called Alone Together by Sherry Turkle and Graphs, Maps, and Trees by Franco Moretti. So this is how they actually understand, how through their text they try to understand how language has evolved. Then you have disability studies. Protagonists with disabilities shedding light on their experiences. It fosters empathy and challenges stigmas, encouraging a more inclusive society. Like, all of you must have read The Glass Menagerie by Tennessee Williams, Tara by Mahesh Dattani, and Stitches by David Small. And then the third one is trauma studies. It delves into the impact of psychological and emotional wounds on individual and society. Again, I would say that we are living in a very fragmented society. So there can be traumatic experiences. If you all remember Alice Walker's Color Purple, Toni Morrison's Beloved, how memory, identity, and relationships have a positive as well as a negative impact on a personality. Then you have food studies. Who in this time and age would have thought that you could actually devote some amount of literature to studying how cultural, social, and historical aspects of food are being explored? The relationship between food and emotion, and demonstrates how food and literature, it became a metaphor for desire, tradition, and human connections. Like Geeta Hariharan's In Times of Siege and Chocolate by John Harris. Then comes another field of study, that is film studies, which explores the intersection of visual storytelling and written narratives, and how cinematic techniques interpret literary themes, like The Great Gatsby by Scott Fitzgerald, To Kill a Mockingbird by Harper Lee. And then comes cultural studies, focusing on the relationship between culture and society. Cultural studies analyzes how literature, language, and discourse shape and are shaped by cultural contexts. This also examines issues of identity, power, representation, and ideology within text and language use. Like, for example, A Raisin in the Sun by Lorraine Hansberry, Cat on a Hot Tin Roof by Tennessee Williams. And then comes eco-criticism, which I would say that is an offshoot of the postmodern times. It examines how literature and language represent and respond to nature and ecological crises. This field delves into ecocentric narratives, climate fiction, and portrayal of the environment in various forms of writing. Surfacing is supposed to be the best, the example of eco-criticism. Desert Solitaire by Edward Abbey, The Road by Cormac McCarthy. And there is another book by Atwood, The Year of the Flood, which is actually representative. I would say that it's a kind of a precursor to what we all experienced in the pandemic. How it is actually giving you that kind of an insight into what is going to happen. We would say that here Atwood acts as a kind of prophesizer, that this is how you are going to witness the unfolding of disease, pandemics around the world. Then there is translingualism. In this interconnected world, translingualism focuses on the movement and interaction of language. It also examines how multilingual individuals navigate various languages and culture, role of translation, implications of linguistic diversity on identity. For example, Juno Diaz, The Brief Wondrous Life of Oscar Wilde, Jhumpa Lahiri's In Other Worlds, explores fluid language boundaries where speakers blend languages. Neurolinguistics and cognitive literature studies. This interdisciplinary studies combines linguistics and cognitive science to investigate how the brain processes language and literature. It explores question on how we understand narratives, metaphors, and linguistic creativity at a sync cognitive level. For example, the Sound and the Fury by Faulkner. Then you have narrative medicine, how literary techniques are used to enhance medical practice and patient care. The importance of storytelling and narrative in understanding illness, healing, and human experience of health, like Stitches by David Small, The Fault in Our Stars by John Green. Then we have gender and queer studies, how language and literature reflects and constructs gender identities and sexual orientations, analyze their representation, gender dynamics, and LGBT narratives and texts, fostering discussions about social norms and equality. Oranges Are Not the Only Fruit by Janet Winterson and Virgin Wolves Orlando are a point. Now, I would say that the last is the rise of the digital communities. Digital linguistics. This field studies how a language evolves in digital spaces and investigates phenomena like emojis, internet slang, and online discourse patterns, as well as their impact on language evolution. For example, we would say that prior to 10, 20 years, we were not at all actually very well conversant on, we are not ready to accept this kind of a change. But now you realize that in a single emoji, there is a lot of emotion. So you can say that it has really brought the world together, and it has explored, it has rather unveiled a plethora of research initiatives. And I hope and pray that this two-day conference is going to be a kind of a precursor to new ideas wherein these fields of study will be taken up. And I hope and pray that this conference is a great success. It's an enriching experience for all of us. I wish you all the best. And again, I would say that it is a very wonderful initiative taken by the principal, because unless and until a teacher is a researcher, his learning comes to an end. So he has to be a teacher as well as a researcher. He has to, I understand that the college is in its initial stages of, establishment. But nevertheless, I would say my congratulations and my best wishes for the principal and the staff, that they have encouraged, they have rather, as in her words, rekindled the spark and kept the spark going on for the faculty as well as for the students to explore that how things are being done, how literature is being read and reread by people. Thank you and wish you all the best.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Yasmin Farooq, our chief guest. Thank you for your presidential address, which was replete with valuable insights and new ideas. Now, we're pleased to have with us our esteemed keynote speaker, Professor Binu Thomas, who is prepared to grace this conference with her insightful keynote address. Dr. Thomas holds the position of Registrar Sikkim Professional University. Dr. Thomas is a renowned mentor and educator who has played a significant role in the student's life for more than 35 years in Sikkim. Besides other accomplishments, let me highlight a few significant contributions she has in the field of academics and research. Dr. Thomas is the reviewer of the International Journal of the Climate Change by Common Ground Research Network, USA. She has presented papers in both national and international journals. She is the editorial board member of Saksham Society, Jaipur, Rajasthan, and Atal Bihari Vajpayee Trust, and member of the International Organization of Educators and Researchers Incorporation. She is also an honorary ambassador of Charles Walters Society for Innovation and Research, Dr. Thomas is an awardee of Inspiring Leadership Award 2021 of Human Rights Foundation, approved by Government of India. She is also an honorary ambassador of Charles Walters Society for Innovation and Research and has been conferred World Peace Award in the World Peace Summit. In a recognition of the outstanding accomplishments and individual excellence in the field of education on the occasion of Women Empowerment Conference, Lady Legend Award 2021 has been presented on her work. All these and so many other accomplishments signify her profound expertise and international engagement in the field. Without any further ado, I therefore request Professor Dr. Binu Thomas to kindly deliver her keynote address. Over to you, madam.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Ramesh Raja, for the wonderful introduction of me in this event. And I'm really honored and privileged to be here this morning. So to present the topic, which is the globalization, which is the lens of developing countries to scale up innovation. So can I share my PPT? You would allow me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Is my, can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, ma'am. It's visible.
Okay.
Yes.
So first of all, I really thank the Degree College, Rajapura and Pulwana, Jammu Kashmir, India to take such a wonderful step towards having such a great conference. And I feel honored to participate in such an inspiring event and amazing platform. It's a wonderful sharing opportunity in which one can learn from and with colleagues. Thank you for inviting me to speak at your event, and it is an honor to share my perspective with the eminent speakers, scholars, and also the international academician audiences. And I appreciate the effort you put into organizing such a successful event. And this is a wonderful opportunity to meet leaders and experts in the field and learn from their expertise. And special thanks to Dr. Shailaja Vasudev for giving this opportunity. And I just want to thank the principal, Degree College, Dr. Gasala Gais, for organizing such a wonderful event for today, and also her wonderful speech that we listened to. Also the presidential address by Professor Yasmin Farooq, Principal, Government College for Women, Pulwana, and the coordinator's speech, Dr. Professor Mohidin, Assistant Professor of English, DDC Rajpura. Thank you, everybody. And let me just start with your permission for the topic today, that is on globalization, the lens of developing countries to scale up innovation. First of all, the topic I would like to present, the rapid reshaping of the global economic order requires fundamental shifts in the international business scholarship and management practice. Globalization has created new opportunities for countries to trade and invest across borders. This has led to increased economic activity and higher levels of economic growth. Good ideas spread, and globalization lets them spread further. That is the topic today, globalization, how it has become the lens for the developing countries to scale up the innovation. Conversely, more time spent with different cultures and their perspectives drives innovation. The American auto industry learned quickly from its Japanese counterparts, for example, and built on their innovation. This is how you share and learn from the experts and their expertise. One of the undeniable advantages of globalization is that new ideas and technologies can quickly spread across the world. It has been found that the emerging markets that have access to the innovation driven by developed markets drove up productivity by 0.7% a year and accounted for 40% of productivity gains in individual sectors. Seeing challenges from a different perspective is the soul of innovation. And globalization tends to bring more perspectives into the team meeting. Globalization also presents challenges that require different forms of innovation. How are the innovation and globalization related? Let me just discuss about that. Any team must develop a broad sense of cultures with which it interacts. Food products are a good example here. If you are considering multiple markets, you need to speak with experts on local traditions and taboos to understand both the raw material available to you and how your market eats it. It is also worth asking that each culture sees its challenges and opportunities and what tools they are willing to use to overcome them. A recent example is the General Data Protection Regulation, a law passed by EU is one of the most detailed privacy laws on the planet. Clearly, the challenge seen by the European authorities is the impact of data collection on its citizens. And any data product you design should consider that beyond just compiling with the law. Where do the challenges with privacy versus benefit lie in this market, and how can you better align your product with them? That is the focus. Now, next is the political concerns will also play a great role in this. One of the downsides of a global economy is that for better or for worse, we are all connected. A verbal in our country is felt in another. And this makes politicians and regulators nervous. After all, they are the ones who will pay for another country's mistakes if their economy gets pulled down. This may impact everything from shipping regulations to how and where you can do business in a certain market. Globalization, like any approach, has benefits and drawbacks. However, tying ourselves more closely to each other seems to be more likely to be in the rule rather than the exceptions, and that should be a central driver of your innovation strategy. Now, next is what innovation spurred globalization. Technological advances, including mobile phones and especially the internet, have contributed to the globalization by connecting people all over the globe. This is a common fact that we all know about it. Globalization is a historic process, the result of human innovation and technological progress. It refers to the increasing integration of economies around the world, particularly through trade and financial flows. Technological advances, including mobile phones, especially the internet, have contributed to globalization by connecting all people all over the world. That is one of the most important things that we have noticed. Now, when we talk about the technological globalization, it means to all the technological globalization refers to the accelerated spread and integration of technology, information, and communication system on a global scale. Now, when you overview it, technological globalization enables seamless connectivity and communication between the individuals, businessmen, and governments worldwide, breaking down geographic barriers and facilitating the exchange of ideas, information, and resources in real time. The phenomenon has led to economic integration and cultural exchange on an unprecedented scale. Now, when you talk about it, but it is also a cause of globalization because new technologies like the internet and cell phones make it easier to conduct cross-border trade and interactions. Similarly, technologies have made air flight more effective, have helped increase the flow of people around the world. Now, when I have got one or two examples which has been given, social media platforms, individuals from different countries can connect, share information and engage in global conversation in real time. This is what is happening. This is also in a platform where we are sharing information, global conversations that we are having, and we are sharing the expertise on. We are sharing the knowledge from different experts. Then we talk about economic giants, e-commerce giants. That is, e-commerce has allowed companies to expand their operations globally, enabling people from around the world to access and purchase products. Now, how does innovation affect globalization? First of all, economy, let's see. Innovation builds economies. Good ideas spread and globalization lets them spread further. Conversely, more time spent with different cultures and the perspectives drives innovation. As I've said before, the American auto industry learned quickly from its Japanese counterparts, for example, and built on their innovation. One of the main phenomena to which societies are confronted and that has influenced all aspects of social life of people living in the earth is globalization. So, when you talk about globalization, it is a multifaceted phenomenon which leads to disappearance of the borders between economic, social, cultural, and political relations and shapes a modern relation and communication between nations, within the countries, and among the countries. Due to the significance of this phenomenon in the life, it has been the focus of the attention of scholars, so that most scholars consider globalization as a factor of development, welfare, and integration among nations, which lead to the distribution of global benefits among people. Despite this perspective, some theorists consider it a discriminative force which makes the poor poorer and the rich richer. In their views, many people of the developed and advanced countries would benefit of globalization, while developing and undeveloped countries would drop behind developed countries due to lack of facilities to compete in this area. So based on this, the proponents of globalization consider it as a positive phenomenon in all respects, and the opponents consider it as the destructive factor of religion and national cultures due to the overcoming the capitalism and the increase in economic and political dimensions. Because of this, the consequences of globalization on different aspects of human life and different matters lead to dissolution of interpretations. Globalization, again, the concept of globalization and its origin are reviewed, and then for better investigation of this relation, the effect of globalization on different aspects of innovation we could analyze them. We always find that the globalization reduces innovation following the reduction of variety in different aspects of the society, including economic, social, political, and cultural dimensions, and inclination towards integration and unification. And it has negative effect on innovation. Some consider globalization the same as communication revolution. Other has considered it as a form of post-modernism, and some other has regarded it as a new form of states without border. The optimistic view towards this phenomenon has considered it as a factor of growth, peace and friendship, and the proximity of nations, also abundance of blessings, and the pessimistic view equals it to crisis, poverty, and the disappearance of weak communities and unequal competitions. Now, globalization, when we speak further on this, it's a synonymous with westernized, it is synonymous with westernization and modernization, and considers it as a dynamic factor which mentions the development of modernized social structure, maybe say capitalism, rationalism, industrialization, bureaucracy, etc., and it distracts non-westernized nations' identities and culture. So for any aspect, for any topic we discuss, it has got its pros and cons. So it has also got some disadvantages. As an evidence of globalization, Hollywood culture and McDonald's fast food restaurant can be mentioned. In definition of globalization, economic perspective of great importance and is a dominant in contrast to political, scientific, cultural, and social dimensions. The reason is the evolution of this dimension of globalization rather than other dimensions and time priorities. That is why globalization is viewed mostly from economic point of view. In economic dimensions, one of the fundamental goals of globalization is the destruction of economic borders and removal of legal barriers and creation of free market system in a way that make the capitals flow freely. The other point in economic dimensions of globalization is the removal of custom duties, barriers, and globalization of competitions. Globalization is also a process that leads to evolution and generalization of modern capitalism. Now, these were the different aspects that I have discussed in terms of economic dimensions. Now, when we come to the social dimensions of globalization is related to the globalization effect on the life and work of individuals, their families, and communities. This dimension is related with the effect of globalization on employment, work condition, income, and social support. So because of the employment, income, there is a social support. The social dimensions beyond labor would refer to security, culture, identity, and the coherence of families and communities. Social dimensions of globalization is related to the globalization effect on the life and work of individuals, their families, and communities. This dimension is related with the effect of globalization on employment, work condition, income, social support, etc. Now, changes in the politics facilitated in the late 70s within liberalization framework. The movement from Keynesian economy to monetarist macroeconomic in developed countries, which has followed through structural adaptation in developing countries in 1980s and 1990s. Their aim was privatization and the increase of global competition, which is a tool for making stable and promote civil society. The main effect of globalization that has worried most people all over the world is the possibility of increase in unemployment rate because of joining to organization like World Trade Organization. Now, these were the few important points that I wanted to discuss on social dimensions. Now, coming to cultural dimension. The effect of globalization of cultural dimension is different, and globalization of culture had different reactions. However, the specification and identity of these reactions depend on those societies where it has occurred, in a way that the reaction of Western and modern societies has been different from that of developing countries, and especially a few countries. Two factors have been effective in this phenomena. First, the economic and the financial effect of globalization and modernity. The emergence of modern consumption goods, the effect of mass media like TV, satellite, film, and internet, etc., has been effective. Another one, Western values including scientific augmentation, secularism, individualism, freedom of speech, political pluralism, ruling of law, equalization of women and minorities has been a good priority here. For better determination of globalization process and the examination of its consequences in different cultural, social, political, and economic dimensions, for better determination, all these aspects are the different dimensions that we have here. Nevertheless, the main topic of this here we are discussing is the consequences of the effects of globalization on innovation, and regardless of the positive and negative effects in different aspects. So we don't have to bother about negative effect or the positive effect, but we are just thinking or seeing the consequences of effects of globalization on innovation, especially the lens of developing countries to scale up innovation. As it was mentioned previously, the researchers have offered different explanation and analysis about globalization and its consequences. Each of the scholars and theorists have tried to examine different dimensions of this phenomenon. Despite most of them, the overall effect of globalization is to move towards convergence and integration. Now, when we talk about from the political and social perspectives, the results of globalization is the construction of transnational society, which, if it is done on all aspects, the political and cultural role of states is reduced, and the transnational rules and values would govern the economic, political, cultural, and social structures. Furthermore, from cultural point of view, it leads to universal culture beyond local and national borders, the common and shared culture within the framework of which local cultures are defined, and if this culture has the ability to collaborate in such culture, it will stay stable. Based on this, most of the scholars regard globalization as the unification of cultures and extension of westernized civilization patterns. That is, in fact, a cultural imperialism. These consequences of globalization, the main discussion today is that globalization produces innovation, and it has negative effect on innovation through removing the variation. In order to discuss the effectiveness, we should assert that main consequences of globalization is the movement towards convergence and integration in all political, economic, social, and cultural dimensions. It is obvious that the consequences of such phenomena is disappearance of variety in these dimensions. In economic dimension, which I have discussed before, globalization is an economic phenomenon whose feature is the spread of capitalism and market mechanism all over the world. Some different countries have different social and political systems, and the economies are in different level of growth and development. The obligation and necessities of economy globalization, that is a liberalization of trade and capital flow. The execution of social regulation, that is those emerged from the global organizations like World Trade Organization, have different effects on the nations. Now, when we come to the proponents of globalization, it tried to focus more on the benefits of this phenomenon and emphasize on social social emphasizes on economic and social development of communities and regards it as a positive matter. Now, in contrast, the opponents of globalization believe that globalization is good for developed and advanced countries and communities, and it has negative consequences in other communities, the developing countries. However, some believe that beyond the identity of societies and communities, globalization has different consequences for topics and phenomena. For example, the effect of globalization in the globalization of the development of technologies. Science can be positive or negative. They believe that globalization has some negative consequences on innovation through destruction of variety and with inclination towards convergence in all areas, and which eliminates variety, which I have discussed before also. Now, due to the fact that convergence and orientation towards integration occur in all dimensions, including social, political, economic, and cultural dimensions, moving in one dimension affects other dimensions. Moving in one dimension, it can have effects on other dimensions also. So it can be concluded that the negative effect of globalization or innovation occurs in all dimensions. As the global market becomes increasingly competitive, innovation has become a key strategy for companies seeking to maintain a competitive edge. Globalization has transformed the nature of innovation, requiring firms to develop new capabilities to succeed in global market. Now, again, when we talk about globalization, it has come under fire in the recent years, which everybody knows about it, with people in some countries become increasingly frustrated with the uneven distribution of its gains. But weakness in management or execution should be allowed to obscure globalization's far-reaching potential benefits, including its promotion of productivity, enhancing technology, transfer, and innovation worldwide. The increased international competition associated with the globalization may also contribute to overall prosperity, and it strengthens incentives to adopt new technologies and to innovate. Now, for any emerging or developing economy, success depends on the presence of a broad set of complementary factors: access to finance, quality infrastructure, sufficient skilled labor, and sound managerial and organizational practices. Market failures must not be allowed to undermine the incentive to accumulate knowledge and the transaction costs associated with doing business, such as trading across borders and hiring and enforcing contracts, must be kept in check. Without this supportive environment, investment in the development and innovation capabilities will likely bring low returns. That is the most important thing. Without a supportive environment, you should have a good ambience. So investment in the development of innovation capabilities, it can bring low returns. Globalization has already shown to have enormous potential to bolster innovation, productivity, and growth worldwide. Rather than opposing it, more countries should be building their capacity to take advantage of it. Thank you. So anybody's got any thing to ask, you may ask. Otherwise, thank you for inviting me to be a keynote speaker at your event. It was a pleasure to share my knowledge with such an engaged audience. I want to express my gratitude for the opportunity to speak at your event as a guest keynote speaker. It was a great experience, and I appreciate your hospitality and support. It was a great opportunity to learn and connect with other experts. The expertise version of that we have heard in the first two speeches, principles of the Government College Pulwana and Rajpura. It was wonderful. Thank you for an amazing seminar conference, and I learned so much, and I am so impressed. And I'm sure I'll be able to put my new found knowledge too. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Binu Thomas, our esteemed keynote speaker for this inaugural session, for sharing your profound insights on globalization, technological advances and innovations, and the challenge globalization poses to developing countries' economies and indigenous cultures. So before we conclude this session, it's the time to thank everyone for gracing this momentous occasion with your august presence. For that, I would like to invite Professor Nahida Shafi, an organizing committee member and head department of education at Government Degree College, Rajpura, to propose a vote of thanks to all the participants and the guest speakers and other guests. Over to Professor Nahida Shafi.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to one and all present here. New knowledge is the most valuable commodity on earth. It grows exponentially. The more we know, the greater our ability to learn, and the faster we explore our knowledge base. On behalf of Government Degree College Rajpura, I would like to propose the vote of thanks to each and everyone who contributed for the overwhelming success of the conference. First of all, I would like to propose hearty vote of thanks to Professor Dr. Yasmina Farooq, Principal GDC Women Pulwama, for delivering the presidential address. Ma'am, your presence here today has been an invaluable support to us. Thank you for your thought-provoking and very interesting address. I place on record our deep sense of gratitude to our guest of honor, Dr. Haris Izhar, Principal GDC Pulwama, who, in spite of his busy schedule, accepted our invitation to grace this event. Thank you, sir. Special mention to Principal GDC Rajpura, Professor Dr. Ghazala Gayas, for her welcome address and her encouragement, guidance, and suggestions, and central force behind this event. My enormous respect to you, ma'am. I extend grateful thanks to keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Binu Thomas, global educator, advisor, Sikkim Professional University Gangtok, for useful insights. Thank you, ma'am. I also extend my deep, sincere of gratitude to President Cape Comorin Trust Tamil Nadu, Dr. R.S. Reagan Sylvester, for collaborating with the college for organizing the conference. I also extend my sincere thanks to the coordinator of this conference, Professor Ghulam Muhyiddin, HOD English, Government Degree College Rajpura, for his keen interest, guidance, and active involvement to make this conference in reality. Thank you, sir. My thanks to Professor Ramiz Raja, HOD Political Science and co-coordinator of this program, for moderating the session. My thanks to Dr. Salim Ejaz Bhatt, HOD Environment Science, GDC Rajpura, for his support. My thanks to all the participants who are here to attend the conference. I owe my heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee, especially coordinator, staff members, both teaching and non-teaching, and technical staff for their support and dedication, teamwork and efforts. My heartfelt thanks to the coordinators, organizing secretaries from Cape Comorin Trust for their pivotal role in the conference. Once again, I thank one and all who supported directly or indirectly for this event. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Nahida Shafi. Thank you, everyone, for your active participation and dedication to this conference. Thank you. And with this, we conclude this inaugural session of this two-day international conference on language, literature, and humanities. Thank you, everyone. And over to Professor Ghulam Muhyiddin Andrabi Saab for further proceedings and further information regarding other technical sessions that are going to commence a short while from now. Over to Professor Ghulam Muhyiddin.
Thank you, Professor Ramesh sir, HOD Pole Science, Government Degree College, Rajpura, Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir, for this very nice moderation of this inaugural session. So, I think if Dr. Sylvester is there, sir, shall we start the next session?
Yes, sir. We shall start the next session.
Okay, sir. So I think we have one more speaker of the inaugural session. I welcome our next speaker, Dr. Patricia Gonde, Head of Academics, Lusitania School, Zimbabwe. So you are welcome to this 2 days international virtual conference on language, literature, and humanities. Now let me introduce our speaker a little. Dr. Patricia Gonde is a Harare-based educationist, and she has had a teaching experience of more than 32 years. Dr. Gonde has done her PhD in education from Wisdom University. She has won many local and international awards in the fields of education. She's a micro mentor with Mercy Corps, an online business mentoring platform. Dr. Gonde has been awarded Global Education Eagle, Golden Globe, and ICN Top 50 African American Awards for her contribution to the education field. So she is the proud winner of Global Teacher Award 2022, and she has got the Life Foundation appreciation for her work in education and awarded the Global Excellence Award in 2021. Ma'am has authored a book, and she has co-authored many books. She has also written a number of articles. She has been a keynote speaker or a guest speaker for more than 100 conferences. She's a social activist who raises awareness on human rights issues, equality and equity in education, mental health, girl child, and women empowerment. And she has many, many more things to her credit, which I think it will take a lot of time to mention all these things. So I think without further delay, I very humbly request our worthy speaker, Dr. Patricia Gonde, to kindly address the audience. Over to the ma'am.
Thank you. Namaste, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you all. I'm thrilled to be here with all of you today. Thank you so much. Government, I want to acknowledge the Government Degree College of Rajpura and Cape Corinne Trust for allowing me to be here today. And I would also like to thank Dr. Shaija ma'am for connecting and organizing this. So as an educator, who recently had the opportunity to participate in a cultural exchange program in India. I am truly excited to share my experiences and insights with you today. Let me just share my screen. So I would like to say, as we navigate an increasingly globalized society, just like the former speaker talked about, it becomes crucial for us to develop the skills and attitudes that allow us to understand and appreciate and interact effectively with people from different cultural backgrounds. Through my recent cultural exchange program in India, I had the privilege of immersing myself in the rich tapestry of Indian culture, and I witnessed firsthand the beauty, the complexity of its traditions, its languages, and ways of life. And this experience, I think it has impacted my understanding and my understanding, also the understanding of the students that I brought of the importance of intercultural education. So you see, intercultural education just goes beyond it goes beyond mere tolerance or acceptance. When I visited India for the first time, I visited so many provinces. I was in Haryana district. I was in Uttar Pradesh, where in Uttar Pradesh we visited so many villages. So it is about when we talk about intercultural education, it just goes beyond mere tolerance or acceptance. It is about embracing what we call the diversity, fostering empathy and building bridges of understanding. Also, we need to equip our students, ourselves, maybe with the tools to navigate cultural differences, because when I came there, for some of my students, it was their first time to visit India. There were some cultural shocks that were experienced there. But at the end, they were able to appreciate and they were able to communicate effectively. They were also able to collaborate in diverse activities that were taking place. So in the context of India, it's a country that celebrates its diversity, and intercultural education, to me, it takes even a greater significance because it offers our students the opportunity to deepen their understanding of the multitude of cultures. And then in this lecture, I'm going to explore the benefits and the challenges of intercultural education. And we are also going to look into the strategies of developing cultural education as it is. So if you look at the picture that is right in front of you, we visited Aluwamai village, which is in Kunda Pratapgarh in Uttar Pradesh, whereby they were celebrating the school. It had just been founded, and you can see that we had so many different nationalities, about 28 dignitaries from different parts of the world, from America, from continents like America, Africa. We had Asia as well, and then we had Europe, whereby we were able to interact with different nationalities. And this is what we call intercultural education, because its aim is to foster understanding. It is to foster appreciation and respect for different cultures, because we're able to see how how people in Romania do their certain things. And we are also able to communicate despite our language differences. And we're also able to interact and also learn from their cultural backgrounds. So intercultural education, it recognizes the importance of cultural diversity in society. And also its main goal is promote intercultural competence. And when we call, it promotes intercultural competence, where it is the ability maybe to interact effectively, despite that some of us didn't know Hindi, some of us didn't know Romanian language, some of us didn't know Azerbaijan. We had delegates from Azerbaijan. We were able to interact and effectively, and also It goes also beyond those cultural differences, also focusing on developing empathy, tolerating each other, being open-minded, and also the ability also to critically analyze cultural perspectives. And in intercultural education, it also aims to break down those stereotypes. For example, there are different cultural activities that were taking place, and we were able to understand why those cultural activities were done. For example, lamplighting, we're able to understand why it was done. And also its aim is to break down those prejudices and discrimination and fostering a more inclusive and harmonious society. So with intercultural education, key elements that we need to really focus on. For example, the cultural awareness. We were able to go to this temple whereby we saw that it was the Golden Temple, if I'm not mistaken, where we witnessed a temple that is able to feed a lot of people, more than thousands, 10,000, more than 10,000 people who go there each and every day. And they were able to share the food. There are people there who volunteer, who go and make the food. I think it was the prasad, and we were able to even share with them the food. We're even able to volunteer sharing of the food. So we were able to develop an understanding of this Indian culture of feeding so many people, feeding, volunteering, not getting anything. And also at our school, it's not only the Indian culture, our school is a Portuguese culture. If you look at that picture there, the key elements of intercultural education, knowledge of other cultures. As a school, we've made it a rule that we have to learn about other cultures. Here in Zimbabwe, before our children, they do 7 years of primary education. Before they leave school, they have to visit Zimbabwe because we've got so many ethnic groups. They go and learn about those groups. They go to Kariba. They go and learn about the stories of the Nyami Nyami. They go to the Victoria Falls. They learn about the Binga people who live there. We are so many cultural ethnic groups here in Zimbabwe. So they have to understand first what we have here in Zimbabwe, the different languages, the different ethnic groups before they go outside the country. And also they have to learn how to communicate. Communication skills are very important. And our official languages here in Zimbabwe is English, but they have to learn other languages as well. So our children do not only learn the English, they learn also the Shona language, they also learn the Portuguese language because our school is a Portuguese school. So learning about the customs, traditions, values, beliefs, and histories of different cultural groups also enhances their critical thinking skills because it encourages our students to critically analyze the cultural norms. And they also analyze the stereotypes that are there and the biases. And they are also able, from the critical thinking skills that they get, they are also able to challenge their own assumptions. And then another key element of intercultural education is empathy and respect. They're able to cultivate empathy. So I was just explaining why we are saying intercultural education, why it is important. And I had explained a bit about this, this slide. So intercultural education, like I was saying, that it promotes cultural sensitivity and empathy, and it develops our children's intercultural communication skills and enhances cultural competencies. So when we arrived in Haryana district, we went to a school called Bright Scholars Senior Secondary School, where we received, where we had a grand welcome from the students. So you see these students who are welcoming us. For us, it was our first time to learn how we are welcomed like this, and our children, they understood and they were quite happy with the welcome that they got. It's totally different in different culture. My culture, when someone comes into a house, we offer a glass of water. But the way that these students welcomed us, it made us feel welcome. So when we arrived there also, our children were able to share about their school, about their culture, about Zimbabwe, and they were also able to play this traditional instrument with the mbira. It used to be played long back, and nowadays people are also playing it, but at a lesser scale. So that's why I'm saying that intercultural education, it promotes cultural understanding and respect. And then it also enhances our students with communication skills because they are able to listen, they are able to understand. They were also able to adapt to different communication styles because sometimes because of Hindi, the language, some of us didn't understand it, but we were able to communicate using sign language and those one words, and then we were able to communicate. So these skills are crucial in our globally interconnected world, whereby our students increasingly interacting with people from diverse backgrounds because our students go outside there and learn in different setups. And then also, it fosters in them global citizenship, like the former speaker said, that it nurtures global citizenship. It encourages our students to engage critically with global issues because when we were there, we saw how green it was. We saw this tree that is the national tree of India everywhere. I think it's the banyan tree, and they were able to understand the global issues, climate action, SDG 13, water issues. They were able to critically engage in those global issues, and they even participated in planting trees. So this promotes a sense of responsibility as well towards addressing global challenges such as poverty, because we were there, we went to the rural areas in Uttar Pradesh, we were able to communicate with our students, give out some gifts that we have. It also helps them to understand global challenges as environmental sustainability, social justice. So intercultural education is very important because our students are empowered to contribute positively to their local and global communities. And then we were also able to interact with students. This student here is at St. James International School. Yes, despite our language differences, we were able to share, we were able to laugh, we were able to talk, and this enhances in what we call intercultural competence, whereby we share our knowledge, we share our attitudes, we share our skills, and it develops what we call crucial self-awareness as well. So we are preparing our students for a diverse workforce because our children, sometimes they get employed somewhere. So when they go to those areas, for example, I have four of my children, they are no longer here in Zimbabwe, some are in America, some are in Canada, some are in Australia. We are preparing them for a diverse workforce because we don't know where they are going to end up in. And then with intercultural competencies, we are talking about equipping them with what we call cultural awareness. They should understand the different values, the different cultures, the different beliefs, and also recognize how culture influences one's perceptions and behaviors. For example, here we are also at Bright Scholars International, and with this culture is almost similar to what we have in Zimbabwe, the clay pots, and the dressing in this, the Portuguese culture, because we also celebrate the Portuguese culture. Here we were able to also to put on, to belong, a sense of belonging, to put on our saris so that our children would understand the cultural norms of India as well. And then with intercultural education, it equips our children with what we call intercultural communication, whereby we are able to exchange messages and information between individuals or groups from different cultural backgrounds. And it involves the interaction, the interpretation of verbal or non-verbal cues. For example, here, I was with my friend from Romania, but we were able to communicate. Here, we were at the Bright Scholars International, Bright Scholars Senior Secondary, where we met Mr. Anil Chaudhary, and we were able also to be part of their celebration, whereby they were celebrating the opening of a cricket pitch. Here you can see it's not now India, we are now in Zambia, whereby we were also able to communicate with students from different parts of the world. So with intercultural communication, it helps also, especially for our students, to exchange the spoken, the written messages across cultural boundaries, and their language difference, their accents, their idiomatic expressions, and varying levels of proficiency. These could help our students to influence understanding and interpretation. And with effective intercultural communicators, strives for clarity, for simplicity, and ensure mutual comprehension. And so this is intercultural communication. Then we were also able to go to the ashram when we arrived there in India, and we were able to learn more about cultural sensitivity. Some of us come from the Christian background, but this didn't stop us to go into the ashram to learn about their culture. So when we are talking about cultural sensitivity, we are talking about that awareness, knowledge, and understanding of cultural differences, along with the willingness to adapt and respect the differences that are there, and also take part, active participation. And with cultural sensitivity, we are talking about awareness and respect. And it starts with us being aware of our own cultural biases, our own assumptions, our own values. Because where I come from, we say we pray, our Christianity is God, but when we arrived there, we saw that there are different, so many different gods. So it involves recognizing those different cultures have their own, because each and every culture has got its own unique perspectives and ways of life. When we went to the ashram, you can see there, we also participated in the felicitations. We were able to also to put on, this is Bright Scholars, this is an ashram in Uttar Pradesh, and we were also able to feed these cows as well with different people. This one ladies from Puerto Rico, and we had some ladies from Azerbaijan. So with cultural sensitivity, we try to avoid what we call ethnocentrism, which is a belief that one's own culture is superior. So we are able to understand why these people do it this way. And it meant us recognizing that cultural differences are not inherently right or wrong, but they are shaped by specific values that these people have. And also it includes the ability to empathize with individuals from different, this from this one, we were from different backgrounds, but we're able to put ourselves in the shoes of others and consider also their experiences, beliefs, and values when engaging in cross-cultural interactions. And we're also able, very flexible, like you see, we were belonging, very flexible and adaptable. And we are also open to learning, why is it this done this way? So this is what we call intercultural education. Now looking at how we can incorporate intercultural education into our own education system. What we do as a school in Zimbabwe is that our children go through these cultural exchange programs and also through language learning, different language learning, and they also do extracurricular or activities. And it often involves experiential learning, such as cultural immersions, experience like what we were doing here. And they were also able to dance with these girls at another schools. So our students have direct contact with different cultures, and they engage in activities that promote cross-cultural activities. For example, in this, we had gone to a community whereby we had brought in some goods for the children there in the school. And then with intercultural, how can we also incorporate intercultural education? Our students, we also have what we call study abroad programs, whereby our students, after finishing a tertiary education, we have those programs whereby we call universities from different countries. They come and talk about their programs. So right now we have so many students going to Poland, and of recent, we have got so many students coming to India for technology, for medicine, for law, for different degrees in India. So this is how we, as colleges, as institutions, we can incorporate intercultural education. And also we can integrate diverse perspectives into the curriculum by incorporating what we call multicultural literature. For example, in my school, multicultural language, our children learn so many languages. Why do we do this? Because we want to preserve our cultural heritage. And with multicultural languages, for example, Portuguese, Indebele, and different types of language, our children learn to value and promote these languages, and it helps preserve and celebrate diverse cultural traditions and customs. Besides that, it also enhances communication. For example, we are learning Portuguese in November this year. Our children are going to Portugal for a Portuguese choir. We call it the Choice Children's Choir. So by learning the Portuguese language, when they go to Portugal, they are able to talk to students there in Portugal. So also we have what we call, you can also do it through intercultural dialogues. This can be done through webinars like this, where our students talk to different other students from different countries. Like today, we have another webinar starting in about 2 hours time with our students who are going to have a webinar with other students from there in India. It's an MUN workshop, which is going to start very soon. So that's where those are intercultural dialogues, and you can also organize some workshops and also virtual visits. Especially during the COVID era, we were not able to visit different countries. What we did what we call virtual visits, whereby we just used the internet, and we went to different places, Europe, we went to Britain, so many places. This is how we can incorporate intercultural education. And also we can also celebrate our cultural diversity through events and festivals. If you look at this photo, here is the Maasai people of Kenya. On 25 May of every year, we celebrate Africa, what happens in Africa, and we go to different, if Africa has got about 53 countries, our children choose what they want to portray. So through cultural festivals, and you introduce what we call culture days, where our students can speak in one language that day, and our parents come in. They also prepare the traditional dishes of that country. If we are talking about South Africa, if we are talking about Nigeria, they prepare the cultural food from that country, perform music, dance, and also we also engage our local community and cultural organizations. And we also visit the museums here. This is our museum here in Harare, whereby they also go and learn about other places. And then, like I was explaining, different cultural activities in February February and March of every year, we celebrate the carnival because we belong to a Portuguese school. We celebrate the carnival, and here you can see this is Africa Day, different countries being celebrated: Kenya, South Africa, Malawi, Angola, Benin, and some playing even, this is Egypt, some playing even music from those countries. So this is how we can promote intercultural education, not by going to those countries, but our children researching, and then they can present about it. And by the end of that day, children learn from different places. You can see this is the Maasai dance that they were performing, and this one was a dance from Malawi. And then with incorporation of intercultural education, we are promoting the learning of different languages. And by then, we are addressing challenges such as stereotyping and prejudices that we have of countries that we have. You know that when you are on the internet, you read quite a lot, you hear quite a lot. But when you go there, or when you visit that place, you see that some of the things that are written on the internet are not quite true. So what are we doing here? We are addressing stereotypes, we are addressing prejudices. And then with incorporation of intercultural education, you can see from my slides there, here, this is Bright Scholars Senior Secondary, where we went there with
Ma'am, you are not audible.
Sir, kindly wait for a few seconds. She is facing technical issue.
Sorry, my network, I think it's disturbing me. Okay, let me just finish off with the places of interest that we were able to, I hope the other slides I was able to share and you were able to listen to what I was sharing about. Then when our children go for intercultural education or cultural exchange programs, they also, in our books here in Zimbabwe, we learn about different religions, we learn about Hindu, we learn about Muslim, and we also learn about the different types of places that they visit. So it's different from someone who is reading from a book than someone who has visited. I remember when I was teaching, we're talking about the Taj Mahal places, the 7 wonders of the world. But this time, our children were able to visit that place and see for themselves what they had been reading about. This is the beauty of cultural exchange programs. So when we visited India, New Delhi, we went to the Lotus Temple, and we got in, we also participated in the worship, the prayers, and then you can see we had heard about the India Gate. Here in Zimbabwe, we have what we call the Heroes Acre, where our students go and learn about the heroes who died for this country. But this time they were also able to go and learn about those heroes who have fought the British for India to be independent. And then we also learn about the different farming. Here in Zimbabwe, we are a farming country. Yes, our staple food is maize, but when we came, we didn't know about the paddy fields. So they were quite amazed to see how you grow your rice, because we're also reading it from the book, but now they could see it for themselves. We also know that India is not only one religion, but different religions, as we also went to this Catholic church and they visited and saw that India has got so many religions as well. And then we went to the temple, Golden Temple, where our children were able also for the cultural immersion. And then lastly, we went to the Zimbabwean embassy, also in India, with this Puerto Rican lady. And on their way to India, we visited, we passed it through Qatar, the Doha Hamad International Airport. And this is our visit to Taj Mahal. And they learned quite a lot through this visit to India. So despite my network, which is letting me down, I would like just to say that with globalization and intercultural education, like what the former speaker said, they are closely interconnected. And because both of them, be it globalized education, globalization, there is increased cultural interaction, because with globalization, it increases that cultural interaction and exchanges amongst people. There's cultural diversity in education, like I'm sharing now because globalization leads to greater cultural diversity within our educational institutions. So as schools and universities, they are increasingly populated with students from various cultural backgrounds. Even at any university, you can find that there are different people, despite that they are coming from that country, but they are coming from different ethnic and cultural groups. So intercultural education, it recognizes these values, this diversity, promoting inclusive learning environments. And then in summary, intercultural education is an essential part of any type of education, and it can help our students become more well-rounded and successful And by learning about other cultures and developing empathy for people from different cultures, our students can build stronger relationships, live in a more diverse community, and be more tolerant of others, especially their values, their beliefs, their religions. And I encourage our students here, everyone here, to take advantage of opportunities for intercultural education. One day, please come and also visit Africa, come and visit Zimbabwe. And we can do this by studying abroad, by taking courses, by taking part in intercultural webinars, intercultural communication, by also volunteering with people from different cultures, and also by forming friendships with people from different cultures. I have so many friends in India, and this is why I always come back to India, and it wasn't my last time to come to India. Thank you so much for listening to me, and pardon my network. We had presidential elections here in Zimbabwe, so so many people are on the internet right now because they want to hear the results of that elections. That's why our internet is so much clogged up. And I hope I have added value. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patricia Gonde, ma'am. If we have any inputs from the participants, please put forward. Any remarks, any inputs, any question? So it was a very enlightening session. I would like to mention here that the esteemed speaker, Dr. Patricia Gonde, she is involved with Patricia Network with so many organizations across the globe. She is the country director for Zimbabwe for organizations like International Internship University, IDYM Group of Companies, Global Educators Forum, and Global Education Network. She is the global ambassador of Zimbabwe of the Research Foundation of India. That's why we had so much reference to the Indian cultures and places, religions, other things. All India Education Forum certified her as the NSDG Global Ambassador. Ma'am, it was a very beautiful deliberation on intercultural education. And we learned that through this intercultural education, we get the qualities like assimilation, adaptability, empathy, tolerance, and knowledge, and international brotherhood. So it was really an enlightening session, and we learned so many things. And so we shared this because you had this first-hand experience of multiculturalism of India and multi-religion, multi-races, and different traditions. It was so nice to listen to you, ma'am. Thank you very much for this enlightening session. Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So let us now start our next session. In this session, so we have now technical session. From now onwards, we have our first technical session. In this session, we have 5 speakers who will be presenting their research papers. So I very humbly and respectfully welcome our chairperson for technical session 1. We have Dr. Monica Sethi, professor and head Department of English, University of Jammu. I welcome you, ma'am.
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone present there. And thank you so much. Thank you
morning,
for inviting me and making me a part of this academic activity. And so I would, it is always a very fruitful and learning experience. I was here during the plenary session, halfway through the plenary, and it was quite an informative talk that Dr. Patricia was delivering. And thank you so much. I'm honored to be here.
Thank you, ma'am. Most welcome, ma'am. Ma'am, in this session, we have 5 speakers
Yes.
who will be presenting their research papers. At the very outset, we have speaker 1, Dr. Umesh Kumar Gupta, Assistant Professor of Chinese, MET University, Rajasthan. He will be presenting the paper on evolving trends in the translation process, a historical and contemporary perspective. I invite Dr. Umesh Kumar Gupta to present his paper.
Yes. Before Dr. Umesh begins, welcome to you, Dr. Umesh. And
Thank you, ma'am.
yeah, we would like to listen to you. But for all the participants in the session, since I think we are already running half an hour late, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So we do not have, we are already short of time. So what I would request, rather than making it a paper reading, which also is not, too well gathered by the listeners. So I would request all of you to make the important points of your presentations. What exactly are you, trying to convey? So let us make it just a point-wise presentation. What you have to say, that is more readily accepted by the learners also, and you make your point clearer. So I would request all the participants to be brief with their presentations. Thank you. You may please begin, Dr. Umesh.
Right, ma'am. So very good morning to one and all. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to CAP Cameron Trust and GDC Rajpura for giving me an opportunity to interact with the eminent scholars across the world and share my research at this academic platform. So I'm Dr. Umesh Kumar Gupta, Assistant Professor of Chinese, MET University, Rajasthan. I have recently completed my PhD degree on the topic decoding select Chinese military-related text through English translation. So the topic of today's presentation is evolving trend in the translation process, historical and contemporary perspectives. So let me share my PPT first. Just so is the PPT visible?
Not yet.
Is the
Not yet, sir. Not yet.
Is the PPT visible now? Yes.
No, sir. It's not visible.
Okay.
Sir, your screen is visible, but the PPT is not visible. So kindly open the PPT.
Okay. Let me just. Okay. Stop sharing. This is another mode. So is it visible now?
Yes, it's visible. Yes, it's visible.
It's visible, right? Okay. So first of all, let me introduce the topic. The translation is a conduit that facilitates the cross-cultural communication and the exchange of ideas. There is a big question today that in today's technological advancement, has the use of machine translation and AI tool made a human translator obsolete, or if not, what is his or new role? From ancient civilization empowering the rudimentary method to convey meaning across languages, to the advent of sophisticated technologies and the redefined the boundaries of linguistic interaction, the translation process has constantly adapted to the changing dynamics of the world. This paper delves into the intricate tapestry of evolving trend in the translation process, traversing through the historical milestone and focusing on the contemporary advancements to provide a comprehensive perspective on the how translation practices have shaped and been shaped by the societal, technological, and linguistic developments. The act of translation, rooted in the desire to bridge the gap between the diverse linguistic communities, has been a pivotal force in fostering the mutual understanding and cultural exchanges. With the passage of time, the translation has journeyed from the manual laborious process to the realm of digital landscapes, where algorithms and artificial intelligence contribute to the transformation of words, expressions, and ideas across the world. This paper seeks to unravel the layers of this transformative journey, highlighting the significant shift that has have occurred within the translation process. Okay. So in present day, machine translation, neural networks, and natural language processing have become the prominent player in the translation arena, and raising questions about the balance between the human expertise and the technological innovation. The research paper for this study is what are the changes that research question for this study is what are the changes that took place in the process of translation. This paper seeks to provide a comprehensive understanding of how the translation process has evolved over time. The paper compares the ancient and modern translation process, also compares various perspectives on translation process, EN 15038, ISO 17100 of 2015, and the use of machine translation, CAT, and AI tools in translation. The paper also throws light on the machine translation and its post-editing and the use of AI in translation. The paper adopts the content analysis method to address the research question. This study also makes use of artificial intelligence tool to get the answer of some significant issues related to the research questions. First of all, the translation process. The translation process refers to the conversion of the text or content from one language to another language. So that is from source language to target language while maintaining its meaning and content. So first of all, let me quote the Ali Darwish states that translation is a complex, dichotomous, and cumulative process that involves a host of activities trying upon other disciplines related to language, writing, linguistics, and culture. This multidisciplinary process suggests that three major activities run concomitantly, and transfer of data from source language to target language, synchro analysis of text and translation, and research of the subject matter, and continuous self-development and learning. So now let's talk about the translation in China. China has over 5,000 years of long history and human civilization and 3,000 years of history of translation. In the 5th century, translation of Buddhist scripture was originally organized on a large scale in China. And there was a collaboration was seen in the Chinese translation of Buddhist scriptures. That collaboration between Indian and Chinese scholars, translators. Indian translators used to explain the Buddhist sutra in simple Chinese, and Chinese translators used to understand it and write in idiomatic Chinese. Then another scholar, Lin Shu, was one of the most influential translators in Chinese history. Although he has no knowledge of any foreign language, but he translated more than 180 foreign literary works in collaborating with other people. So the collaboration in translation is an important aspect in the Chinese society, which we just want to focus here. The early translation process also underscored the multi-ethnic venture between the foreign and Chinese monk. Often more than 4 people were involved in the translation of single Buddhist sutra. The first person recited the text either from memory or from a manuscript. The second translated it orally into Chinese. The third wrote down the Chinese translation, and the fourth edited the written version of Chinese translation. This method of translation of Buddhist texts, due to the limited availability of bilingual specialists, continued through to the 10th century. So then Chinese scholar An Chu Mei is discussed about the translation process. He has just pointed out the process of understanding the original text and the expressing the meaning. There are 2 aspects here just discussed. Firstly, understand the original text and then express in the target language. Then we have got certain Chinese books in which we just gone through the various types of translation process they adopted. So first of all, a translation tutorial, that is Fani Chiaocheng from www.we.com, discussing the translation process, right? The process of translation has got 3 aspects. First is understanding the text, source text, that is 2 aspects: broad understanding, the context, and the narrow understanding of the specific text which we are going to translate. Then they are also talked about the expression into the target language. And third step is proofreading, where the translator checks the target translated text and just refine it. Then we have got another book, Ye Chi Nan, in his book Gao Qi in Han Fani Li Lun Yu Shijian, Advanced English Chinese Translation. So he also just highlighted the 3 aspects in 2 steps, major 2 steps in the translation. First is understanding, and second is expression. But many linguists describe the translation from thinking process of translation, and one of the more influential one is in Nida's model, and that is analysis, transfer, and restructuring. That is Fanxi, Xiaohuan, and Chongqian. So these are the 3 steps. Then James Holmes, ancient translator, he has stressed on mental conception. Then Yin Xiaohong, in his book Haning Yuipian Fani Jiaocheng, he has said the Chinese English translation course states, in addition to the above mentioned abstract expressions, some people also explain the translation process into the 4 major steps: understanding, expression, checking, and revision. So earlier there were 3 steps. Some scholars just emphasize 2 steps, understanding and expressing. Here they are emphasizing 4 steps. Then let's go ahead quickly. Overview. Then key to understanding process is to understand thoroughly grasp the content of the original text. So these are same. Now let's talk about a very significant important document, that is EN 15038. Was a European standard for that outlined the specific requirement for translation services. It was developed by European Committee of Standardization. So they talked about the 6-step translation process. So first is the translation. Translator shall transfer the meaning in source language into target language in order to produce a text that is according to the rules of the linguistic system of target language, and that meets the instructions received in the project assignment. So first step is translation, and second is checking. On completion of the initial translation, the translator shall check his or her own work, and this process shall include the checking that meaning has been conveyed, and that there is no omission or errors, and that define the service specification have been met. So third step is revision. the revision shall be done by a person other than the translator, a more qualified person who can go through the both the source text and translated text and find out if there is any error, any problem in the translation, or he just sits on the suitability for the purpose. So the purpose in translation is very important. That Scopus theory of translation talks about the purpose of translation. So here the reviser's job is to see suitability of purpose. Then next is most important step, that is review. In the service specification include the review. The translation service provider shall ensure that the translation is reviewed, and this review shall be carried out a monolingual review to assess the suitability of translation for the agreed purpose. So this review to be done by the domain expert. A person who has got domain knowledge may not have knowledge of both the languages, but he must be a domain expert. He has to see whether the text is coherent, whether there is no any inconsistency, no any problem, right? So that is to be checked by, reviewed by the domain expert. And this is important point because the translator has to translate from a vast field of that is literature, and he may not be expert in all fields. So this step is very important, that after translator has translated based on his journal schema, background knowledge of the subject, then it should be reviewed by a domain expert for the ensuring the coherence and the suitability of the translated text. Next comes the proofreading, and proofreading that include proofreading in which the accuracy is checked, some formatting is also checked. And final verification, the translation service provider shall verify that the service provided meets the service specification. So these are very important 6 steps to be adopted by every translator. So next, let's quickly discuss about the international standard ISO 17100, that is 2015. This talks about the pre-production process, which is basically done by the agencies.
Excuse me, Dr. Umesh.
Yes, ma'am.
We would just like you to, just summarize and, be
sure.
brief. Yeah.
Sure. I'll just finish.
So just about, just the translation process, right?
Yeah.
What steps are to be kept in mind, the government regulations and all that we can, just skip because they're not kind of a research this thing. No? So all the people would be aware of them. So what your findings have been. So just stick to that, please.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So the translation process, these are the steps: understanding the source text, then subtext and then translating the content steps. Then we've got cultural adaptation, grammar and style, proofreading and editing, and there are certain other quality assurance question, the quality assurance process. We also discuss localization, feedback, and collaboration, which is important in that translation process. There are like collaboration between clients, reviewers, and subject matter experts and other stakeholders. Then client review. That is one of the important step in process. It is a translator is sent to the clients and sees whether it is appropriate for this purpose of translation or not. Then there is a 5-step translation process, that is overview of translation, initial translation, review and the accuracy of translation, clear the mind, and final polishing. So this is actually adopted by a single translator. When a single translator finishes a complete process, then he has to adopt these 5 steps. Then main characteristics of translation process adopted in old days. We see old days where people adopt the manual translation. It was they were only just bilingual experts, not the domain not having any translation training, and literal translation they are doing. Limited resources compared to today's digital sources. They also have cultural adaptation. There are very less that stuff was given. Manuscript copies, handwritten manuscript copies were there. It was very time-consuming process in old time, but now it has become fast process because of machine translation. Subjective interpretation and limited accessibility was there. So nowadays, the modern times, the translation process has changed, in which we use the technological tool, we use the subject matter expertise and in the collaboration, and we also have some technical tools which help us in formatting, designing, and more or less we have reached a global reach. We have that translation has become a global phenomenon. Like a person sitting in India can translate for UK, for USA in no time. So this here we talk about machine translation. There are some limitations of machine translation, like it gives literal translation and like that. Then post
Sir,
edit.
please wind up your presentation, please.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's
Others
come.
also are in queue.
Let's come to the end. Conclusion is that the translation process has undergone a remarkable evolution, transitioning from three-step process to comprising understanding, expression, and checking to a more comprehensive six-step model delineated by the standards such as EN 15038 and ISO 17100. This advanced framework encompasses the translation, checking, revision, review, proofreading, and final verification, etc. The translation from paper-based process, it has changed to the versatile approach in the terminology management and streamlined the accuracy and consistency. So that is then translation, the role of translation is changed to the post editor nowadays, paying attention to the contextual understanding, quality assurance, cultural adaptation, and domain expertise and terminological management, adopting to the tools, creative adaptation,
Yes,
linguistic
Dr.
expertise,
Umesh.
ethnic
Excuse
consider.
me,
Just
Dr.
1 minute,
Umesh.
ma'am. 1 minute.
I
One
think
minute.
this
Just
has
finish.
already been said because
Collaboration
there
and
are other
consistency.
participants waiting. You know, you are
Okay,
being
thank you.
repetitive.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you are being repetitive.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
thank you so much. It was all, I just hate to cut presenters short, but then there is this constraint of time, and the topic that you had taken up was such an important topic, especially in today's world, the translation process. Why? Because I feel this is one process which, brings together cultures, how it links people all over the globe. So that linkage that is established through the translation process, a very important activity, thank you so much. And you have worked on it and you elaborated very well. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you for persons listening. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Umesh Kumar Gupta.
Thank you.
If we have any question? Yes. Do we have any questions? No. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Now I invite our next speaker, Bhaskar C.H. Sarkar, Assistant Professor of English, S.R. Fatehpuria College. He will be speaking In Search of Identity in New Space, a critical study of Amulya Maladi's novel, The Sound of Language. Over to you, Bhaskar C.H. Sarkar.
Okay, thank you, sir. And I thank all the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present a paper. I am Bhaskar Chandra
Speakers,
Sarkar.
kindly be brief.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Just let me present my PPT.
Yes, just keep your presentation,
Okay,
restricted to
ma'am.
highlighting the points.
Okay, ma'am.
That's
Okay, ma'am.
taking
I hope my PPT is visual, ma'am.
No, not as yet.
Is it visual, ma'am? Not.
No.
Something that's no. Okay. I'm trying for the last time, otherwise I will go without PPT, ma'am.
Okay, you can just make your points otherwise.
Okay, sure, ma'am.
Yeah, you can try once again.
For you, 8 minutes for your presentation and 2 minutes for discussion. So kindly complete in time.
Okay, ma'am. Sorry, the PPT is not, I'm not able to present my PPT. Okay, the subject, the topic, the title of my paper is In Search of Identity in New Space, a critical study of Amula Maladi's novel, The Sound of Language. Okay. And now coming, I am just briefing my statement. Okay, so in the realm of literature, space is a very vast subject. It covers large variety of spaces like physical, psychological, geographical, ideological, political. Actually, space is a multi-dimensional concept, and in literary, if we try to search what is a space and how it has been represented by various critics, then it will be found that Homike Bhabha, in his Location of Culture, defined the third space, and he described the third space as the third space is a mode of articulation, a way of describing a productive and not merely reflective space that engenders new possibility. It is an interactive, interrogative, and enunciative. And after that comes Henry Lefebvre, Edward Soja. They have also give the various definitions of space according to their way. And and after that comes the identity of politics, that means how the politics is represented. By politics, I just want to explain the way in which the characters are presented, depicted in the novel, as well as I will explore how one has to lose his or her identity, what are the reasons behind this loss of identity, and what types of crises they have to face after losing the identity. And while describing the loss of identity or the effect of migration due to in the loss of identity, Mohsin Hamid, in his novel Exit West, aptly puts down the situation of migration as he writes that that is the way of things. For when we migrate, we murder from our lives those who we have left behind. And space and identity are intricately connected for migrants in a multitude of ways. The experience of migration involves a complex interplay between physical location, species, and a person's sense of self and belonging, that is identity. Migrants often leave their places of origin and move to new places, whether it is within the country or across the border. The physical environment they settle in significantly shapes their sense of belonging and identity. And the new space may be culturally different with unfamiliar customs, languages, and social norms. This can lead to a sense of displacement and challenges in establishing a new identity within the context of this space. The physical space left behind often carries deep emotional significance. Migrants may experience nostalgia for their homeland, feeling a strong attachment to their original space and a longing to return. The sentiment can influence how they perceive their identity in a new space as well as in their interaction with each other. And now coming to the novel, Amula Maladi is an Indian-born author who moved to US and after marriage settled in Denmark with her husband. The Sound of Language is her fifth novel. The novel presents a luminous story of bravery, tradition, war-torn situation, murder, migration, settlement in a country outside the border. The novel's central character, that is Raihana, she is an inhabitant of Kabul. She was a very happy woman in Kabul with her family, brother, father, and she was married to a school teacher. Everything was very fine. Then the trouble starts with American takeover and bombing. After that, the rise of the Taliban rule. The Taliban took the power and imposed strict rules such as being arrested or killed for not wearing burqas or for listening to music in public places. As it has been aptly mentioned in the early 1990s, the beginning of the Taliban regime, there had been a sort of relief that there was some law and order in the country, but that was quickly turned bitter when the Sharia was enforced. That was the quoted line from the novel. She lost her father and her brother during the violence that was taking place, and the Taliban looted the villages in Kabul. Her husband protested against such intolerable torture by the Taliban, and he was arrested and ultimately killed in the prison. She could not forget the public execution in the football stadium in Kabul. She could not imagine to live alone without anyone to watch over her as the situation was degrading day by day. Under such context, she decided to leave Kabul, her motherland, her homeland, to settle in Denmark with her distant relatives. Homesick and heartbroken, Raihana bravely attempts to start a new life in a new country, trying hard not to ponder the fate of her husband, her brother, and her father, as the government of Denmark was not too harsh to the migrants. So after arriving, Raihana finds herself in a language school, struggling to learn Danish, which she thinks sounds like the bees, buzzing of bees. To improve her speaking skills, Raihana apprentices herself to Gunnar, a recent Uyghur who is steadily withdrawing from the world around him. Even neglecting the bee colonies he worked so hard to cultivate with his late wife over the course of the bee season, Raihana and Gunnar forge an unlikely relationship. Despite the disapproval of their friends and relatives, Raihana did not know what to say to a man who was not her husband or relative. How could Kabir and Laila ask her to speak to this stranger? What did they want out of her? And then it stuck to her. This is also the quoted line. But when the violence Raihana thought she had left behind in Afghanistan rears its head, as she and Gunnar are forced to confront the ghosts of the past as they navigate the uncertain future. She is torn between the two worlds. One has been forced to flee, and the other that gave her to place to stay safe. And now, coming about the findings of my paper, throughout the novel, the characters struggles with their identities portrayed with a sensitivity and empathy, highlighting the complexity of the issues they face. The novel ultimately suggests that the process coming to terms with one's identity is an ongoing and sometimes a painful journey that requires a deep sense, self-reflection, and empathy for others. Finally, we can say that the novel portrays the struggle of navigating multiple cultural identities and the tension that arises when personal identity clashes with the cultural identities and expectations. The characters' journeys highlight the most important self-discovery, self-acceptance, and finding a sense of belonging outside the cultural levels and expectations. Through their stories, the novel underscores the complexity of migrant experience and the challenges of reconciling multiple cultural identities in a rapidly changing world. One of the central themes of the novel is the concept of identity crisis, which is explored through the experiences of the characters as they struggle to find a sense of belonging and purpose in their lives. Here we see how Raihana, who once was well settled with a family and a teacher husband, suddenly lost everything owing to the American attack and the Taliban rule, all resulting to the loss of her identity and identity crisis. After much struggle in a refugee camp, she found a place to resettle again in Denmark, revealed a relation with Gunnar, but due to the various pressures and her past events, forbade her to move forward in this relation, and she finally withdrew from the relation. Thus, we may say that through her character, the novelist shown the concept of identity crisis with the change of space, and identity and space are intricately connected with each other. And now this is the final talk, that is so just ideas on migration and changes in space and identity crisis is like migration represents not just a physical movement from one location to another, but a profound transformation of space. As individuals and communities move, they bring with them their unique histories, identities, and cultural practices, reshaping the social and spatial dynamics of both their places of origin and their destinations. The act of migration challenges the fixed nature of space as places become interconnected through the movement of people, ideas, and experiences. This interconnectedness leads to the emergence of a new hybrid species where diverse influences converge, intertwine, and generate novel forms of social interaction and identity formation. Raihana has to face everything in her journey, from Kabul to refugee camps and final settlement in Denmark. Everywhere, she faced the identity crisis with the navigation of spaces. Thank you. This is the end of my paper.
Thank you, Bhaskar C.H. Sarkar. Now I invite Dr. M. Linthoingambi Devi, Assistant Professor, Department of English and Cultural Studies, Manipur University, Manipur, India. And her paper is on the topic Power and Subversion in Christopher Marlowe's Dr. Faustus, a critical materialist approach. Over to Dr. M. Linthoingambi Devi.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Moderator, and my dear participants. Today I am going to read on paper, this doctor had said, Power and Subversion in Christopher Marlowe's Dr. Posters, a cultural materialist approach. Raymond Williams viewed culture as a productive process. For him, the study of material culture, such as a novel, painting, the architecture of a city, would reflect the dominant values of that society. These materials of culture were defined as a tool of hegemonic political structure in a society that utilized and appropriated canonical and historically important texts in an attempt to validate or inscribe certain values on the cultural imaginary. He says that cultural ideas are produced by the dominant class in a society to have uh, its say in power. While certain of his formulation would seem to echo Mr. Foucault, Louis Althusser, or other thinkers of the period, the main influence is the British literary and cultural critic Raymond Williams and his re-theorization following Antonio Gramsci's notion of cultural hegemony of the orthodox Marxist binary of base and structure. For Raymond Williams, culture is neither a mere reflection of that base.
Can I just interrupt? I think I lost contact when Dr. Bhaskar finished his presentation, I think. Yeah. So it was a nice presentation, Dr. Bhaskar, talking of identity crisis and identity resolution. Two things which stare us in the face in today's world. And thank you so much. So, and welcome to the next speaker. So please, you may begin.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm starting again. So, my paper on power and subversion.
No, I heard that. You please continue from where you were. Please continue.
So one of cultural materialism's main interest was social stratification and the way in which the dominant social order seeks to legitimize itself, inspired by its belief that ideological hegemony is never absolute and that all ideology at some point contradict itself. Cultural materialism reads text for signs of subversion and political dissidence, arriving at often provocative interpretations whose ulterior purpose was to serve as interventions in current political debates. Keeping in view this, my paper intends to unearth the political agenda of the text of the posters and hence are alert to the ways in which power exerts itself through implicit working of ideology within the text. So cultural materialists are consciously political and aim to transforming this kind of social order as they seek reading that focus on the marginalized and the exploited, and also look at the possibilities of subversion and resistance in both the text and the interpretative act. They are conscious of the subversive potential of literature for subcultural assistance, and hence propose this then reading, which interrogates the hidden political agenda and the power struggle within a text. So Elizabethan A's where Christopher Marlowe belonged, emphasized on the principle of order. They had strong belief in the theory of chain of being. They believed that everything had its place in the chain of being, from God down to mineral. Thus, it can be defined down to a Christian concept which explains and give details about the strict religious hierarchical structure of all matter and life in Elizabethan era. This view of the world as a well-oriented hierarchy ordered by God was enormously influential. People in Elizabethan time believed that God set up this order and wanted it to be followed. According to the chain of being concept, all existing things have their precise place and function in the universe, and to depart from one's proper place was to betray one's nature. So if someone or something were to break the divine order by not being obedient to whatever was above it, the person or thing that went against the God's will would be punished. Though Renaissance writers seem to be quite on the side of the order, the theme of disorder is much in evidence in their work as well, suggesting that the age may have been experiencing some growing discomfort with traditional hierarchies. Renaissance writers at times showed ambivalence towards such a rigidly organized universe. Some writers, like we have Marlowe, are fascinated by the thought of going beyond boundaries set by the chain of being. So, simultaneously displaying the grand spirit of human aspiration and the more questionable hunger for superhuman powers. Foster's seems in the play to be both exalted and punished. Marlowe wrote this at this time, and the spirit of age was marked by both the Renaissance and the Reformation, and this was time when society had begun to lose itself from the medieval institution and to celebrate the ascendancy of the individual. Marlowe witnessed this development firsthand and began to explore the potential consequence of this new found freedom. So in 1593, Marlowe wrote a manuscript of a heretical treatise denying the deity of Jesus Christ, our Savior, and Christopher Marlowe's contemporaries give the testimony that both the man and his writing are iconoclastic and profoundly irreverent. Both are influenced by charges of monstrous opinions, vile, heretical conceits, and diabolical atheism. So Dr. Foster's the play in the play, the inordinately ambitious hero denounces God, blasphemes the Trinity and Christian doctrines, and sells his soul to the devil in exchange for unlimited knowledge, making him like a divinity and to live life full of voluptuousness for 24 years. So by selling his soul to the devil, Foster is not only trying to become omnipotent, but also trying to become higher than man, a divinity. This Elizabethan philosophy demonstrated in most of the literature during the time. He says that God is everything and more. Below him are his angels, which shows intuition and are the second hash rank on the great chain. So in the play, Dr. Foster's the playwright tried to subvert the ideology of this kind of providentialism, which advocated the absolute monarchy of Renaissance times as the product of God's will. The study reveals how the play provoked disquieting and challenging insights into the contradictions, limits, and explicit potential manipulation of providentialism. With this, I end my paper. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. M. Linthoing Gyami Devi. Now I invite Dr. Sapna Dogra, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Atal Bihari Vajpayee Government Degree College, Sunni, Shimla, Himachal Pradesh University. And her topic is a study of the representation of disability in graphic novel Grit. Ma'am, over to you. Dr. Sapna Dogra.
Yes.
Thank you so much, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to one and all.
Yeah,
Thank you so much, ma'am. And
M. Linthoning Gambi Devi, your presentation was well taken. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Yeah, and now we have Sapna Dogra with her presentation. So again, Sapna, we would request you to, like the previous participant, to be very brief with your presentations, and Devi's presentation was, so precise and concise that one, just gathers what the researcher is trying to say. So we would request you to do that. Thank you. You may please begin.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Ma'am, my paper is basically on the representation of disability and how,
Okay.
disability has long played a notable role in comics and graphic novels. It is widely represented, disciplined, and also pathologized. But most graphic novels have, succumbed to a stereotypical negative portrayal of disabled characters.
Okay.
And in contrast, we have a graphic novel called Grit, the Major Story, which came out in 2019, which is a novel about Major D.P. Singh, a Kargil war veteran with a disability rating of 100%. He is an amputee marathoner. He's also known as India's first Blade Runner. And this novel is basically an ode to a man who endures, adversity and emerges with integrity, hope, and thankfulness. And my paper examines the methods which are used in this book to portray disability in a more favorable light and not stereotypically negative light. The novel successfully reframes disability, and the narrative establishes that disability as an identity can also be potentially creative too. The novel has been acclaimed, admired, applauded, and it's also a true account of a man who rose from humble beginnings to become a major hero. And Major D.P. Singh himself said that, I was never interested in long distance running for marathon. And it is only after losing my leg that I started running. And this book is vividly portrayed in graphic form. It's more of experience when we read this story. This story is an illustrated ode to a man who surpasses unimaginable hardships. And he comes out, on the other hand, with integrity, optimism, and gratitude. And as the title suggests, grit, it's untapped will to overcome the obstacle. As far as the format is concerned, it is written in graphical format, and the illustrations are by V.R. Feroz, and artwork is by Sri Ram Janganathan. So it's basically a stunning amalgamation of the verbal as well as the visual. And the kind of background that Mr. Singh had to beat and his unbeatable spirit which keeps him going. And in spite of the help of healthcare professionals, aided by army and youth support of family, how he restarted his life and took up running again. The novel is narrated in simple and lucid language, and it's a page turner. It's deeply inspiring and optimistic. And it comes as no surprise that one of the major themes in the book is the change which comes out through introspection. According to Ms. Major, this change should be the ability to adapt to the constant change around you and to make the best out of it. The story conveys the message that the time spent in resisting and blaming things that don't occur as per your expectation is simply time wasted. And this is what he says, that life is much more than that. Embrace the change and make the best of what you have. That is where the progress lies. And when he was asked as to who his biggest critic is, Major said that he would not like to give that credit to anyone else but himself. He said that I should be my biggest critic because unless I check and counter myself, I will not progress. So as I said, that my paper looks at the various ways in which the novel successfully reframes disability, and also how the novel establishes that disability as an identity can sometimes be potentially creative too. Thank you so much, ma'am. These were the main points.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sapna Dogra. Now, finally, I invite Dr.
Thank you. Thank you, Sapna. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, we move on to the next speaker now.
Yes, ma'am. Finally, we invite Dr. Divya P., Higher Secondary Education Department, Kerala. Her topic is Identity Crisis, an analysis of V.S. Nepal's House for Mr. Biswas.
Before the last speaker begins his presentation, I would, like to congratulate the trust for bringing in, scholars from all over together, providing a common platform, people from right from not only north to south or east and west, but from all across the globe. That is a wonderful work that you are doing. Academics always benefits, when we have this interchange of ideas across countries, across boundaries and cultures. So congratulations to you for that. Yeah. So with that, yeah, I could not help, noticing that. I was just going through all these speakers and the participants in this session. So that's a nice work that you are doing. So please, the last speaker for the day.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible? Good afternoon.
Yeah, you are, Divya.
Afternoon, all. My topic is Identity Crisis and Analysis of V.S. Nepal's A House for Mr. Biswas. Sorry to say, I'm unable to open my PPT right now. I just take the points. So as we all know, it's a diasporic writing. So the diasporic writings or immigrant writings, these writers, they stand in between two cultural scenarios in the process of moving from one culture to another. And the same dual culture drives a wedge between the nation and the self. The theme of diasporic writings are the concept of rootlessness, dislocation, fragmented thoughts, and memories of homeland and their longing to go back to their motherland. The diasporic writers are trapped in between these two cultures, and the readers of both Western and Indian contemplate the West-centric vision and cultural validity of India, respectively, in the present scenario of literary narratives. The complexity, the dislocations of immigrant writers contemplates their memories of their motherland and breakup of their family relationship, their homelessness and cultural myths intensify the question of identity in their life, which they continued living in an alien environment. In this particular novel, A House for Mr. Biswas, it reminiscences the memories of community life of Trinidad. The events of people The events and people of his childhood memories in the novel coincide after the marriage of Mr. Biswas to the Tulsi family, and that transforms its life into an allegory on bourgeoisie modernity and its values. Mr. Biswas endeavors to blow out claustrophobic hold of the inclinations of the Tulsi family by building his own home, but in vain, since it scared to him incessantly. The novel reveals the protagonist's struggle to find his own identity. The story looks into the self of the protagonist who wanders in isolation in a quest of genuine selfhood in a dispossessed land. The novel revolves around to certain limitations and struggles to express individuality, but later Mr. Biswas succeeds in getting a house of his own, which is a dramatic achievement in his limited, inadequate life. The story of Mohan Biswas is symbolic of the cultural milieu of immigrant people of East Indians in Trinidad. In various novels, Nepal critically argued about the caste system in India, particularly about the Brahmin community, which is dominant. The novel explores the various occasions, such as in the character of Lal, a low-caste Hindu who converted himself into Presbyterianism, and the Hindu social order is also challenged by the intercaste marriage between Mr. Biswas' sister and Ramchand, who is a low-caste Hindu. It also reveals that the socially sanctioned marriage between Shekhar, Mrs. Tulsi's elder son, and Dorothy, who is allied to Presbyterian family, and the illegal and interracial relation between Bandhat and a Chinese woman are also against the social order. All these undertakings in the novel signify the breaking of customs and rituals which is dominated in the East Indian society. Nepal places his comments on the basis of his expatriate sensibility. The caste system of India is being followed in its same intensity at Trinidad, but adaptability helped to reconcile himself to the situation. The homelessness and displacement of the protagonist is vividly portrayed in the novel. Hanuman House, which is also known as Tulsi House, in the High Street at Avakas, serve as an alien fortification that embodies the abode of Hindu culture in Trinidad. The Hanuman House is a miniature India with Pandit Tulsi and thousands of other Indians who had migrated from India to Trinidad. Nepal presents Mrs. Tulsi as an ardent preserver of Hindu culture, the upholder of traditional daily puja, and the orthodox religious aspects serve as a counter to the bliss of Western culture. So I would like to conclude this topic. The experience of the protagonist, Mr. Biswas, reflects the experiences of minority community in the rapidly changing foreign soil. His dream of a happy life embodies his unfulfilled dreams and desires, and it isolated him from others. Indian caste bar system and the identity of minority groups of indentured laborers are emphasized in the novel. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Divya, for the precise and concise presentation. Although we have come a far way from house from Mr. Biswas, but still this, novel holds a special appeal when we are reading diasporic literature. And congratulations to all the presenters in this session. You very aptly captured the essence, the theme, related to culture, the looking at the, wide participation of the, people in this seminar or conference. So that theme, cultural context, the cultural identity, crisis, resolution. So very topical issues and very well dealt with. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. So with these presentations, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks and gratitude to our August chairperson, Dr. Monica Sethi, professor and head Department of English, University of Jammu. Ma'am, I really submit my apology because a person of such stature and repute as your good self, I didn't introduce you because you deserved an elaborate
No, not at all.
introduction, but it was in short notice that I got the list of those.
No, not at all. Not at all. The
So-
purpose of this session was to be exchanging academic ideas, right? And that I think we have achieved that. And so that goes well for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. So with this, we have concluded our first technical session. So we are going to start our second technical session in which we have 5 more speakers. If Dr. Salim Ajaz is listening to me, he may please continue with second session. Dr. Salim Saab,
Yes, sir.
GDC Rajpura.
Thank you, coordinator, for this today's international conference on agriculture and humanities. Professor Ghulam Nadeem, in Government Degree College, Rajpura. I feel honored and privileged to moderate this session. At the outset, I would like to and respectfully welcome our chairperson of this technical session, Professor Neda Redkovic, Assistant Professor, Quantitative Department, Faculty of Economics.
Dr. Salim Saab, we have a broken voice. Dr. Salim Saab, we have a broken voice.
Professor Ghulam Nadeem, am I audible?
Yes, please continue.
First of all, I humbly and respectfully welcome the chairperson of this academic is Professor Neda Redkovic, and she is Assistant Department, Faculty of Economics.
I think we have a network problem over here. Over there.
And I welcome you in this technical session.
I think we have a network problem over there. We have a broken voice. So try to please.
Professor Ghulam Nadeem, am I audible?
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Yes, please. Please continue. Yes, please continue.
Audible? Sir, please respond.
Yes, please continue. I will just.
Professor Gulabdin, please respond. If
Yes, sir, yes, please. You continue, please. Yes, you continue, please.
Oh, yes. Professor Gulabdin.
Yes, sir. Yes, please continue.
Am I audible?
Yes, Dr. Salim sir, please continue.
First of all,
It's okay now. It's okay now.
it is now okay?
Okay, it's okay now.
Okay. Sorry for this technical interruption. First of all, I would like to humbly and respectfully welcome our chairperson of the second technical session, that is Professor Neda Radkovic, Assistant Professor, Quantitative Department, Faculty of Economics, Business and Tourism, Carotia, and co-founder of II Europe. Ma'am, I welcome you on behalf of whole organizing team. And we have in this second technical session, we have a list of 5 participants who are going to present their research findings. At the outset, we have with us Dr. Monica Abrol, Assistant Professor Bawa Nijal Singh B.Ed College, Shri Muktasar Sahib, and he will be presenting his research findings on the research topic, language acquisition, enhancing learning of second language. So, Dr. Monica, now the session is over to you. Please be brief. We have time constraint. We have only an hour with us for 5 participations. So, please be brief. Provide the gist and main findings of your research. Dr. Monica Abrol.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you for giving me the privilege to present my topic. One minute. Anji, 1 minute.
Yes, may I intervene kindly? So is our chairperson over there? Professor Neda Radkovic, is ma'am there?
Yes, sir. Madam is available.
In the last session, she was already present in this session.
Ma'am, if you are there, we welcome you. Professor Neda Radkovic, our chairperson, we welcome you.
May I present, sir? Dr. Monica? Hello? Am I audible, sir?
Professor Maideen Saab.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Already present in the last session, in the first session, first technical session.
So I had inquired if our chairperson is available online or not.
But
because after all, they have to evaluate these presentations.
Sir, Professor Neda is available in the meeting.
She is here. She is here.
Okay. Yes, please continue. Our first speaker, please continue.
Thank you, sir. So my topic is language acquisition, enhancing learning of second language. So first of all, research shows so many problems and ambiguities regarding second language acquisition, which have made the learners' readers worldwide unsatisfied. My study attempts to highlight the language acquisition and its relevance in learning second language comprehensively. It also provides the explanation of first language acquisition pertaining to second language acquisition. It also discusses so many approaches for learning languages and where the role of teacher is wide important. It enables the learners in acquiring second language. And the study reveals the most significant fact that this SLA remains the basis for learning EFL to the learners, thereby it makes them preparing for the future and connected to second language acquisition and thereby applied to linguistics. So, introduction. So, language acquisition is one of the central topics in science and is the ability of brain in its cognitive development and the process to conceptualize the concept, structures, semantics in a language. Since 1970s, this language learning has been more prevalent. Traditionally, the grammar played a central role in teaching. It dominates the classroom and it was the sole activity practiced in foreign language classrooms. So literature review, which I have reviewed, that according to so many researchers, Hammer 1991, he has proposed the 5 stages to introduce and teach productive skills. Pinker 1995, he has given a language as a direct vehicle which leads to discovers one's thoughts, ideas, and informations. Another, Barto and Savali 2017, they have explained that language, second language acquisition, it is the study of a new language by an individual or a person or a group of persons following their native language. Another, Alice, he has given us 4 concepts: making a start, expansion period, social turn, cognitive phase, and recent developments. And another one researcher, he has studied that language acquisition in children strongly suggests that teaching the grammar doesn't facilitate acquisition. So now, second language acquisition. It is one of the main branches of applied linguistics, which is well known by the research and practices in other disciplines. In another terms, we can say that as a non-native language, it is commonly used for the purpose of communication or as a medium of education in a government sector or a business sector. It is also the process of learning other languages in addition to native languages. So for this, to explain this, we have to learn about first language acquisition. So there are stages: cooing, babbling, one-word utterances, two-word utterances, questioning, and last but not least, complex construction of sentences. Then stages of second language acquisition. According to Stephen Creyson, he has described the process under 5 stages: pre-production, early production, speech emergence, intermediate fluency, and advanced fluency. First of all, pre-production. It has where the learners give the receptive vocabulary up to 500 words, but they don't speak yet are able to speak their second language. Early production. Here the learners can speak in short phrases, 1 or 2 words. And third is speech emergence, where the learner gets speech emergence and vocabulary enhances up to 3000 words. Next is intermediate fluency, where the learners develop vocabulary around 6000 words. Even they can use, now they are able to use more complicated sentence structures. And for 5th class, advanced fluency, which emerges between 5 to 10 years, where the learners can function each and everything does to native speakers. Next is learner language. What is learner language? It is a written or spoken language produced by the learner, which is the main type of data used in second language acquisition research. There are approaches which I have discussed in my abstract and introduction. First of all, linguistic. Second is sociolinguistic. Third is psychological approaches. Linguistic means where the language faculty from the birth provides them biologically determined grammatical tools to acquire the native language which is spoken all around them. Sociolinguistic means there are 2 kinds of attitude of L2 learners towards acquisition of L2 and the person speaking the language and the culture in which they have given the association to the language. Third one is psychological approaches. It has 2 vital important issues. First one is general cognitive maturity of L2 learners in compared to L1. Second one is it is concerned with the mental devices which are thereby helpful for the learners to comprehend and produce knowledge. Fourth one, Hanji. Classroom second language acquisition. The classroom is very important. The considerable SLA research has been done to language natural learning in its natural setting, which has an important connection with the language education, which is mainly concerned with the effect that training has been on the learner. It also explores about the teacher's effort, classroom context, as well as various aspects where the classroom communication will be held. And the research is an effort for the systematically assessing the effectiveness of language right from the phonetics to pragmatics. The learner has been given opportunity in the classroom to use it for the communicative purpose so that they become proficient in the language, second language. The domain of research, it depends upon two things: the technique employed for the correction of language and the overall focus of the communication of the meaningful content or subject matter. The role of teacher is critical as the features of learner language are produced by their students, but they can refine themselves in pedagogical involvement for maximizing interlanguage. So language acquisition and language learning. Can differentiate between the two terms, acquisition and learning. Both the terms are interrelated. Learning means planned, acquisition means unplanned learning. So different experts in this domain said that acquisition is related to first language acquisition, while other one use this for only second language acquisition. Klein 1986, he has found that second language can be acquired for multi-different purposes. He has also explained there are two subdivisions. First one is guided second language acquisition. Second one is spontaneous language acquisition. So now I would like to conclude. There is a natural order of acquisition of second language where the teacher can create context for communication. He has given facilitating acquisition. To conclude, the language teacher should be aware of student personality as a factor in order to optimize their students' learning, and where he can adopt a variety of activities, assessments to suit the various learning style and strategies adopted by the students so that the language acquisition be effectively admitted. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I request the chairperson, Professor Nadda Radkari, to present his remarks about this research finding and presentation. Ma'am, please, are you here? Professor Nadda Radkari, the chairperson of the session. Perhaps ma'am is not listening.
Madam, we are unable to hear you. You are not audible.
Not audible.
Madam, kindly unmute your audio.
Now our second, the research scholar and assistant professor, Dr. Priti Patanjali from Guru Tej Bahadur Institute of Technology, Indraprastha University, New Delhi. And the Dr. Priti Patanjali is going to present his research findings on the topic, the representation of women in the folk tales of Haryana in Ram B. Yadav's.
Am I audible? Am I audible now?
Audible? Okay, okay.
Okay, yes, okay, thank you. I didn't know that mic don't work. I hear everything, but you didn't hear me. Okay, so I want to say that Dr. Monica today has an amazing presentation on the language acquisition, enhancing learning the second language. From her work, from her abstract, from her introduction, from the review, it is very important to know, to have this second language, her approach on this. So I think this paper has a big meaning. It is really, for me, original. I can say also significant, relevant, And Dr. Monica, please continue doing and working on this. We know also here today the English is not our mother tongue language, so we need to learn language and we need to find these different approaches as you research. And thank you for your great work.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Presenting your remarks. Now we have the another research scholar and assistant professor. There is Dr. Preeti Patanjali from Guru Tej Bahadur Institute of Technology, Indraprastha University, New Delhi. And the Dr. Preeti Patanjali is going to present his research findings on the topic, the representation of women in the folk tales of Haryana in Ram B. Yadav's folk tales and legends of Haryana. Now, over to you, Dr. Preeti Patanjali. Please start your presentation.
Thank you so much for introducing me. I would again like to tell my topic. This is the representation of women in the folk tales of Haryana in Ram B. Yadav's Folk Tales and Legends of Haryana. Folktales serve as a significant source in getting an insight of a particular culture and community. They inform in plenty about the beliefs, social structure, customs, and most importantly, the psyche of people. Haryana is one such state in India which is known for its distinct food and folklore tradition. Yet the most significant aspect of Haryana culture is the compelling role that women occupy in the folk tales. Interestingly, the folk tales of Haryana exhibit a superiority of women in wit and wisdom and thus unfold a whole new world of female knowledge system. Thus, the present research aims to analyze some of the folk tales of Haryana in Ram B. Yadav's Folk Tales and Legends of Haryana. It would endeavor to study the representation of women in the folk tales and would simultaneously shed light on the female knowledge system that certainly adds another brick to the field of feminism. So this research paper primarily focuses on three folk tales that are titled The Tale of Simpleton, The Best Patch on the Sands of Time, and A Tale of Two Thugs. The first tale, that is the Tale of Simpleton, though starts humorously with a playful banter of the young village maidens, yet significantly, it ends up pointing at the mettle of the protagonist, Prem Laksha. Once a king, while on a hunting expedition, reached a village to quench his thirst. He encountered a host of maidens near a well and requested for some water. The young maidens asked a question to the king in exchange that on whose wit and wisdom a home can run smoothly. The king was perplexed and was unable to answer it. He returned to his kingdom and passed the question to his advisor, declaring that if he would not be able to answer it in a week, then he would get him and his family crushed in stone oil crushers. The advisor worriedly reached home and related the incident and king's dictum to his daughter. Fortunately, advisor's daughter was a close friend to king's daughter, Prem Laksha, and she recounted the whole incident to her. Prem Laksha answered the question with a certainty that it is only the wit and wisdom of a woman that can make a home run smoothly. When the advisor delivered the same answer to the king, he got furious and got Prem Laksha married to a beggar named Murkha or Simpleton. Then a series of interesting events happened, and with her wit and wisdom, Prem Laksha changed Murkha to a brave warrior and christened him Kuwar Jagdish. She also got his ancestral property restored, which was confiscated by the Murkha's relatives. Moreover, she helped him in winning the favor of the neighboring king by her intuitive strategy that made him get half of the kingdom of the neighboring king. Eventually, she asked Murkha to attack the kingdom of her father and get him imprisoned. When all accomplished, she made an appearance before the imprisoned king, that is her father, who was astonished to see his daughter Prem Laksha. And ultimately, the king realized his mistake and agreed to the fact that it is only at the wit and wisdom the growth and harmony of a home resides. The second tale, The Best Patch on the Sands of Time, presents an anonymous protagonist who is referred as Sahukar Girl. Once there was a merchant and he had a son of a marriageable age whom he got married to a beautiful girl. On the wedding night, when the merchant's son was heading towards his room, his father stopped and directed him to get an answer from his newly wedded wife. And if she gives a satisfying answer, only then he could move ahead to start his married life. The merchant boy reached his room and asked the question that which patch of time is considered the best. The bride innocently replied that since they are young, so no time would be the best than the present. When the merchant boy delivered the same answer to his father, he disapproved of it and got him married the second time. Likewise, the merchant got his son married the second, third, and the fourth time. When the merchant boy asked the same question to the fourth wife, she replied that the best patch of time is when a man does not let his intellect shrink in difficulties. When the merchant listened to the answer, he was satisfied and let his son start his married life. Unfortunately, after a few years, a downfall came in the business of the merchant and he lost everything. The Sahukar girl, that is the fourth wife, just then recalled about the 4 rubies that her mother gave her. She handed over the first ruby to her father-in-law, but he disappeared with the ruby. She then gave another rupee to her mother-in-law and subsequently the third one to her husband. They too did not return. Disappointed, she rolled her sleeves up and traded the last ruby in the market. She rented a small house and bought some eatables with whatever money she got in exchange. Then she disguised herself as a warrior named Laktakya and reached the neighboring kingdom. There she saved the king from the rival king and she was rewarded with the riches. Eventually, her husband, mother-in-law, and father-in-law too returned and sought forgiveness of her. The third tale, A Tale of Two Thugs, starts on an introduction of two thugs, Suraj Bhan and Chandra Bhan. Suraj Bhan and Chandra Bhan deceptively calling themselves as the cousins of Sahukar's daughter-in-law got into their house. They weaved a web of such a deceit that everyone believed on their story. On the pretext of their sister's marriage, they asked to take Tara Devi, that is the daughter-in-law of the Sahukar, with them. She agreed, and when it was halfway, Tara realized that they are on a secluded road, which was not the one that led to her maiden home. She queried the thugs, who mocked her and declared that she was abducted. They took her to their house where her mother was, where their mother was waiting for them. They left her in the watch of their mother and went to abduct another woman so the brothers get married. Tara, with her wit, killed the thug's mother and ran away. She reached her in-laws' house but did not tell anything to anyone. When the thugs got to know about the death of their mother, they vowed to kill Tara and thus reached Sahukar's house again. Tara again duped them and at last taught them a lesson by lopping off their ears and nose. Now, the first noticeable aspect of the folk tales is that they all centered around a female protagonist. Each of the 3 tales, in its own distinct way, voices out the wisdom of women. The question raised in the first tale, The Tale of Simpleton, that on whose wit and wisdom a home can run smoothly, is explicitly testified by the ladies of the tales. In the Tale of Simpleton, the king's act of getting Prem Laksha married to the Murkha point towards the blow to his masculinity. He could not take it that a woman can be at upper hand to a man, but Prem Laksha with her wisdom changed Murkha to a dexterous warrior. She even made him a king from a beggar. The second tale, The Best Patch in the Sands of Time, exemplifies the perseverance of the Sahukar girl. The merchant and the merchant boy lost wisdom in their thin and abandoned the women and children of the family. It was at this moment that the fourth wife, that is the Sahukar girl, emerged as the breadwinner and protector. She not only took up the reins of the home in her hand, but also earned gold and riches in favor of saving the life of the king. The third tale, that is A Tale of Two Thugs, though starts centering around the thugs, but as the story progresses, it only and only explicates the matter of Tara Devi's mind. The bravery shown by Tara Devi at such extremely difficult hour is inexplicable. She did not lose her wit and prudence at any point and punished the thugs with an unforgettable lesson. It is worth noticing that she did not take any help from her family and took it upon her shoulders to punish the culprits. In the tales, there is a role reversal of conventional marital equation of husband and wife. Conventionally, a wife is supposed to be secondary to her husband, and husband is majorly figured independent, unemotional, breadwinner, courageous, brave, and protector of family. Contrarily, the tales feature these characteristics in the women. In The Tale of Simpleton and The Best Patch in the Sands of Time, Prem Laksha and the Sahukar girl exemplified independency, unemotionality, and proved themselves as the breadwinner and protector. While in the third tale, A Tale of Two Thugs, Tara Devi signifies courage, bravery, and independency. Interestingly, the male counterparts are on a passive role who either are absent from the plot or are dependent on their female counterparts. Thus, there is a defiance of the conventional gendered roles. The women emerge exhibiting feminist prototypes in the way Prem Laksha took over her father's kingdom, Sahukar girl disguised as warrior Laktakia, and Tara killing the goon's mother and later slopping off the ears and nose of the culprits. Yet, slight hints of confirmation to the conventional gendered role of women still pervade the story, though to a lesser degree. Premlaksha could have easily break the marital ties with Murkha, but she adhered to the gendered norm of following the husband in every thick and thin. Similarly, Sahukar girl as well could have started a new life without her husband, who abandoned her in hard times. Instead, she forgave him and continued to live with him only. Moreover, the subplot of Laktakia is instrumental in bringing Sahukar girl to the political world occupied by the males. Being a woman, she could not enter it and perform the brave deeds of outwitting the rival king and averting a war. It was only the role of a man that she could enter the domain of war and politics. In the tale, A Tale of Two Thugs, Tara did not inform her husband and in-laws regarding the rogues Surajbhan and Chandrabhan, probably because they could have blamed her as she stayed with them for some time. She might have not wanted to get into such trouble, so she did not disclose it to anybody. The other significant aspect of the folk tales is the implicit cues to a female knowledge system. In the folk tale, The Tale of Simpleton, Prem Laksha, in order to win the trust of Murkha, made a delicious meal. And when she noticed the plan working successfully, she continued it until he starts trusting her. Also, before arrival of Prem Laksha, Murkha and his mother used to beg for food and clothing. Prem Laksha, with her dexterity in handling the household chores, especially weaving a shawl, arranged for the daily meals that too nice and healthy, as well as saved some money by which she got back the confiscated ancestral property of Murkha. Moreover, the milk pedas that Murkha offered to the neighboring king after saving his life was given by Prem Laksha only. Last night, she had dreamed of a similar incident, and so on her intuition, she made pedas and gave to Murkha and told him to offer it to the neighboring king. Here it is significant to notice that the sweets are usually offered and partaken at the initiation of an alliance. Thus, though Prem Laksha herself had not been there at that opportune moment, yet it is through her pedas that she manifested her presence and exhibited her knowledge that it is by offering sweets that Murkha can approach the neighboring king for a friendship. In the best patch in the sands of time, the act of Sahukar girl's mother to give 4 rupees to the Sahukar girl at her marriage is intuitive of the female knowledge. Among all the gifts, it was only the 4 rupees that she asked her daughter to keep to herself and away from everyone's eyes. She instructed her daughter to use these rupees only at the time of dire need. Sahukar girl too showed her sharp intellect when she gave only 1 rupee at a time. It not only helped her to sustain, but also showed the frailty and fraudulence of her husband and in-laws. Thirdly, Sahukar girl's witty plan to disguise herself as warrior Laktakia also points towards a female knowledge. Sahukar girl knew it is only in the disguise of a man that she could keep herself safe from the lusty eyes of men, as well as could also get in the administrative matters of the king and eventually could gain his trust.
Madam, kindly conclude.
Yeah, Tara Devi too explicated female knowledge when she fooled the thugs Surajbhan and Chandrabhan when they reached her house after the death of their mother. She duped them by expressing that she would elope with them. Then, on the pretext of serving food to them, mixed sedatives in it, which made them physically weaker and eventually lopped off their nose and ears at the opportune moment. Thus, I reached the conclusion that these folk tales represent a feminist aspect of the protagonists Sahukar girl, Tara Devi, and Prem Laksha, and they also give some cues regarding the female knowledge system, as the present knowledge system is patriarchal. So there is a way to a new knowledge system that is based on female knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Pretty. She already her her whole novel she read to us today. It is very important that this woman, talking about the woman, empowering the woman, especially this woman Haryana, who has a big impact on the folks, on the history, I can say, here in India. So first and foremost, this powerful lady, we need to change these relationships, going to the gender equality. So when we talk about this, we need to have on this that every woman today needs to be faithful to her original. She has all the human rights. So this novel and this work really will have a big influence in India and all over the world, because we are talking about a woman, and we know who is a woman and why woman needs to be special. So this originality, and I think that this research really is very significant, relevant, and original for me, especially for me who first time listen about this Haryana. Thank you, ma'am Preeti. Thank you for this great presentation. Before we go to our third presenter, please, 7 to 8 minutes maximum. We are already late with the sessions. Please.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We have time constraint, so please be careful.
Yes.
Thank
Yes,
you,
please.
Professor Nadarat Kavi, for sharing her remarks about the Dr. Preeti Patanjali's presentation. Now our third participant is Professor Ambika Gahlot, Assistant Professor English, Regional Institute of Education, NCRT Ajmer. And he will be speaking on his research findings under the title Traumatic Reverberations in the Select Works of John Keats. Now the session is over to Professor Ambika Gahlot. Please start your presentation. Professor Ambika Gahlot, are you listening me?
Yes, good afternoon. Am I audible?
Okay, ma'am, start.
So the title of my paper is Traumatic Reverberations in the Select Works of John Keats. Keats hails from the second generation of English Romantic poetry. Nature is the source of beauty and aesthetic experience for the poet. Keats is an artist with an innate ability to define nature and experience it. His experience and expression of nature established him as a distinguished nature poet. Keats was at once a romantic poet, yet his ability to feel intensely and paint within it the tragedy of his life reflects within his poetry his confessional tendencies. His poetry foretells the essence of his being. His famous works include his odes that he published in 1819, and that are the select works that I have worked on this paper. Ode on a Grecian Urn, Ode on Indolence, Ode on Melancholy, Ode to a Nightingale, and Ode to Psyche. Keats was an escapist, a confessional poet. As a confessional poet, Keats shares deepest secrets and feelings with the world in plain words. Keats showcased to the world his greatest fears. The nakedness of the grim realities of his life finds a path in his poetic tendencies. His autobiographical references originate from the pain that has a grim occurrence in his life. Keats thus turned to an escapist. His realities were too heavy for him to take. At such a tender age, life took a sharp turn. Still, his poetry manages to reflect on the beauty of life and the pain that comes along with it. Keats had an innate tendency to appreciate the beauty of nature. He did not shy away to embrace it in his poetry. He writes, "Beauty is truth, truth beauty." That is all you know on earth.
Chalo zime, mes chalo hor hade. Ta message go. Ya yine zinda, aslında ya.
Am I audible?
Need to mute somebody. Yes, you are audible, but somebody is not muted.
Yes. Keats' life at a glimpse. The closest bond Keats shared was with his siblings, George, Tom, and Fanny, with whom he shared letters and consciousness. Keats lost his parents early in life. Soon, Keats began to feel the symptoms of tuberculosis himself. At such an early age, life seemed so promising, but for him, it was no bed of roses. Life changed significantly after the series of events that turned the course of his life. The separations he endured in life, along with it, his deteriorating health, and at last his death. The death of his mother from tuberculosis and the last years of his brother Tom's life had a considerable impact on him. Keats nursed Tom when he got to know that he himself was suffering from the same disease, that is tuberculosis. The disease was running in his family. This changed his perception and outlook towards life. Decoding traumatic reverberations or undertones in his work. The use of words, echoes of his past life, the fear of an early death, and the unfulfilled promises all lead to his shaped consciousness. Every incident was filtered through the wounds he carried within him. Trauma has significant aspects and implications in his poetry. The pauses, connotations, and references all add up to contribute to the tendency of a depressed soul. The trauma of growing up without parents, the trauma of illness, the trauma of death, after losing a beloved brother, every aspect is amalgamated into the fragrance of his poetry. The autobiographical echoes of trauma, pain, and suffering had a considerable impact on his poetry. Every passing day appears to be vacant. The hope of a life full of zeal and enthusiasm, creativity, and leisure was not granted to him. Despite of everything, Keats was not a lost soul. His expression of pain is equally poignant as his expression of truth and beauty. Keats endorses his sufferings and counts his blessings when he writes, "Nothing ever becomes real till it is experienced." He is reduced to the memories that comes to him as punishment. The consciousness that frames his identity is foretold in the lines, "And when I fear, and I feel, fair creature of an hour, that I shall never look upon thee more, never have relish in the fairy power of unreflective love, then on the shore of the wide world I stand alone and think, till love and fame to nothingness do sink." A classic example is the lyric "When I Have Fears." The poet laments the loss of life, fearing he has so much to give, but no time. Keats expresses in the poem "When I Have Fears" this trauma in very aesthetical measures. His aesthetics are heightened by the devotion of beauty that he records very ferociously in his poetry, but the subtle undertone of Greek strife our attention to the trauma featuring in his book. "Darkling I listen, and for so many a time I have been half in love with easeful death." Similarly, Keats' trauma surfaces in Ode on a Grecian Urn when he speaks of the immortality of life. Ars longa vita brevis is the underlining theme of the poem. He pens the poem in a mood which is meditative and sober. The poet manifests long life for himself, but his inability to get what he wants frustrates him. He jots, "Heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter." Traumatic reverberations are common thematic concerns in the writings of poets who have suffered from clinical depression and anxiety. William Cooper's Castaway has similar traumatic undertones. The chaos and turbulence of depression create trouble in life. The afflictions are documented in the works that he uses. Keats documents the beauty of nature, and the meek voice of trauma and grief are quoted with the expression of truth and beauty. The layers at which his poetry operates create an impression upon the readers. As Fyodor Dostoevsky once said, "Pain and suffering are always inevitable for a large in intelligence and a deep heart." I think that great men have great sadness on earth. Keats' writing seemed plausible in this regard. Keats lets his imagination run wild by cavorting through the gorges of pain, suffering, and trauma. The poet dallies through suffering and grief early in his life. He ransacks mythology, but it is in vain, as he cannot find refuge there. His passion for life juxtaposes with the fear of death, which is just around the corner, and he drifts into numbness. His psychology is evident when his expression of beauty is foretold by the idea of human mortality. Pain works as a significant factor to the understanding of the thematic concerns of the poet, which originates in the gruesome realities he has faced in life. Thus, we can conclude that trauma is a shaping factor in the aesthetic sensibilities of the Romantic poet John Keats. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your great presentation on the topic dramatic immersion in the selected word of John Keats. We really see that you are deeply in his work, giving your expressions, your sense about drama and the importance of drama. It is really impressive. So, if I want to say, dear respected Ambika, this is really wonderful. Keep doing this and keep continuing and selecting the works from other, because this one you make really very, very great and impressive. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your valuable remarks. Now, our fourth participant is Dr. Agnit Bora, PhD scholar from NIT Silchar, Assam, India. And Dr. Agnit Bora is going to present his or her research findings on the topic establishing Assam's political landscape in literature, uncovering political commentary in Aruna Kashif's The House with 1,000 Stories. Now it is over to you, Dr. Agnit Bora.
Hello.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
You are, yes,
Okay,
you are.
Be careful for the time. We are already
Time 7 to 8 minutes.
so please take care of time. We have time constraint and the time is available only 5 to 7 minutes.
Yes.
All right. I'll just try to
Okay.
present my screen. 1 second. Is my screen visible?
It's coming.
Coming.
Not yet.
All right. Now, is it visible?
No, it is preparing for, not yet fully visible.
All right.
Yes, now it is visible.
Okay, so my PPT is visible.
Yes, it is visible. So please start.
All right. Okay, so good afternoon to everyone present here. So my topic, as already mentioned by Sir, is establishing Assam's political landscape in literature, uncovering political commentary in Aruni Kashyap's The House with 1,000 Stories. So my primary text is basically this novel by Aruni Kashyap, who is an Assamese but a professor in the University of Georgia, United States. Now, the northeast of India and especially Assam, it has had a very bloody history. Even like after the Britishers left, after in the post-colonial times, it has had a very bloody history. There has been multiple issues such as successions of other states from Assam and Assam agitation, which happened due to due to certain issues that the Assamese people had with the central government, right? There were issues of illegal infiltrators from the neighboring country of Bangladesh, which was East Pakistan earlier, and a lot of other issues, right? Now, the writers from the Northeast and especially from Assam, what has been noticed is that they prefer to report the happenings of their lands through their fictional writings or through their poetry per se. And even if sometimes we see them writing on other issues, somewhere or the other, this sort of reporting the happenings of their lands, reporting the strife and the violence, somehow always finds a place in their fiction, is what we have seen. Now, most of these fall under the purview of political literature and political fiction. Now, what is political fiction? Political fiction is basically the fiction which gives us awareness about a particular space at the particular time, and it is not purely for pleasure. And after reading it, it makes us question certain power structures and certain politics. So that is political fiction. And in Aruni Kashyap's novel, basically there is a lot of political commentary. That I have written 2 papers before this paper on a related note. So on the first paper, I discussed how he creates a fearful ambience to set the stories and set the characters, right? So that that sort of a narration can make sense. In the second paper, I discussed about the overt political commentary, which is clear to the readers. But in this paper, I'm going to discuss the covert political commentary, which is not very visible, very clear. But we have to. That is why the topic, uncovering political commentary, we have to uncover it. We have to read between the lines such a sort of political commentary. Now, Aruni Kashyap writes focusing on the traumatic history of Assam, and most of the tragedies of Assam are related to the Assam agitation. Now, why is that? Now, Assam agitation was an event which basically most of the people of Assam relate to, because one or the other family member of each family was involved in the agitation. That is the first thing. And secondly, it was a culmination of many causes of dissatisfaction among the Assamese people, and from the Assam agitation, a lot of issues started with a causation cycle. That is why. Now, it led to the formation of ASU, AGP, and ALPHA. Out of these, ASU is a student union, AGP was a political party, and ALPHA was a militant outfit. Now, due to the actions of the ALPHA, the central government started 2 operations. One was Operation Rhino and one was Operation Bajrang. So basically, they deployed armed forces, central armed forces in Assam, and they had to come and basically look out for ALPHA militants. But while doing that, there have been stories of inhuman atrocities on innocent common people. There have been rapes, have been villages burned down, and so many other such stories. And those are sort of the events that Kashyap and other writers try to focus on in their works. And when you grow up in such a place like Assam in that particular time, there is always a constant fear factor around you, right? And your life is very political. You cannot afford to be apolitical. Your life is surrounded by ISAs, RSAs, ISAs meaning the ideological state apparatus, and the RSA being the repressive state apparatus, the police, the armed forces, right? So these are the things that I would like to look at in this novel, as my thesis statement states. This novel is the story actually is about family intrigues. It's about this character Pablo, who goes to his ancestral village and and finds out many family intrigues. But that is set within a larger framework of an environment of fear and a lot of bloodshed and violence, right? So these are the ideas I would look at: power and ideological state apparatus. Now, Deepali's story. Deepali is Pablo's mother, right? Deepali is city bred. Her husband is from the village, but Deepali is city bred, and she is a professor of the top college in Assam. So she has always had a very privileged standing. So throughout the novel, we can see that she is not really satisfied, like coming to the village time and again during festivals and all, and she doesn't like sending Pablo to stay with his relatives in the village for vacations and all, right? So she had a particular privileged standing from where she basically she basically can dislike the village, but the people who stay in the village, it is a daily thing for them. This violence, this bloodshed, being in fear of the armed forces, it's a daily thing for them. So they do not have that privilege. So although she is a family member, she is different from them, right? And that sort of really makes the family dynamics very complex and very political. And her ambitions for Pablo, she has ambitions for Pablo that he has to go to the US and he has to study in a top US university. She constantly pinches him to prepare for the SATs. That also stems from the very political situation in Assam at that time. There were no jobs, there was violence all around, and the schools were not functioning properly, right? So, because obviously, and at that time, you cannot expect schools and colleges to function properly, right? So she just wants Pablo to get out of this space because she has seen other people like Pablo's uncle Prohanta. Prohanta has not gotten a job yet. He had completed his master's degree but hadn't gotten a job yet. She doesn't have, she has ambitions for Pablo. That is why she wants to send him out. And because of this sort of a privileged standing, she can stand up to the power structures like Ahoilya. So in their family, there is this member called Ahoilya who everyone fears, right? So she is sort of a power structure in their family, and she's an ideological state apparatus. She has 1,000 rules, and she forces everyone to, follow them. But Deepali is someone who talks sarcastically to her and does not fear her, and that is because of her privileged standing. On the other hand, there is Onima. Onima is another daughter-in-law of the family, but she belongs to the village and she has a lack of privilege. She doesn't have that much education, right? So in the face of Ahoilya, who is an ISA in her life, she fears her. And there is the indirect blackmail factor because Ahoilya knows a secret about Onima's husband, that at one point in time, Onima's husband had been unfaithful, right? So she doesn't want that secret to come out in front of the society. So she really fears Ahoilya, right? And she talks to her very meekly and with a lot of submission. And the point that we have to look at is, if this is her condition in the face of Ahoilya, who doesn't even wield the gun, what will she do? How will she react in front of a police officer or in front of an army officer? How do you expect her to stand up to them? So this was the story of most of the village folk in Assam at that time, right? The fear factor. And finally, the East Bengali issue, right? So it was one of the prime factors of the Assam agitation because, so many illegal infiltrators came from East Pakistan or Bangladesh to Assam that the Assamese people wanted them out of their state, basically. But this issue was not politically charged in the novel by Aruni Kashyap, right? He did not politically charge it. He has implanted subtle hints as in the village Borongabari. So when Pablo asks Mridul about the village of Borongabari, Mridul says that Borongabari is the village of the East Bengal refugees. It was not necessary, right? He could just say Borongabari is our neighboring village. Why did he need to specifically mention that it was the village of the East Bengal refugees? Because they were always considered something different, something separate. And there has been a villainizing of this community throughout the Assamese consciousness and in the literature as well, right? The Assamese identity has always been composite. It is a coming together of many tribes, the Deoris, the Rabhas, the Missings, the Hajongs, many tribes, and the Brahmins, the Kayasthas, right? And even other identities such as Nepalis and all. But there are certain communities such as the East Bengalis, the Biharis, the Marwaris. These people have always been other. They have never been considered part of the composite Assamese identity. And we cannot lay blame to the Assamese people, absolutely. The blame also goes to those communities because they have also never tried to embrace the Assamese identity. They came to Assam, but they have never tried to embrace the Assamese identity, such as in Manju's case. Manju Mahato is a Nepali. She falls in love with Mridul, but she falls in love with him while practicing Bihu, which is an Assamese dance form. She has come to the Bihu practice because during the festival of Bihu, the whole group will dance together, right? She has the dress of Bihu. She knows how to dance Bihu. And when she writes a love letter to Mridul, the love letter is written in Assamese. She could have written it in Hindi. Mridul might not have been perfect in Hindi, but he would have understood. But she writes it in Assamese, right? Because she knows how to read Assamese. She knows how to write Assamese. So Manju Mahato, although she is a Nepali biologically, culturally, she is very much Assamese. So there have been certain communities who have accepted this identity, embraced this identity, and have become the part of the composite Assamese identity, the larger Assamese identity. But the East Bengalis have never been, and that's why there is a constant othering and villainizing of that community. Right, and we can see that in Bolen's reaction as well. He never let. He was a large-hearted man. He helped many people, but he never let East Bengalis touch his feet. He would always keep them away from him. Right. So I think these are sort of subtle hints that we find in this novel, which really talks about the political situation all around. There is fear, and then there is a villainizing of another community.
Respected Agnet,
right?
can you
Yeah.
come to the conclusion? Respected Agnet, it is really amazing, but you already go through the time. Please, conclusion.
Yes. So that was my point. That was the conclusion. That there is a constant, political upheaval all around the people. So although it's a story about family intrigues, we cannot separate it from the political situations all around. So thank you so much. That was my time.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this wonderful research, I can say, especially when you are talking about the situation, which is very hard for all in Pakistan, coming with Bangladesh. So I'm sure that this will have a big impact on our readers. You already say that before you also have another researches on this topic, and you continue. I'm sure that you will motivate many others to also continue working on this, because as you say, this I can say from your establishing this political landscape and literature and uncovering this political commentary, especially as you say in Aruni Kashat, the house with 1,000 stories. So this house with this 1,000 stories will continue, and I can say there will be more stories, not only 1,000 stories after this your work. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable comments. Now, the fifth and last participant is Dr. Emily Paul, PhD resource scholar from School of Letters, Mahatma Gandhi University of Kerala. And he will be discussing his or her research findings under the title Gendered Bodies, a Feministic Critique of the Naxalite Movement in India. So the session is over to Dr. Emily Paul. Please start and take care of the time.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Very good afternoon to everyone. Kindly excuse the wrong name. Issues are joining from my Google account. So
You are,
paper.
ma'am, excuse me, you are not clear. Voice is not clear.
Yes, not clear.
There is echo in your voice.
Okay. Is it clear now?
No, yes, it is not clear.
Okay. So my paper is cited as Gendered Bodies, a Feminist Critique of the Naxalite Movement in India.
Ma'am, you are not audible.
Just a minute.
Okay.
Are you trying to share a PPT?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we are waiting.
Is my screen
Okay, no
visible?
problem. No,
No,
it is
no.
not visible. We don't see nothing. We still don't see nothing.
Okay, just a minute.
Okay.
Okay, it's not working. Anyway, I'm going to read my paper. So my paper is titled as Gendered Body Feminist Naxalite Movement in India. This paper I attempt to closely to most of the Naxalites, namely K. Anjita, Memo, Kela Satsari, memos of a young revolutionary, and
Ma'am,
against
yeah.
Yes, we don't understand
Sorry?
you.
There is
We
some
don't
issue with your microphone. We are
Yes.
not clearly listening you.
Okay.
Yeah. When you say okay, we understand you. When you start to present, we don't understand you.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Is it clear?
Please
Ma'am.
start.
Okay, it's
Start
clear.
presenting so we will see. Start presenting.
Okay. So I'm going to analyze. I try to analyze two of and
We have a broken voice, ma'am. We have a broken voice.
It's not going. It's not going. Yeah. It's not going. When you say okay, or is it clear, very short, then we understand you. When you start presenting, we don't understand. You have broken voice and some kind of echo or something. I don't know. Can you come closer, maybe closer to the screen or something like that?
Okay. How about now? Am I audible?
You are now always audible when you ask, but when you start presenting, we don't understand you. Please start again.
Okay.
Please.
Let me start my presentation. So my paper attempts to examine the role played by female revolutionaries in the Naxalite movement of the 1960s. Is it clear now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. The writings of female members of the movement provide a deep insight into the aspects like the underlying patriarchy, gender relations that existed within the movement. The Naxalite movement emerged in the 1960s in the heartland of rural Bengal, was an armed peasant uprising which later defined the course of political resistance in India. There is no other movement in the history of independent India that influenced the conscience, politics, and the collective imagination of the nation as an Naxalite movement. Women were inevitably a significant part of the movement, even from its very inception. One cannot think of this movement without thinking of the firebrand female revolutionaries like Shanti Munda, who led the charge with a 15-year-old baby strapped to her back. Joining the movement gave women a renewed sense of pride and a new meaning to their existence. The shift in the role from that of a housewife to that of a revolutionary on the front line, fighting for a social cause, instilled a new vigor in them. This movement helped women to transgress traditional gender roles imposed by a patriarchal world order. And here, the interesting question is to ask whether women received what they wanted from the movement. Was their role appreciated with due respect? So I have divided my paper into 4 parts. On the first part, I am raising issues of the question of gender. Unfortunately, Naxalism in the early days was heavily criticized for its internalized patriarchy and oppression of women. According to Sinha Roy, left politics during the Naxalbari uprising rejected the call for women's rights. Left politics were of the view that feminism was a bourgeois ploy. So the question of gender never came up in the class analysis of the Naxalite ideology. Women in the movement were not allowed to be the frontline fighters, even if they wanted. So there are quotations from both the texts. I'm skipping some of them due to time constraints. But one of the important quotations I would like to read out is from Krishna Bandobadhyay's memoir, where she writes, "We were asked to offer shelter to revolutionaries, give them tea, and carry letters and documents from one place to another. And we had one more responsibility. This was to undergo training as nurses so that we could tend to our injured male comrades and nurse them back to health. We began to feel insignificant." And another quotation from Ajita's memoirs that I was raring to go into the field of action. When would my time come to meet these comrades brimming with revolutionary favor? To see those villagers and to urge them on about the truth that I believed in. But the comrades wanted me to wait for some more time. I felt depressed and disappointed that I was pulled back because I was a woman. So due to their gender identity as a woman, they were denied of their right to be in the forefront of a revolutionary cause. According to Sina Oberoi, in her interviews with a few members of the movement who joined later on, there is a conflicting viewpoint that later on the movement embraced the theory of feminism when the feminist movement rise and it spread across the world. So there was a change in this mentality later on, but at least for the initial time, the beginning period of this movement, there was underlying patriarchy which restricted women from participating actively in this movement. Now, second aspect is that there were double marginalization and double victimization. Contrary to the general image of women as an embodiment of gentleness, women capable of violence are seen as aberrations, abnormal, or exceptions. So during the 1960s and 70s, female members of the Naxalite movement were viewed as the other by mainstream society. So being a woman and a Naxalite put female revolutionaries in a disadvantaged positions. So they were subjected to double marginalization and double oppression. During the initial years of the movement, women were subjected to double oppression. Female members of the movement had to undergo victimization at different levels. I quote, they are the direct victims of the brutalization of security forces as the relatives in brackets, wives, daughters, and mothers of rebels, and hence are continuously threatened, harassed, and tortured in the name of inquiry, as well as raped, killed, and dispersed as subjects of rebellion and relatives of rebels, unquote. Coming to the next point, in her memoir, Ajita gives a detailed account of her ordeals in police custody. While the male comrades received rigorous physical punishment, she received comparatively mild treatment. So coming to the third point, women body becomes a site of shame and embarrassment. So female body is treated in a different way, even if she is under police custody. Four or five policemen gathered around each comrade. They aimed severe blows at the comrade's back, stomach, and chest with the clear intention of injuring the internal organs. In between, they aimed some blows at my stomach and poked me with their lathis. A policeman pressed down the pointed end of his lathi with both his hands on my big toe as ordered by the inspector. I didn't cry out through the pain, though the pain traveled from my toes to the top of my head. Some of them didn't miss the opportunity to molest me. More than physical torture, women were subjected to mental torture and sexual harassment. And Ajita describes an instance where she suffered severe trauma. I was in a sari. I was asked to take it off. Under it, I was wearing trousers. The officer allowed me to keep it on. I didn't understand his intent. They made me remove the woolen jacket too that I was wearing over the blouse. Then I was asked to walk out of the station in trousers and blouse. They made me stand on the platform of the flag staff in the police station courtyard and paraded me to thousands of people who had thronged around. I trembled with humiliation and helplessness. The police proclaimed to the people that I had moved around the forest in this attire with my comrades. The female body and the body image are used by the state and police to shame the female revolutionaries before public. Female body, as I said earlier, becomes a site of shame and embarrassment. Character assassination of female comrades was a strategy employed to tarnish their image and thus invalidate all their intellectual and revolutionary activities. Police custody has never been a safe place for female Naxalites. From the moment of their capture, they are under the constant fear of being raped by the police. Another aspect of my paper is the concept of the approach of love and sexuality within the movement and the party. CPIML's approach to love and sexuality again unfolds a patriarchal bias prevailed among the members of the movement. The movement promoted sexual asceticism as they believed that one needs to control their sexual desires in order to be an ideal revolutionary. Marriage, family, and children were perceived to be hindrances to achieve political goals of the movement. Both Ajita and Krishna Bandobadhyay defied the party leadership defied the movement. They both fell in love with their fellow comrades, and they both married. Though Krishna Bandobadhyay's partner was killed by the police in an encounter, the party considered Krishna to be a martyr's wife, and they insisted her to be like that for the rest of her life. But she defied the party leadership. Ajida also, after the jail term, she married another fellow comrade of her, and both the women defied the leadership in their own ways to exert their agency. So in conclusion, as Naxalism, even though Naxalites live a deviant life, it is still a microcosm of the outer world. All the infirmities of the outer world find an existence in this movement also. So there was underlying patriarchy, gender bias, and from analyzing both the memoirs, it is evident that the movement was not a haven for female revolutionaries, nor a level playing ground as it had promised, at least for the early generation of middle-class female revolutionaries. Yet, both these female revolutionaries try to challenge the patriarchal modes and norms in their own ways in the process of exerting their agencies. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, respected Emily Paul, the PhD research scholar. Your topic, gender, bodies, and feminist critique of the Naxalite movement in India. I like how you divided this in the 4 parts, talking about the questions of the gender. Then I like this mainstream thinking about this double marginalization and double operation. Really great. This third, looking in a woman, describing a woman as a woman's body and all of this, and especially giving this about the love and sexuality. Today, what to say? Amazing day, amazing sessions, full of love, full of novels, drama. I learn a lot. I hear so beautiful stories, and today we are presented really in my session and the session before an amazing work. So I'm really honored and grateful. Thank you. Thank you to all our great presenters. I want to thanks to Dr. Monica, to Dr. Preeti, to Madame Ambika, to Agnit, and to Madame Emily. So keep doing great work, continue doing your research, and I hope that I will have an opportunity to see you again and yes, to read your great researches. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Before concluding this second technical session, my special thanks to our chairperson, Professor Nada Radkovic, for accepting our invitation and being here with us today for evaluating the research articles presented in this technical session. On behalf of the whole organizing team, my heartfelt thanks to Professor Nada Radkovic for sparing her valuable time and honoring us with her presence besides having busy time schedule. Ma'am, once again, thank you. Have a nice day.
And see you in the afternoon. Again, I will be a presenter.
Okay, ma'am. So, and at the end, I am going to hand over this session to our coordinator of this 2 days conference, Professor Ghulam Mohideen, for further proceedings. Professor Ghulam Mohideen.
Thank you, Dr. Salim Ejaz. So first of all, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks. Great thanks to our worthy chairperson, Professor Nada Radkovic from IIU Europe. So in the morning, I was surprised because our keynote speaker, she greeted some people as good morning, and then she greeted some people as good evening. So I felt that it is an international conference, and somewhere we have day, somewhere we have night. Similarly, our chairperson, so she's from outside India. Ma'am, thank you very much. Thank you for your encouraging remarks and for sparing your time to evaluate the papers. And I express my thanks to our program coordinator. So right now, who anchored the session, Dr. Salim Ejaz, HOD Environment Sciences, Government Degree College, Rajpura, Pulwama, J&K, for his beautiful moderation of the session. And my heartfelt thanks to all the presenters who presented their research papers. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Now we will continue with our next technical session third of this day. And for the third technical session, we have so many well knowledgeable speakers, and we have chairperson, and we have a moderator for the third session. It is none other than Professor Ramiz Raja, Head Department of Political Science, Government Degree College, Rajpura, Pulwama, J&K. So I request Professor Ramiz Raja to kindly continue with the third session of technical session of today. Over to Ramiz Saab, Professor Ramiz Raja.
Thank you, Professor Gulamuddin Andrabi Saab. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the two-day international conference on language, literature, and humanities. And thank you for joining us in this virtual technical session. Before we begin, let me briefly introduce the distinguished chairperson who will be guiding us through this session. Our chairperson for this session is Dr. Rigu Magotra, Head Department of English, Government College for Women, Parade, Jammu and Kashmir, India. We're honored to have you with us today to lead our discussions, Madam. Our session addresses different themes, and we have 5 experts who will be sharing their insights and research outcomes within the broader themes of this conference. After the presentations are over, we will open the floor for a few quick questions. Please feel free to use the raise hand feature or type your question in the chat. Now, without any delay, I would like to invite our chairperson, Dr. Rigu Magotra, Madam, to say a few words and officially kick off this session. Over to you, Madam.
First of all, a very good afternoon to everyone. And thank you so much, Professor Ramiz. I think I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are clearly audible.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Professor Ramiz, for introducing me. And my name is Ritu. It's R-I-T-U. It's not Rigu.
Correction,
So, yeah, I won't be taking much of the time because if I'm not mistaken, the session was about to start around about 1 o'clock. So I entered many a times and then took exit because already the second technical session was going on. And it was nice listening to even speakers from that session. So in this technical session, we have 5 speakers. And I think we are going to enjoy their presentations since like some of them, they are research scholars pursuing PhD, along with that assistant professors from various universities. So not taking much of the time so that our session, it can be finished well in time. I'd like to introduce our very first speaker, Dr. Sirista J. Meenas, Assistant Professor, University, Department of Anthropology, Ranchi. And the topic for the day is Kandawara Biri, a Kuruk tale of sun and moon. And one thing to all the presenters during the session, please, since time is constrained, so limit your presentations to 7 to 8 minutes. I think you all have really worked hard for it to make your presentations, to be a part of this conference. But we are really sorry that time is the limit and we have to adhere to it. So we'd like to welcome our very first participant, Dr. Sirista J. Meenas.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A very good afternoon to one and all. My name is Sariska J. Minch, serving as assistant professor in the University Department of Anthropology, Ranchi University, Ranchi. I'm here to present my paper on Chando Arabiri, a Kuruk tale of sun and moon. Kuruk language belongs to the Dravidian linguistic family, specifically the North Dravidian speech family. It is the mother tongue of Urao community. The Urao people address themselves as Kurkers while speaking in Kuruk language, and never as Uraos. The language has its script named Tolong Siki. Tolong refers to the piece of cloth worn by the males. The script got official recognition by the state of Jharkhand in the year 2007. The Uraos are Adivasi community residing in the area of Jharkhand, West Bengal, Assam, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, and Madhya Pradesh. The life of the tribals are interwoven with nature. The colorful way of life is beautifully reflected in their folklores. Folklore is derived from two words, folk and lore, former meaning people and latter meaning knowledge. Thus can simply be understood as wisdom or knowledge of people. The term was first coined by William John Thomas, a British antiquarian, in 1846. Folklore comprises of myths, legends, tales, riddles, proverbs, and chants. It is transmitted orally from one generation to another. The study of folklores provides an opportunity to have an insight of the tribal cognitive knowledge. Thus, under this purview, my paper, Chandu Arabiri, a Kuruk tale of sun and moon, is being presented. Undul Chandu Birin Kurti Onage Nyota, Chicha. This is actually a Kuruk tale. Kuruk is a language spoken by the Urao community. One day, the moon, Chandu, invited the sun, Biri, for a meal. The food was so good that the sun was compelled to ask, Eid Indra Racha, what was it? Can you serve me again? She blushed and answered, Abra Hurmi Ingda Bagarim Rachal, meaning, they were all my children. I killed them and prepared the meal for you. The sun replied, Kore Auntie, well then, my children would be as good as yours. Saying this, he left and killed all his children. Thus, when he began to eat, he found it wasn't tasty at all. And then he realized that he was cheated. He came down in rage to punish the moon. However, the moon saw him coming and hid herself behind the mango tree. The sun, with the dhare tari, meaning sharp sword, sliced her and cursed her, saying, Akku mean ujna gutti chakta khadin uye, meaning, now you shall keep the wound on yourself throughout your life. You will try to get cured every month, but as soon as you think you are all right, the cut will reappear and will go on increasing. Thus, from that time, moon always stays away from the sun and appears only when she knows that he is gone to sleep. So this is a tale from the Kuruk community to understand the astronomical bodies, that is the sun, moon, and the stars. To conclude, this tale exhibits the understanding of lunar phases, that is new moon, crescent, first quarter, full moon, and others. Secondly, the reason why moon only illuminates at night when sun sets. So as we observe that when sun is there, we cannot see moon, right? So moon is actually glowing at night. So according to the folk tale of this Urao community, the reason behind is that because of this story, because she compelled the sun to kill the children, and because the sun cursed her, that is why, because of this reason, she only comes at night when sun is not there, in order to hide herself from sun's anger. And thirdly, over here, moon is female and sun is male. Sun has no children, while moon has protected all her children in the form of stars. So this particular folktale is not only this does not only serve as a mere source of entertainment for young children of the Urao community, but also provides an understanding as to view the world. This provides a worldview to understand why lunar phases occur, why there is a print, or rather say, which we say, the marks on the moon. not because there are the real reasons behind it, but because she hid herself behind the mango tree and she was sliced by the sun. So this was a short story from the Purao folklore. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Srista. In fact, first of all, I'd like to congratulate you the way you presented it. But if it could have been a PowerPoint presentation, I think we would have enjoyed it more. But the way you described it, it was very interesting. In fact, when I was going through this whole schedule, especially talking about your topic, I was finding it a little bit tough to pronounce the very first word. So I just Googled it, and then now I came to know about the pronunciation, that is Chandu, if I'm not mistaken. I hope you'll correct me.
Yes, ma'am. It is Chandu, like Chand,
Okay.
Chandu. Yes, ma'am.
Chand, yeah, okay. So that's
So
why, since no doubt that Kurak, it's a Dravidian speaking ethno-linguistic group which is inhabiting Chota Nagpur plateau, right?
yes, ma'am.
Uh,
Yes, ma'am.
so that's why, in fact, the story, it was very interesting. The way you presented it, I really liked it. It was a different kind of a folk tale. So that's why I just focused on that. If it could have been a PowerPoint presentation, we all could have enjoyed it more. But still,
Thank you.
it was a wonderful effort, and moreover, it was a different kind of topic which you worked on. So thank you so much, Dr. Srista. Thanks to you once
Thank you so
again.
much, ma'am. I'll definitely take that suggestion into consideration. Next time, I'll try my best to put
Yeah.
up PowerPoint presentation. Thank you so much,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you. Now, next in the row, we have Dr. Shehzad Ahmed, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Gandhi Fyazim College, Shahjahanpur. And the topic is Diasporic and Dalit Consciousness in Rohinton Mysteries, a Fine Balance. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon, all of you, and thank you for organization. Am I audible? Hello? Hello.
Hello. Yes, Dr. Shehzad.
I am audible, ma'am.
Yeah, you are audible.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ma'am. Should I start?
Yeah.
Should I start?
Definitely. Yeah, start.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. I am Dr. Shehzad Ahmed, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Gandhi Faiz-e-Aam College, Shahjahanpur. That is a district in UP. My topic is Diasporic and Dalit Consciousness in Rohinton Mysteries, a Fine Balance. Okay, now I start my paper. It is well known Rohinton mystery belongs to the group of the emigrant writers who have been cut off from their ethnic roots. He was born on 3rd of July 1952 in the metro city Bombay and spent 23 years of his life there before he emigrated to Canada in 1975. It is an irresistible challenge for a diasporic writer to write about his or her lost homeland on the basis of memory. Okay. It is indeed remarkable that an immigrant can produce the effect of insider as well as outsider in detail that is engraved only in his memory. In fact, any writer who writes about his homeland from the outside must necessarily deal in broken mirrors, some of whose fragments have been irretrievably lost. When one enters into the domain of Mysteries of Fine Balance, one finds that it is a great piece of work for its diasporic and Dalit consciousness. The writer does not feel any peril while reflecting on the harsh realities of Indira Gandhi's India, especially especially during the time of emergency. Without any inhibition, he throws light on the predatory politics of corruption, tyranny, exploitation, violence, and bloodshed prevailed in Indian society. Mystery sounds the voice of voiceless or marginalized who had been the subject to injustice and cruelty in the hegemonic society controlled by the upper caste people. In fact, he seems to be the well aware of the sufferings and tortures of the society. It is worth appreciating that Mystery has the ability to revise the history of his lost homeland, his Parsi community, and his family with the help of his strong diasporic consciousness. The novel, A Fine Balance, opens with a train journey and comes to an end with an epilogue 1984, with Mrs. Deena Dalal closing door having completed her journey of woman emancipation and self-realization. The study of the novel also shows that it represents the socio-political and cultural turmoil of post-independent era by dealing with the lives of common Indians. It is also worth noting that Mystery gains a remarkable feat by mixing historical slices with the personal lives of the Indian people. In this way, he makes a good attempt to draw a realistic picture of India by weaving together the four worlds. In the fabric of the novel, with the help of four major characters, Deena Dalal, Ishwar Darji, and his nephew Om Prakash and Manak Kohla, the reader come across with the very first world that belongs to Deena Dalal. It is completely middle class urban world. Ma'am, I am audible? Hello?
Continue, Shehzad. You're audible.
She is pretty widow in her 40s and her refusal to remarry has pushed her into hot water. She has to face all kinds of challenges to survive in society. Her real brother too ill treats her and expects from her even to polish his shoes. But she is not ready to bow before the dominating brother who tries to control her future by imposing his traditional belief that a female's role is only domestic and marriage is the best option for her to survive in society. She is forced to stop her matriculation studies to do the household chores. It can be found out that she is beaten very badly by her brother when she wants to cut her long tresses. In fact, Mystery brings out the gender discrimination so rampant in Indian society in its true color. In male dominated society, females have to live very poor and miserable life, and they have to keep silence, ignoring all the injustice done to them. But Tina Dalal attracts the attention of the readers because she is a new woman. Her behavior is worth appreciating, very remarkable when she lost her husband. We can quote the following lines from the novel to mark her dignified behavior. No wailing, no beating the chest or tearing the hair like you might expect from a woman who had suffered such a shock, such a loss. Now, the second world that has been painted by the novelist belongs to the to Dalit like Dukhi Mochi, Rupa, Narayan, Ishwar, and Om Prakash. It is well known that the people of this community have been the subject of great tortures and suffering due to the caste based discrimination in society. They have been the target of abuse, humiliation, and exploitation by the upper caste people. In fact, Mystery's Dalit consciousness is worth appreciating. He does not have any discouragement when he shows Dalits are offended, mistreated, and tyrannized under a false and orthodox manic of caste system. It out that Dalit community suffers a lot in the novel when Buddhu's wife denied to go to the field with Jamidar's sons. She is humiliated by cutting off her hair and making her nude. Here we are reminded the recent incident in Manipur where two ladies were made nude. The third world that mystery presents belongs to Manek Kohla, a student. Through this world, the writer paints the students' community who suffers very much due to the corruption prevailed there. It is worth noting that mystery brings out the evils prevailed in the campus of Indian colleges and universities through the through the world of the students. Avina's death reminds us the politics prevailed among the students. The fourth world that belongs to that has been painted by the writer is the world of Rajaram, who immigrated to Bombay because of bad times in their native place. It is a pity that these people failed to find home there despite numerous efforts. Thus, history's novel thus the lives of the dwellers in Bombay symbolize the anguish, pain, and anxiety and restlessness of people cut off their native land. It is true that the underprivileged section of Bombay do not possess even 1 square of land to pass their life with ease and comfort. No doubt, Mystery's vision in fine balance is marked by pessimism and despair, but his diasporic and Dalit consciousness is really remarkable, and the novel stands as a faithful rendering of reality. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shehzad, for your nice presentation. In fact, I think if most of you must have gone through this novel, Fine Balance. So it's like Dr. Shehzad, he has already told us that it's the story about four different characters who are living and working in an overcrowded kind of city. But what they are trying to do, they are desperately trying to survive in the face of that intense hardship. In fact, the character which you talked about, Dina, right? So no doubt
Yes.
it's an intense kind of personality. So your presentation, it was a mixture of the growing awareness of the Dalits when they were struggling about their identity crisis and the status in a rigid class society. So it was a nice presentation. So thank you so
Thank you very
much, Dr. Shehzad.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay. I think the next presentation we all are going to enjoy a lot because for the reason that I think most of us, we have read Chitra Banerjee's The Mistress of Spices. And I think some of you must have watched this movie also. So moving on to our next participant, we have Himadri Shekhar Datta, Assistant Professor, St. Xavier's College, Maharodumka. And the topic for the day is The Mistress of Spices, an insight into Deva Karuni's women. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am, and good afternoon to all of you. And I hope I do justice to this paper already. I think
Yeah,
lots of
definitely you
expectations.
do because it's
I,
going to be very interesting,
yeah,
right?
I'll try to do my best, ma'am. Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am. Yeah, basically, I have tried to base my arguments on this novel and also some of the popular notions related to Orientalism. And this is the approach I tried to have here. So yeah, as ma'am said that this is one of the very popular novels, and one of the major reasons of the popularity is also perhaps the cinematic version, which maybe reached more people than the novel at the same time. So in a very nutshell, actually, for those who have read and also not read, it is about a woman of Indian origin, Tilottama. Tilo, she's named in the novel. So she has a shop, a store of Indian spices right in the heart of America, and she is using those spices and other very this indigenous Indian kinds of spices and other herbs, we can say, for curing people. So it's more like a, we can say, not like a spice shop, but more of a medical center, or that is at least the expectations of the people who are her regular customers and those who come to her shop daily. So apart from the other parts of the narrative, mainly we see that there is a great curiosity, reverence, and excitement within the people who come there. And they say that your medicinal spices, your spices that you make, have a very special charm which heal us of the various problems, ailments, and they are maybe more effective than the various things we have been consuming so far. So the inherent idea which I've argued here is this East-West dialectics that have been a major part of post-colonial studies and also Orientalism. So this idea of the other, the Orient, and so far the view regarding India, or this exotic, this mysterious, and also somewhere maybe not very positive expectations or views from the Western perspective. So that is maybe challenged here. And one more thing that adds to the beauty, that it is a woman who is coming up to this empowered self. So from that state of the status of the other, we see that there is a woman from India who's not even maybe formally educated, who belongs to if you look at her origin in the novel, she belongs to the very heart of nature, the real, actual, the indigenous people who have lived, who have been born within the very, we can say, remotest parts of the nation. So it is maybe the woman at the extreme margin who is now settled at the extreme, we can say, heart of the Western culture, which is the, we can say, heart of the self in this Oriental dialectic. So there she is, we can say, actually ruling, reigning, and in it is from this perspective also we can add that, say, it is not only the Western but consumers, but is also the men who are coming. So and Western man, the self, is coming to the feminine other from the extreme, we can say, second, third world nation, as generally uh, thought in this discourse. So this is very interesting. The writer Devakaruni herself belongs to India, now settled in America. So somewhere we have a very good first-hand experience of our own uh, cultural association with the nation. So this is a very interesting story that we see, and the way she is able to charm, and it's a very, it's this real idea of the exotic can be found in this novel. And this we can say reversal of the ideologies, and she's very respected in her place. She has a store in one of the central spaces, and she's a much respected lady. She's almost treated as, we can say, almost like a reverend divine or deity. And so this is one of the main things which I try to argue here. And actually, this is the second part of the paper. In the first part, I had talked about the concept of this Victorian angel in the house, which I carefully omitted from the title so that it goes short. So I actually, this is a comparative discussion on how from this 19th century ideal concept of the angelic woman who is supposed to be always uh, say homely, who's supposed to not step out into the world outside. So from that we see in the East, in the maybe next century, 20th century, or even in the 21st century, we see a woman who is not say, sitting at home, but who is an independent earner herself, who is managing her own store, who is earning her own money, and who is yeah, money, because the economic financial independence matters a lot when it comes to the concept of empowerment. So she is an independent earner, she's an independent self, and she's coming out of this, you can say, this various restrictions that maybe consciously, unconsciously we are imposing. So these are some of the ideas I wanted to share in brief. So those who have read the novel could associate with this, and I would suggest that not only this, all the other novels by Chitra Banerjee are presenting a very fine insight into this Indian culture, and this entire concept can also be found in recent novels. So I'd like to sum up like this without taking much time. So I would welcome comments and more suggestions. Thank you. I'd like to stop here.
Thank you so much, Professor Himadri, for your wonderful insights. In fact, your perspective of this novel, it was very, very interesting. And as I've already said, that it's a very interesting novel, and most of them must have read. In fact, it's a classical work of magic realism. I'm talking about that particular character, Tilotma. uh, like when we move through this whole of the novel, our heart, it really goes with this particular character, no? So it's a
Yeah.
tale of both joy, talking about the sorrows, and talking about especially this one particular woman's magical powers.
Yeah.
And the way you presented it, your perception, your perspective, it was very interesting. In fact, you were saying that it was a kind of a comparison. So I haven't gone through your first paper, which maybe you have presented talking about the same novel. But thank you so much, Professor Himadri. It was nice listening to you. Thank you. Okay. So our fourth participant is M. Mariam Hazina, pursuing PhD in Bharat Institute of Higher Education and Research, Chennai, Tamil Nadu. And the topic, it's a little bit different, and moreover I think it's going to be something new for us. Transition in the vampire folklore. It's a comparison of the vampires from Bram Stoker's Dracula and Annie Rice's Interview with a Vampire. So moving on to M. Mariam Hazina. Do we have this participant? Am I audible? M. Mariam Hazina. No? Professor Ramiz? Professor Ramiz, are you there? Then I think without wasting much of the time, we should move on to our next participant, Mamta Chaudhary, research scholar, Department of Languages, Integral University, Lucknow. And the topic is portrayal of poverty and deprivation as a curse of society in Kamla Markandeya's A Handful of Rice. Over to Mamta Chaudhary.
Good afternoon, one and all. Ma'am, may I present my PPT?
Sure. That will be much more interesting. Welcome, ma'am.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. Mama. Mama. Mama.
Hello, Professor
Ma'am, wait,
Mamta.
wait.
We are
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, presenting. One sec.
okay. Okay. Sure, sure.
Ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
And is my screen
Yeah,
visible?
we are able to see your screen.
Okay, so here my paper presentation title is Portrayal and Deprivation as a Curse of Society in Kamla Markandeya's A Handful of Rice. Now, about an author, Kamla Markandeya. She was born on 23 June 1924 and she belongs to an elite Brahmin family. She occupies a prominent position in Indian English fiction. In 1948, she was married to a British journalist and migrated to Britain for forever. But she continued her writing and she wrote many novels. Her first novel, Nectar in a Sieve, that was a best seller and cited as an American Library Association notable book. She also wrote many novels like Some Inner Fury, A Silence of Desire, Possession, The Coffer Dams, Two Virgins, and many more novels she wrote. But basically, she is known for depicting realistic pictures for rural and urban Indian societies. Now, coming back to my novel, that is Handful of Rice, which was published in 1966. And she has described about the post-independent youth, that is Ravi Shankar. He's a protagonist of this novel who elopes to a city to raise himself from the web of poverty. He has a spent poor village life which is full of sufferings and with no opportunities. He wants to improve his life and wants to move from this miseries. So he decides to bring change by taking shelter in the city. The hero, that is Ravi, visits to the city with the accumulated bale of dreams. He realized that urban and rural areas are same for poor people. So there, the indifferent, cruel, and harsh streets of the city took him to the underworld gang of criminals. He also over there he comes under the influence of criminal gang. That name is Damodar, and with Damodar, who does all the illegal and unlawful acts. So after that, now here his life take a twisting turn when he met Appu. Once it happens that in a drunken state he forcefully enters in the house of Appu and he asked for food as he was starving. Ravi met Nalini, daughter of Appu, who wishes to marry her because she was very beautiful. Anyhow, they both got to managed to marry, and now Ravi left dishonesty and moves on the path of honesty. And he left Damodar. Now he joins as apprentice at Appu's tailor shop and spent honest life. Ravi was spending for betterment of his life and trying hard to fulfill his desires like other rich people. He also wanted to have house of his own, bed to sleep, saris for his beautiful wife Nalini. But his expectation, everything was crushed as he burst into a rage of anger when he realized that these poor people are being exploited by rich people. Owners, they pay only 80 rupees for dozen of clothes which they used to stitch, which was costing 125 rupees per cloth. He tried to raise his voice against this injustice happening to these poor class people, but Appu stopped him by giving concern of his family and the fear of losing job. He kept quiet, and but poverty was proving curse to him as his condition was deteriorating day by day. He was even unable to afford medicines, milk for his child, means he was totally deprived of basic necessities of life. He undergoes various socio-economic exploitation. Later in this story, there was more to come on his shoulders when Appu died, who was a firm pillar for his family. Now, what happened? Ravi broke economically. His all struggle, hard work results in alienation. There was dilemma. There was dilemma created by social structure. social, basically iniquities of government, humiliation by these rich people, corruption, and he was deprived from the basic rights. Actually, as Karl Marx, the German philosopher, has already discussed regarding the capitalist society, where workers are deprived of their rights and are given and are not given the proper wages, and poor were alienated. So here, before moving more, I would like to discuss the definition of alienation. Basically, alienation is estrangement, where people are separated from itself or community, which affects as a whole. It is not just a concept, but a social phenomenon that affects human living in the society. This concept was developed by Karl Marx in his economic and philosophical manuscripts in 1844. And this idea he took from G.W.F. Hegel. And basically, alienation arises from private labor, from commodity production in the bourgeois society. He has talked about alienation, that it is of people suffer from four type of alienation, means workers suffer four type of alienation. That is alienation from the product produced, alienation from self or human potential, and the next is alienation from the production produced, and the last from species, means from the community. Now here, by means I would like to conclude that poverty gives birth to various causes. It compels person to adopt wrong path or to die starving. But here, the protagonist of this novel has chosen honesty. The story starts with the pangs of hunger and ends with alienation. Ravi Shankar ultimately fails in establishing his identity and survival, but crushed by socio-economic oppression and becomes a victim of alienation. Basically, my concluding points will be this paper. This presentation throws light on that particular section of people who are being exploited in the society. And the impact of poverty gives a tragic end. This novel is the depiction of grim poverty, hunger, and deprivation. Basically, the social structure is somewhere responsible for exploitation of these weaker ones, where rich exploits poor ones, and by exploiting them, they are becoming richer. And in contrast, poor are moving towards poverty, as already depicted. To represent this underwent voices, I've tried to depict these sufferings and miseries through my hero, the character Ravi, from this novel A Handful of Rice by Kamla Markandeya. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Thank you so much, dear, for your wonderful presentation. In
Thanks,
fact, the way you presented, there was like clarity of expression and thought, and no doubt everybody is in search of identity. And talking about the portrayal of poverty and deprivation in A Handful of Rice, the way you took that main character, and in fact, it was not that much explicit, but still, Mamta, we really enjoyed your presentation.
Thanks a lot,
In
ma'am.
fact, most of the things, they were clear. In fact, I liked all the four presentations, but in fact, this one, transition in the vampire folklore, because I was really looking forward to listening to this particular presentation. In fact, all the four speakers, starting with Dr. Surishta, Dr. Shehzad, Professor Himadri, and talking about Professor Mamta, all the your presentations, they were well thought of, presented in a very nice manner, and the most wonderful thing was that it was interesting, and you took care of the time, which was very, very necessary. So thank you once again. So maybe in the times to come, definitely we'll be listening to much more such kind of research works. They were like wonderful insights, very, very interesting. Not a single moment of boredom. And I'd also like to thank the organizers for giving me a chance to chair this particular session. Thank you, everyone. Now it's for rest of the audience if they have any kind of questions.
If any participant is having any question regarding the different presentations that have been presented so far in this session,
Hello?
he or she can, yes, he or she can unmute his or her mic and can ask her question or his question.
The voice is not audible.
Sir, your voice is not audible. It's not very much audible.
So I am saying if any respected participant is having any question regarding the technical session, regarding any of the presentations that have been presented during this technical session, he or she.
I don't think we are able to listen to you, sir.
Yes, if anybody has any question, so please raise your hand or directly ask your question or any comments you have, so kindly put forward. I think we don't have any questions. So, Professor Ramiz Raja, I think we don't have any questions from the audience. So, you may just propose vote of thanks.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So thank you, Dr. Ritu Magotra, madam, for your insightful observations. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our scheduled presentations for this session. We appreciate the engaging discussions and insightful presentations we have witnessed today. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our chairperson, Dr. Ritu Magotra, madam, for guiding us through this session. Thank you all for being a part of this enriching session. Wishing you a wonderful continuation of the conference. Have a great day. Thank you, everybody. And thank you. Over to Professor Gulamuddin Andabi sir for further proceedings.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So I express my heartfelt gratitude and thanks to Dr. Ritu Magotra, Professor, Head, Department of English, Government College for Women, Jammu.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For your active participation and your valuable comments. And actually, the session was run by your good self, so it was very nice. Actually, you acted as a moderator for the session. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I thank also all the participants, the research scholars who presented their scholarly papers. And my special thanks to the session moderator, Professor Ramiz Raja, Head Department of Political Science, Government Degree College, Rajpura, Pulwama, J&K. Thank you, sir. So with this, the technical session second is over, technical session third. Now we are starting our next technical session. Please kindly mute your mic. We are starting technical session 4. And in this session, our chairperson is Dr. Dipali Sharma Bhandari, Assistant Professor and Head Department of English, Government Degree College, Barali, Sirmaur, Himachal Pradesh, India. And in this session, we have, I think we have five. We have 5 research scholars who will be presenting their papers. And for this session, our moderator is Professor Nahida Shafi, Assistant Professor Education, Government Degree College, Rajpura, Pulwama, J&K. So I hand over this proceedings to Professor Nahida Shafi, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 4th technical session of the 2-day International Conference on Language, Literature, and Humanities. And thank you for joining us in this virtual technical session. Before we begin, let me briefly introduce the distinguished chairperson who will be guiding us through this session. Our chairperson for this session is Dr. Dipali Sharma Bhandari, Assistant Professor and Head of Department English, Government Degree College, Bareilly, Sirmaur, Himachal Pradesh, India. We are honored to have you with us today to lead our discussions. Our session addresses different themes, and we have 5 experts who will be sharing their insights and research outcomes within the broader themes of this conference. And each presentation will be followed by short question and answer session. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite our chairperson, Dr. Deepali Sharma Bandari ma'am, to say few words and officially kick off this session. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Dipali Bandari. I'll be moderating the session and presiding also. Before starting, because already we have become very late, so I would request the presenters to please stick to the time limit, which is 8 minutes, so that we can have a small time for discussions also. I also request the presenters who are using PPTs to please keep them ready on their devices. Now we have 6 presentations in this session. I hope all of them are here. The first presentation is by Dr. Nanduri Rajgopal, Associate Professor, Department of English, Additional Research Director, and Director, Center for Tribal Literature of America, Central University of HP. I invite Dr. Gopal to please take the mic. And
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ma'am, Deepali ma'am, your picture comes in tilted form. There may be some problem with mobile or this speaker. Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I hope it's okay now.
आदरणीय अध्यक्षा महोदय का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ. I've been told telephonically that I have to limit my lecture within the time. I'm today I'll be talking about Afghan literature. Basically, the present day Afghan, what we know, I'm going to talk about that, but just give you a brief idea about the history. Rather, Dahir Sen was the person from Bharat. Well, Afghan was at that time a part of greater Bharat, way back in 7th century BC. And Dahir Sen was the person who ruled over this area, which was known as Sapta Sindhu Kshetra, between 695 to 712 before Christ. And during his time, literature, art, architecture, all that excelled. But now I'm coming back to the present times of Afghan. My topic today is traversing complex perspectives, intersectionality in Afghan literature. You know, Afghan literature is a collection of diverse stories and poems that show the deep emotions and experiences of Afghan people. It has a long history dating back to the 8th century when Persian poetry influenced Afghanistan. Famous poets like Rumi created beautiful poems about love and spirituality. However, during the time of the Taliban, creativity and literature were suppressed, and few people paid attention to them. And thankfully, in the 21st century, things changed and writers came back with powerful stories that capture the essence of Afghanistan. Khalid Hosseini, for that matter, is one such writer who gained global recognition for his moving stories about the strength of the Afghan people amid adversity. Despite the ups and downs throughout history, Afghan literature always shows the strength of humanity in the face of difficult circumstances. My paper is going to examine the portrayal of intersectionality within Afghan literature, mainly focusing on the multifaceted identities and power dynamics depicted by Afghan authors. Through an analysis of some selected works, including Khalid Hosseini's The Kite Runner, Nadia Hashmi's the pearl that broke its shell, and Atiq Rahimi's Earth and Ashes. The study reveals how these authors, they navigate the complex intersections of race, class, gender, religion, and nationality. The analysis uncovers the nuanced perspectives offered by these Afghan authors and, of course, Afghan literature as well, showcasing the diverse experiences of Afghan women, ethnic minorities, lower socioeconomic groups, and LGBTQ plus community. The findings illustrate that Afghan literature serves as a platform for challenging stereotypes, addressing social issues, and promoting dialogue. By shedding light on the intricate layers of intersectionality, this research highlights the transformative potential of literature in shaping a more inclusive and emphatic society. What I'm trying to do in this research paper is the paper basically, it employs a qualitative approach, conducting an in-depth analysis of prominent Afghan literary works by examining both fiction and, of course, non-fiction sources as well. The study identifies recurring themes, motives, and narrative strategies used by Afghan authors to depict intersectionality. This analysis is based on close reading and interpretation of key texts. For analysis of text, I've taken few authors and their work. First, Khalid Hosseini's The Kite Runner. Hosseini's seminal work, The Kite Runner, it presents a compelling intersectional narrative by exploring complex power dynamics through the lens of gender and social status. The protagonist, Amir, grapples with the intersections of gender expectations, cultural norms, and societal pressures as he seeks redemption and confronts his privilege as an Afghan man. Second, Nadia Hashmi's The Pearl That Broke Its Shell. In this novel, Hashmi delves into the intersections of gender, culture, and identity through the experiences of Afghan women. The story follows the lives of two women, Rahima and Shakiba, who navigate the challenges of being women in a patriarchal society. By intertwining their stories across generations, Hashimi unveils the complex intersections of traditional gender roles, cultural expectations, and the struggle for autonomy. Third, I've taken for my study Atiq Rahimi's Earth and Ashes. Rahimi's poignant novella explores the devastating consequences of war on Afghan families. Through the story of Dastagir, a father searching for his son amid the ruins of war, Rahimi provides a stark portrayal of the intersections between nationality, class, and human experience of loss and displacement. The novella emphasizes the universality of pain and resilience beyond divisions of race, religion, and social status. The this paper, concludes that Afghan literature serves as a powerful medium to explore and understand the complexities of intersectionality. By examining the selected works of Khalid Hosseini, Nadia Hashmi, and Atiq Rahimi, this research highlights the ways in which Afghan authors incorporate diverse perspectives and shed light on the nuanced intersections of gender, race, class, religion, and nationality. The analysis demonstrates the transformative potential of literature to challenge dominant narratives and cultivate empathy and understanding across diverse identities. As such, this research aims to inspire further exploration and recognition of intersectionality in Afghan literature, contributing to broader discussions on identity, power, and social justice. This is what I'm going to do in this paper. Just a brief information. I hope that more and more people will come and they will work on Afghan literature as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Khalid Hussaini, of course, is the precursor, let us say, for me, because with him I started reading Afghan literature. And his Kite Runner, as well as his Thousand Splendid Suns, they have, shown us that intersectionality that you have been talking about. I would definitely love to read the next other like writers whom you are referring to. I congratulate you on this presentation.
Esteemed Chairperson, I have a submission as coordinator.
Yes.
The list of research scholars presenting their papers in this fourth session, what has been provided to us. So we have 5 participants. Number 1 was Dr. Dipti Tiwari.
Yes, but this presentation was added at the last moment.
So
it came to.
That means we have 6 participants.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
we
sir.
have 6 participants. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Actually, I was a little bit uneasy. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, no problem. So I invite the next presenter, Dr. Deepti Tiwari, Assistant Professor from RIE NCRT Ajmer, to introduce her presentation and carry on with it. Please stick to the time limit. Thank you so much. Dr. Deepti Tiwari is here. So let's move on to the next presenter, Aviti Lata, who's a research scholar from Christ University, Bangalore. Aviti, are you here?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Please carry on. Introduce your presentation and go on. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Hello, ma'am. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Hello. Hello, everyone. I am Aviti Lata, a research scholar from the Department of English, Christ University, Bangalore. And my topic is the shadow of rejection in Sula, the ambiguous, indifference, regressive or progressive. So my presentation outline is introduction, research gap, aims and objectives, method, definitions, shadow of rejection, indifference in Sula, and conclusion. So here, let me introduce my topic. This topic speaks about this is an interdisciplinary study aimed to comprehensively examine the diverse forms of rejection experienced by characters in Sula, whether stemming from cultural norms, societal pressures, or familial dynamics. It also seeks to understand how these rejections contributed to the development of indifference as a coping mechanism.
Aviti Lata, please go full screen so that we can see your presentation properly.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, sure. Okay, is it okay, ma'am?
Thank you.
Yeah. So by drawing parallels between the characters' experiences of rejection and the contemporary struggles of inequality, discrimination, and disconnection, this research seeks to highlight the enduring relevance of the themes portrayed in Sula to present-day societal challenges. The study further intends to delve into the psychological concept of the shadow as formulated by Carl Jung and its in manifestation in the character's indifference. By examining the impact of rejection on the psyche and its subsequent projection as indifference, the research aims to uncover the deeper layers of character development. An essential objective of this research is to investigate whether the character's indifference reflects the regressive societal attitudes thereby perpetuating negative cycles, or whether it contributes to instigating progressive change by challenging established norms. This paper further analyzes the implications of indifference resulting from the shadow of rejection, seeks to provide a nuanced lens of understanding how individual reaction to adversity can influence broader societal in transformation. And finally, this research focuses to unravel the intricate interplay between individual experiences, societal dynamics, and transformational changes. By doing so, it seeks to offer insights into how narratives like Sula can serve as a microcosm of larger societal shifts. So the terms, because I'm using an interdisciplinary study, so we have to be thorough with this. So I thought of introducing some of the terms, key terms that I'm using for my research. So the psyche consists of conscious and unconscious. So the psyche influences all human beings. The psyche has the images imprinted and deposited in the unconscious mind and representing collected images, and these later develop into archetypes. Archetypes are the psychic contents that haven't reached the conscious mind. So the shadow, what is the shadow? Shadow is the negative side of the personality, the sum of all those unpleasant qualities an individual like to hide, together with the insufficiently developed functions and the contents of the personal unconscious. So what is collective and personal shadow? The darker side of the personality, collective and personal shadows are intertwined. The collective projections of social evils are collective shadows, commonly projected by all. Personal shadow is the suppressed characteristic of the individual, the sum that an individual likes to hide. So the definition of rejection is act of refusing or feeling rejected according to the dictionary meaning, and according to Leary's perspective on rejection as active dislike of one's peers. Liking rejection to disappointment, sadness, linking rejection to disappointment, sadness, depression, and self-doubt are some of the definitions of rejection. So actually, what is the shadow that I'm going to use, apply to this theory, to this paper? So according to Carl Jung, the shadow is a concept within his theory of analytical psychology that refers to the unconscious and often hidden aspects of an individual's personality. These aspects include feelings, desires, impulses, and traits that the individual considers undesirable, socially unacceptable, or even unknown to themselves. The shadow represents the parts of ourselves that we suppress, deny, or disown due to societal norms, personal values, or cultural conditioning. Jung believed that these suppressed elements do not disappear. Instead, they become part of the unconscious mind and can influence our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors in subtle and sometimes unexpected ways. The shadow can exert its influence on our lives through projections where we can unconsciously attribute these hidden qualities to others rather than acknowledging them within ourselves. So now coming to the shadow of rejection in Sula, the masterpiece of Morrison Sula orbits around the people in bottom, Medellin. The novel delves into the three generations of women in the Peace family, Eva Peace, Hannah Peace, and Sula Peace, and additionally the shared relationship and friendship between Sula and Nell and their odysseys. The novel Sula reflects the life of a black community trapped in black inferiority, signifying the marginalization, undervaluation, and dehumanization by the traditionally dominated whites, whose vision is limited by the legacy of racial oppression. Morrison's exploration of identities reflects the struggles of Black individuals within its racially class-conscious society. As Kimball rightly assumes that Morrison concentrates on the adverse effects on African American in the psychological framework conscious and unconscious racist demeanors that segregate Black people as other. So the deep-rooted hatred for the whites is projected onto Sula, and she becomes the scapegoat for the community's grievances and resentment. Sula's unconstrained independence and the audacity to forge her path, defying societal expectations, symbolically bear the community's weight of the suppressed and repressed attitudes. The shadows of the unconsciously rejected subordination results in the conscious rejection of Sula's indifference. Sorry. Sula's indifference to the society and to herself. So Sula's reflects the mirror image of the community's suppressed desire for freedom and independence, carrying the community's burden. For the community carries within it the realm of unconscious, the shadows of rejection, systematic discrimination, injustice, and unfreedoms in their psyche. So Sula acts as an incentive for the surfacing of the suppressed attitude of the community, reminding them of the existing disparities of the accepted norms and what is genuinely desired beneath the surface. So there is a lot of contradiction between their thought processes and what they project on the surface level. So Sula's experiences as a sense of rejection not only from the community but also from the familial world, that is family, especially from her family. Hannah Peace rejects Sula, and that affects Sula, leaving a psychological scar. That defacement leads to the development of indifference that evokes the contradictory dual responses of destroying peace and establishing freedom. So what is Sula's indifference? Sula's early experiences significantly contribute to her indifference. Growing up in the bottom, a marginalized and isolated African-American community, she faces poverty, neglect, and the early loss of her father. Her mother, Hannah, is known for her carefree lifestyle, often neglecting Sula. This lack of a stable family structure exposes Sula to emotional and psychological challenges that contribute to her developing a sense of detachment from conventional norms. The tragic incident of Chicken Little's death, which Sula inadvertently causes, profoundly affects her. This traumatic event teaches her about the unpredictability of life and the inevitability of death. Instead of reacting with conventional grief, Sula responds with an unsettling calmness. This experience leads her to view death as inevitable and also further distancing herself from societal expectations. Sula's best friend Nell comes from a more traditional family background. However, Sula chooses to challenge societal norms by embracing her own sense of individuality and independence. She rejects the idea that women's identities are solely defined by their friendships with men or their roles as wives and mothers. This non-conformity sets her apart from the rest of the community and fuels her indifference towards conforming the roles. So the bottom's residents view Sula as an outcast due to her unconventional behavior and her disregard for the traditional values. This societal isolation strengthens Sula's detachment from community norms and encourages her indifference. Rather than seeking acceptance, she embraces her outside status, reinforcing her sense of non-conformity. Sula's understanding of love also contributes to her indifference. Her conventional view of love, often devoid of possessiveness or restrictions, stands in stark contrast to societal norms. Her romantic relationship with Ajax exemplifies this. She allows him to come and go as he pleases, defying the expectations of committed relationship. Over time, Sula's indifference becomes a source of empowerment. It gives her a sense of control over her life and allows her to negative a world that has been unkind to her. Rather than being constrained by the limitations of societal norms, Sula uses her indifference as a tool for her self-preservation and self-expression. So the ambiguous indifference, regressive or progressive, is actually the rejection of Sula. The rejection
Aditi,
Sula experiences.
please try to
Please.
conclude within.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
This is the last of slides, and then the conclusion. Okay. The rejection Sula experiences multi-layered, from her early encounters with neglect and loss to her deliberate defiance of societal norms. Sula becomes a symbol of resistance against the confines of her community's expectations. Her perceived indifference can be seen as both regressive and progressive, depending on the lens through which we view it. On one hand, Sula's indifference can be interpreted as regressive, Her detachment from traditional roles and relationship distances her from the warmth and human connections, leaving a trail of broken bonds in her wake. Her indifference towards the consequences of her actions, most notably Chicken Little's death, underscores a disregard for moral responsibility. This sense of detachment might be seen as a retreat from empathy and communal ties, reflecting a potential regression into a self-centered existence. Conversely, Sula's indifference can be seen as a progressive stance by refusing to be defined by societal norms. She challenges the entrenched patriarchy and limited roles assigned to women. Her rejection of conventional notions of love and relationships can be interpreted as an assertion of agency over her own life. Sula's indifference in this light is a radical act of self-empowerment, a declaration that her identity will not be determined by societal approval. So in conclusion, the research concludes that Sula's ambiguous indifference, shaped by the shadow of rejection, is a concept that resists easy categorization as solely regressive or progressive. It embodies the complexity of human nature and the intricate interplay between personal agency and societal constraints. Ultimately, Sula's indifference serves as a literary mirror reflecting nuances of individuality and the evolving definitions of progressiveness. This research further challenges to ponder the boundaries of societal conformity and personal liberation, inviting us to explore the broader implications of indifference in our own lives and society. Thank you.
Thank you. Uh, Sula is something which all of us have read and admired, and your paper shows a depth of psychological study and keen, deep observation on the book and on the character of Sula.
Thank you, ma'am.
So now I invite the next participant, Kika Das, Assistant Professor. Are you here? Then we'll move on to Malini D. Karthik, Research Scholar from Chennai. Malini, are you here?
Yes, ma'am. A very good afternoon, ma'am.
Good
I'm
afternoon.
Malini. Yes, I'm Malini from Pachabas College, Chennai. Can I resume my presentation, ma'am?
Yes, yes, of course. Please carry on with your presentation and please keep in mind the time limit, which is 8 minutes.
Okay.
I should not remind you.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Not yet.
Yes.
Not to me at least.
Yes, it's visible
Yes.
now. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Okay. Good afternoon, one and all. Today, my presentation is titled as a study of different methods of English language teaching using social media. So let me introduce the topic. The definition of social networking sites as from the words of Ellison and Boyd, web-based services that allow individuals to construct a public or semi-public profile within a bounded system, articulate a list of other users with whom they share a connection, and view and transverse their list of connections and those made by others within the system. Why social media in English language teaching? Stereotype methods and teaching material makes learning a monotonous activity. The necessity to deviate from the grand methods and materials to use innovative material and techniques of teaching, social media provides the learner with the possibility of participating in actual real-time relevant conversations. It provides a learner a teaching experience with or without a teacher. Then the relevance of studying various methods of English language teaching using social media. Changing learning landscape, student engagement, real life language usage, global connectivity. A person can be connected wherever they are and when at whatever flexible timing they need. Interactive learning, they can ask questions or they can actually produce content and they can also support other people. Then flexibility in learning. Anytime, anywhere, they can learn a content from accessing social media. Then they can be interactive, skill development, teachers' professional development, and research and innovation. The significance of social media in English language teaching. Social media has transformed the landscape of modern education by providing a dynamic and interactive platform for learning and communication. Social media platforms foster engagement through interactive discussions, forums, and multimedia content. Social media enables collaborative learning experiences where students can work together on projects, they can share various resources, and provide peer feedback. Social media then provides instant access to a vast array of information. Learners can customize their learning, they can connect globally, like I said before, and the real language experiences through YouTube, etc., enables language acquisition. Facility to clarify doubts outside the exact classroom atmosphere. Impact of social media on language learning and teaching. They enhance communication skills, authentic language usage, peer learning, motivation, and cultural exchange. Popular social media platforms for English language teaching. This is Facebook. In Facebook, they create pages, groups where, and they can secure it and make it as a private group for learning. And they can share even visual images, videos, etc. and providing the privacy terms and conditions. In YouTube, nowadays, there are a lot of influencers and classes and private academies which make use of this platform, which is a good visual media used by students across the world. Then Skype, Teams, Zoom. These are actually a virtual mode of teaching, and everyone will be aware of the same during the COVID times. Then blogs. There are written blogs and vlogs, etc., which are also used in language teaching. Then Google Classroom, where students can actually upload their assignments, get feedbacks, then upload surveys, etc. Then Duolingo app. Duolingo app is not only used to learn the language English, but also various other languages in just a click. Then AIs. AIs is the latest addition to the social media world. Then Instagram pages. Instagram pages are created just like Facebook, where they upload visual contents and then they also interact using the direct messages system. Then Google Translation method. Google Translation is not much up to the mark, but they are people who still use Google Translation to learn a new language, and especially in English. Then WhatsApp groups. People actually use video calls and WhatsApp groups to pass on information and make use of it as a learning platform. Then Clubhouse app. People suggest that it is not much effective, but still they use Clubhouse as a means of listening to speeches and collecting information for research purposes, etc. The next is the traditional methods versus English language teaching via social media. To the left, there are the traditional methods. The direct interaction, there is direct interaction in traditional methods. Then structured learning, there's a particular structure to learn a language or any subject in a traditional method. Then there are physical resources like books, notebooks, etc. Then real-time clarifications where there is one-on-one clarification or group discussions. Then the drawbacks include less flexibility, limited exposure, and limited to geographical locations. Like a student cannot come in contact with someone who is living in the other side of the world. But to the right, you see the social media advantages and disadvantages. The first thing is global connectivity. You can connect to any person anywhere in the world using social media. Then flexibility. It's anytime, anywhere you can learn. There is a lot of multimedia usage, a lot of devices come into play. Then personalized learning. You can learn whichever topic you feel like at whatever time. Then potential distractions. This is one of the major drawbacks. There are potential distractions, and there is a parental control as well. And then there is a quality control. Then there is a lack of quick feedback. Then this is a survey which I took when I was back in college almost in a few months back. This is for, I took it for a project, but I couldn't use it, so I brought it here. These are the difficulties faced by students from school and colleges during English classes mainly. Okay, so the maximum is the difficulty they face in usage of grammar and the learning of LRWS skills. Then this is again a survey which was taken for learning about the English skills post-lockdown. Compared to the pre-lockdown, post-lockdown was gave a very bad impact. Then these are the benefits and challenges of learning from social media. Enhanced student engagement and motivation, real-life language exposure, flexible and personalized learning, privacy and safety concerns, digital divide among students, then quality control of online resources. I arrived to the conclusion. The strategies for effective integration of social media in language learning includes clear learning objectives, proper platform selection, structured tasks and activities, monitoring and assessment. And in this case that I have actually had an experience of teaching for a group via Google Meet and Zoom, Skype, etc. Compared to the group in one-on-one teaching, I observed that students, they don't they don't get involved in the lessons and the sessions for after more than say 30 minutes or 40 minutes. And to keep them interactive, we have to use, apart from the given syllabus, a lot of images and other video sessions, etc. Then monitoring and assessment. Regularly, the parents kept a check on their child or on the student about what they were learning. Then I conclude by saying that in the current context, it is important that teachers keep abreast of technological developments and are aware of the skills, both literacy and IT, that each learner possesses. These need to be harnessed and developed further to both engage learners and improve their English language skills. Thus, it is suggested that the integration of social media into classroom practice entails a reconfiguration of roles. The teacher is no longer the sole source of content, and the students are able to shape their learning in ways which align closely with the needs of their daily lives. All the above encourage the user to engage with information in English, reading and writing, both formally and informally. The use of these techniques can act as a bridge to facilitate communication inside and outside the classroom. These devices can, of course, be a powerful teaching and a learning usage too. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's a very interesting and pragmatic kind of a paper, I would say, because these problems we have been facing while in our own classrooms as well. And as you said, there are so many things that we have to keep abreast of, and because of the hybrid mode that has been activated recently, we have to go for, we cannot avoid social media altogether, although it has to be, within a limit. That is what I would suggest. The paper was very well written, well presented. And now I would like to invite the last presenter.
Ma'am, Dipti Tiwari has raised the hand. So,
Dipti
yes.
Tiwari has. Okay.
She has raised
So,
the hand.
Dipti, are you here now? So can we go ahead with your presentation? Dipti, Dr. Dipti Tiwari.
I think they are not responding. So let us go ahead with the next presenter.
Yes, we are. I'm inviting now Muhammad Asif, research scholar from Central University of Karnataka, to introduce his topic and carry on with his presentation. Are you here?
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are. Please carry on. Are you going to present a PPT?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is my screen visible now?
Yes.
Okay. So I thank
Please stick to
the organizers. Yeah, ma'am.
Please stick to the time as we're already running late. We've eaten a lot into the next technical session. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. I thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present the paper. As my paper is titled "Remembering Partition: Unraveling the Complexities of um, uh, Collective Memory and National Memory in Bakshi Silva, Science Cantonment." So, as you know, partition has been one of the most important events, significant events, which has changed the historical course of time, and which has been even affecting still into the present day society, even after the 75 years of independence of India. So, as the abstract is concerned, the recent scholarships in history, literature, and studies has been focused on the artistic and testimonial evidence of lasting sufferings of partition that endured in both material and psychic terms. So, what the paper is going to do is it dwells into the memories recounted by various characters, representing diverse religious, ethnic, and social groups affected by partition. Additionally, the paper explores the tensions and conflicts and the diverse divergence that emerges within the individual recollections and within national narratives. And the central focus of the paper would be the conflict between the collective and national memories. And at last, the paper also examines the plight of women to become the victims not only of the memories perpetuated by the dominant nationalist narratives, but also the localized narratives. So let me introduce, as a Pakistani historian, Aisha Jalal, she describes partition as a central historical event of 20th century, and she describes it as a defining moment that it has not the beginning nor the end. And partition continues to influence how the people and the states of post-colonial South Asia envise thus past, present, and the future. This itself shows that how partition has been such a cultural trauma that has been significantly even affecting our day-to-day lives even after 75 years of independence. And to quote Ron Everyman, he says that the trauma has a psychological ramification, and in case partition has both the cultural and personal dimensions. The trauma related to that it is including in the individual level and also the cultural level, where he bifurcates trauma into two distinct levels, and he says that psychological experience of emotional language and physical trauma, and also trauma operates in collective level, where it ruptures the identity and the meaning of the society. As you can see, the further of the discussion, we will understand that how society itself kind of division within society occurs because of the partition. And also the paper aims to endeavor and to uncover how these memories underwent integration into the cognitive scaffolding of group identities, whether delineated by religious orientations, which it could be Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, or other minuscule minorities, or ethnic orientation, it could be Punjabi, Bengali, Mughal, or Kashmiri, or national affiliations like India, Pakistan, or even gender-based discrimination. As there is a quote from Pakistani Bride, one of her other works, where she describes about the how the brutality of partition and the pure negligence of Britishers. She describes that the earth is carved. I'm not going to read the entire passage because of time constraint, but I will be looking at certain words. The way she has been using the sensitive surgeon, the butcher, and the way she is being using cruelly negligent, and millions of it could be the farm to farm, and the border was defined, and the trains carrying refugees sped through the darkness, night, and all these signifies the brutality and the level of trauma that had been impacted on the people of the time. And also, the next incident, it is from extract from Ice Candyman, which describes about the from Gurdaspur arrives a train, yet its passengers arrive no more. The victims of underwent wave of brutality among the fallen and absence of young women, conspicuously only pair of gunny sacks filled with the dismemberment remembrance of women's breast bear witness to the horror. This itself shows how the scale of horror had been during the time of partition. And Andrew Heard, in her review to this book called Women and Borders, where she described that there were around, and this number is official, which is around 2 to 6 lakh of casualties were found during the time of partition. And to the Krishnata Sapti's phrase, where she says that partition which difficult to erase from memory but remains dangerous to reason. That shows the traumatic anguish that could implement. And the next section which I'm going to do is Lenny's narration, how she becomes a cultural memory site of partition. So, let me go into the aspect of what is cultural memory site, where this was introduced by Parnora, where he describes about the idea of memory site, where memory site is a site which, by looking at which we remember memories according to it. It could be our birthday parties, it could be our, when we remember about Taj Mahal, we remember about love and all these aspects. It is because of this cultural memory site we remember. And he quotes that, I quote, if we accept most fundamental purpose of lived memories. The other term for lived memories, French word, is sites of memories, where it describes to stop time, block the work of forgetting a sufficient state of things, and neutralize death to materialize the immaterial. So what here Sidhwa is trying to do is she is materializing and she is narrating the unnarratable. She is trying to narrate the stories of partition, the individual and collective aspects which are being delivered. And the skyline of the ancient wall city aglow with flames, its inhabitants entwined in the horrid ballad of bloodshed. Like this is being narrated by Lani, where she is utterly in shock by looking at the people are like it is being at blaze, and uh, they are. It shows the stark brutality of the horror that has been going on, and the entire world seems to be ablaze, scorching air, and itself shows that how it has affected her psyche too. One of her incidents, she describes about the doll where I singly, I quote, she says that I singly out to the corpulent, bloated cellular doll, inverting its limbs apart from the classic ones. As I release one leg, it recoils, attacks itself to the fragile torso. With this perspective insight, Sidhwa reveals through the allegory the fragility of human psyche and its susceptibility to the consuming chaos of communal violence. And the next section which I'm going to deal is about the division of social fabric and rupture of identities. When you're
Come
looking
to the
at this, you will,
conclusion. We are running short of time, sir. Please,
yeah, ma'am. I'll finish it soon. I'll finish it soon. Let me
please.
explain this some part and I will get into it. Actually, division of social fabric is one of the very important aspects where you see most of the characters changing their identities. Even when you take it, Aya, she has become, she was forced to become a Muslim, and one of the characters called Hari, he himself becomes Muslim after circumcision, and also a Moti character called Moti, he becomes Christian to just survive from this. This also shows in the beginning passage which I was describing about the rupture of identities which is being happening. And let's move to the last section which I'm going to deal is like the woman, how woman becomes how she is become a victim of memory of traumatic memory of partition. And as Alain Scary says about in his body, the body in pain, what is remembered is remembered. She describes about the political identity of body, where Aya is abducted and she is made forced, she is raped, and later she is forced to convert to a Muslim, and she later becomes she becomes wife and also a prostitute working for um, Ice Candy Man, and that itself shows how it is very difficult. And in the end paragraph, you will look at Lenny and the grandmother having conversation of the fallen women. How women who have lost their honor, the communal, all the honors which have been lost, they are never considered into their families and either to the nation. Sangeeta Roy, one of the feminist historians, she describes about the idea of how the purity of is connected to the nation and the family, where she describes about. I'm not going to read the entire passage, but I will read. Roy elucidates how the female body becomes conduct of sexual economy of desires, often denied, accentuating complex
Paper is
ethnic,
out
regional,
in
and
like
gender.
2 minutes, please.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. I'm ending. Survivor of the rapes are often subjugated to the sanctum of new nation domicile. So even the nation and narrativity is dependent on the woman's body. That's what the ending says. Is so. To conclude, Ice Candy Man has been a stark reminder of lasting scars left by the communal violence and the importance of acknowledging shared history of pain and suffering. And it also depicts the tensions between the personal memories and nation attempts to commemorate its past, underscoring the complexity of the memory's role in shaping identity. And also, Sidhwa, through this work, she is narrative stands us to call back to embrace empathy, challenging the prevailing narratives, and work towards a more equitable and harmonious society. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Asif. And partition is actually one of the most unfortunate chapters of the Indian history, and it comes with, you know, partition literature. It deals with painful memories, trauma on both sides of the boundaries. Uh, so I think,
Ma'am,
we'll
is my voice audible?
yes,
Uh,
ma'am.
Ma'am, I'm Deepti Tiwari. Sorry, due to technical issue, again, my voice was not reaching. May I present it for 5 minutes, if possible?
Yes, yes, definitely. I'll give you just
Okay.
5 minutes. So, you know, give
Yes,
me
ma'am.
the crux of your presentation, what your
Yes,
paper
ma'am.
is about, what are your
Yes, ma'am.
findings, not more than 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Yes. Okay. Okay. My paper focuses on transcendental understanding of nature in A.R. Emmons's Expressions of Sea Level. That's a poem. Now, when we talk about transcendentalism, it's a movement that started in 19th century American literature, and it revived the human interest in nature and non-human. We see that the transcendentalists focus on an idea of either a spirit or something which is very powerful beyond the physical and materialistic constraints of human body and human existence. In fact, Lawrence Reid had said that it's the understanding of the world by internal categorization. Now, transcendentalism is important in environmental humanities because environmental humanities focuses on deliberating for nature and decoding the manners and framing literature according to what nature demands and what is the relation between human beings and nature. In fact, if we try to understand the macrocosm of existence, we should know that the affect and the intellect, that means the head and the heart, has to be in sync with nature. Only then can we talk about nature conservation and talking about human life as evolved human life. When we talk about A.R. Ramans, who was born in 1926, died in 2001, and he has been a pioneer in one of the pioneers in American romanticism of the modern times. A.R. Ramons's nature, when we look at his poem Expressions of Sea Level, we understand that he talks about the basic geographical and physical movements of the sea as the reminders of the emotions of the ever-living nature. He writes there, quote, an inner problem, a self-deep, dark and private anguish revealed in smaller by hints to keen watchers on the shore. That means A.R. Ramons talks about the idea of a self-deep intrinsic in nature around us. It is only the keen watchers, it is only the human intellect that through transcendentalism can understand what nature is speaking to him or her. When we look at his poem, we understand that this transcendental connection will develop the human self and the individual experience with nature, making human life as progressive and evolved. The emotions of the sea that we see, the anguish and annoyance that can only be understood only when we have developed that transcendental understanding. And this cognizance of spirit is very much important to understand the entire dynamics of the ecosystem. Now we look at transcendentalism in the contemporary time. How does this help us in the contemporary time? It's because when writings such as A.R. Emmons's Expressions of Sea Level and the like are read from that perspective, are deployed in the reader's mind and the individuals, and when we learn to trace down and track what nature says to us, it is only then will we be able to understand the annoyance that nature is bestowing upon us or is responding to the actions that humans have created over the period of time. So the upsurge of ecological issues that have happened in the last few decades, they can only be understood and we can have strategic and philosophical discourses for the same only if we have developed a transcendental understanding to accept the everyday motions, movements, and changes in nature. So, just like A.R. Ramons in Expressions of Sea Level notices these geographical changes of the sea and calls it the talk of the giants, it is only then, if every individual has understood such understanding, will be able to trace down that where nature is going down, where it is explaining its reluctance to accept the human domination, and then we can move forward to talk about a nature human relation in the contemporary time so that we can bring a better environment, a better world for the coming generation. Transcendental outlook then will help us to assess the geological occurrences not simply from the intellectual point of view, but also from an emotional and affectionate point of view. Uh, as Scott Russell Sanders also had said, that the gospel of ecology has become an intellectual commonplace, but it is not an emotional one. So until we develop that important relation with nature and until we develop those readings, understanding and analysis of such poetry and such writings, where we notice the geological changes around us, the physical changes in the landscape, we will not be able to attribute the meanings of these changes, which are now becoming more destructive, not just for humanity, but for the entire ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Deepti. It's very difficult to, take a poem and, write a paper on it. And you've done it really well. Congratulations on that.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I would love to read the entire paper, but since I'm short on time, so I'll just move on.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Is Ika Das here? I don't think so. So I'll just, with this presentation, all the presenters have presented their presentations, which were scheduled for this technical session. So I hand over the stage to the admin so that the next chairperson who's already joined, I think, she may take over. I thank everyone for giving me the chance to, chair this session. And although we were like rushed for time, still I hope I did a satisfactory job. Over to the admins.
Yes, Professor Nada Shafi, if she is there.
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our student presentation for this session. We appreciate the engaging discussions and insightful presentations we have witnessed today. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our chairperson, Dr. Dipali Sharma, for guiding us through this session. Thank you all for being a part of this enriching session. Wish you a wonderful continuation of the conference. Have a great day ahead. Over to coordinator of this conference, Professor Mohideen Sahab, for further proceedings. Thank you, sir.
Oh, I express my heartfelt thanks and gratitude towards our worthy chairperson, Dr. Dipali Sharma Bandari. The ma'am has very beautifully and skillfully presided over the whole proceedings and listened very patiently and given her valuable comments on all the papers presented during the session. Thank you, ma'am, very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. I also thank all the presenters who presented their research papers. And I also express my gratefulness to Professor Nahida Shafi, Head Department of Education, Government Degree College, Rajpura, Pulwama, J&K, for moderating the session. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So with this, our technical session 4 is over. Now we have technical session 5 for day 1. And for this session, our chairperson is Dr. Sangeeta Singh, Associate Professor, Department of English and SCBM Government College, Hamirpur, Himachal Pradesh, India. Ma'am, I welcome you. Dr. Sangeeta Singh, ma'am, are you there in this meeting?
Yes, I'm very much there. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me here.
Most welcome, ma'am. Most welcome, ma'am. So for this session, one of our very younger colleagues, Dr. Abrar Ahmad, he has to moderate the session. If Ibrar Ahmad is there, Dr. Ibrar.
I'm afraid.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, Ibrar.
Thank you, sir.
Over to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 5th technical session of 2-day international conference on language,
Dr. Ibrar, there is some
literature,
echo.
and humanities.
There is some
And
echo in
thank
your
you
voice.
for joining
Please rectify.
us in the virtual technical session. Before we begin, let me briefly introduce the distinguished chairperson who will be guiding us through this session. Our chairperson of this session is Dr. Sangeeta Singh, Associate Professor, Department of English, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose Memorial Government College, Himarpur, UP, India. We are honored to have you with us today to lead our discussions. Our session addresses different themes, and we have 5 experts who will be sharing their insights and research outcomes within the broader themes of this conference. After the presentation are over, we will open the floor for a few quick questions. Please feel free to ask the raise hand feature or type your questions in the chat. Now, without any delay, I would like to invite our chairperson, Dr. Sangeeta Singh, to say a few words and officially thrill off this session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Abrar Haq. I am indeed indebted to the organizers for having me here.
Ma'am, you are not audible. We are not getting your
For
voice.
this session. I'm not audible.
Ma'am, I think there is some internet problem. There is some broken voice.
Okay, I'll just try to connect with some another account. Just
Ma'am,
give me
it's
a
okay now.
second.
It's
okay.
Ma'am, it's
Okay,
okay.
okay.
Kindly proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for having me here as the chairperson for this technical session number 5 of this prestigious international conference on language, literature, and humanities. I am from Himachal Pradesh. You said UP. I'm from Himachal Pradesh and from Hamirpur. And so as we
Sorry,
know
ma'am.
that we Sorry, that's okay. We have 5 speakers in this technical session in the order of Dr. Nitya Rajesh, Father Baiju Thomas, and Mohan Kumar BS, and Miss Ayuta Mohanty. I hope these 5 speakers are here in the technical session, and they are going to speak in this order. As specified to me that the organizers have told me you will be given only 5 to 6 minutes to present, I would request.
Ma'am, your voice is not audible. I think there is some internet issue again.
I'm sorry, I had lost my connection for a few seconds. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, it's okay now.
Okay, I've connected from a different internet connection. So I invite Nitya to kindly make her presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're absolutely audible. And
I'm Dr. Nitya Rajesh from Mount Carmel College, Bangalore. My paper is Gender Identity and Social Awareness in the Plays of Mahesh Dattani. Most of us are all familiar with Mahesh Dattani. He is an Indian director, actor, playwright, and also a writer. The first play that I've read about Mahesh Dattani's play is When There Is a Will, which is in 1986. That was his first play. And the other one more profound play is Tara, which was played in 1990. This paper is proposed to study the select dramas of Mahesh Dattani, When There Is a Will and Tara, with reference to the gender and power dynamics, identity and self-discovery, social and cultural conflicts, prejudice and discrimination, and family relationships in the contemporary times. So I have made this attempt to scrutinize his dramas and reveal how he is conscious of the social system and the hypocrisy prevalent in the modern days. The study is based on the premises that Mahesh Dattani's dramas effectively depict rigid gender roles, gender discrimination, and hypocrisy in the society. He uses humor in his plays, but very subtly, he also exposes the kind of hypocrisy and the discrimination that we have based on gender. I'm not going to take more time. So briefly, When There Is a Will is actually a play that explores the socio-cultural dynamics of a postmodern urban middle-class Gujarati family. The play depicts the underlying tensions, interpersonal relations, and power fabrics within the family of Hashmukh Mehta, a patriarchal industrialist who tries to control his wife, son, daughter-in-law, and even after his death, through his will, he tries to control the family. The play also portrays the role of Kiran, Hashmukh's mistress and trustee, who tries to create harmony and peace in the family by challenging Hashmukh's authority and legacy. It is a play that criticizes the lack of familial gusto, ethical standards, and moral fiber in the contemporary Indian society. The play Tara deals with the theme of gender discrimination and social consciousness in modern society. The play tells the story of Tara and Chandan, two conjoined twins who are surgically separated in an unequal manner that favors the boy. The father prefers to have a male child, hale and healthy, and has no guilty conscience before sacrificing the girl child. He is also supported by the mother of the twins. The surgery results in Tara's early death and Chandan's guilt and trauma. Chandan moves to England and changes his name to Dan, but he cannot escape his past. He tries to write a play about his sister, but realizes that he has suppressed her voice and identity. So his writing of the play was actually based on guilt, and he never thought of writing it and staging it as such. When we analyze the theme of both Where There Is a Will and Tara, we find gender and power dynamics at play. Both plays delve into the complications of gender and power dynamics in all relationships. In Where There Is a Will, the character Ajit struggles with the masculinity and societal expectations, while his wife Preeti resorts to criminal plans to retain the marital status and property. Komal Mehta completely lives in a shadowy life without self-esteem and confidence. Similarly, in Tara, the power dynamics between Tara and Chandan and their daughter Rekha are explored, highlighting the ways in which patriarchal norms influence the family dynamics. Dattani explores a theme of identity and search for one's true self in his plays. In Where There Is a Will, Ajit's journey of self-discovery is a central focus, as he grapples with the self-doubt and the pressures to please his father. Likewise, in Tara, Tara's journey serves as a metaphor for the exploration of one's true identity and the struggle to break free from the societal expectation. Dattani's plays shed light on the conflicts that arise from social and cultural differences. In both plays, the clash between the traditional and modern values is very evident, leading to tensions and misunderstandings between characters. The play tackled the theme of intergenerational conflict, cultural assimilation, and the struggle to balance personal desire with social expectations. Another predominant theme in Dattani's play is the portrayal of prejudice and determination. The works examine the impact of societal biases based on gender, sexual orientation, class, and religion. They critically analyze the consequence of prejudice and challenge the need for acceptance and tolerance. All his plays are based on family and family relationship. They explore the complexities of familial relationship and the tensions that arise within them. Dattani presents different dynamics, including strained marital relationship, generational gap, the yearning for familial acceptance, and the play also highlights the power of love, trust, and understanding in overcoming these challenges. The beauty of Dattani's play is that he never tries to give a final solution to any of the social problems. Through his plays, Dattani compels the audience to confirm and acknowledge the issues so that the audience may at least become conscious of it. Mahesh Dattani's plays reflect the society reality of the contemporary Indian society. He explores the complexities that surround the socially sanctioned gender roles and tries to prove that biology is not destiny. He masterfully sheds light on these themes, prompting audience to reflect on society, identity, and human relationship. By tackling these issues, Dattani serves as a literary mirror that encourages introspection and dialogue around the pressing social issues of his time. Thank you, ma'am. I just gave a brief glimpse of whatever I've done in the paper.
Thank you, Nitya. Your paper titled Gender, Identity and Social Awareness in the Plays of Mahesh Dattani. So your paper highlighted the gender dynamics in the two plays that you mentioned. And also the themes of identity and self-journey were also explored, and other themes were also have also been explored in your paper. So Mahesh Dattani's plays actually intricately explored the themes of all his plays. They have the theme of gender, identity, and social awareness, as you pointed out. And his plays also delve into the complexities of society and the societal norms and expectations. And they kind of shed light on the struggles faced by individuals in asserting their identities. So he navigates through the nuances of gender roles, fluidity of identity, and he also is trying to spread a kind of a social awareness through his reflective writing, as you mentioned. So his writings are basically very thought-provoking, as you said, and they intersect with many themes, as you have mentioned in your paper. And he is proposing a need for a more inclusive society. That's what I could gather from your paper. I congratulate you for your wonderful presentation, Nitya. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now next I would invite Baiju Thomas, Father Baiju Thomas, if he's, yes, I can see him here. I hope he's here. Can you respond? Okay, so I invite Baiju Thomas to kindly make his presentation. Go ahead with your presentation. The title of his presentation is Fostering the Usage of Role Play, Strategy to Improve English Language Acquisition for Students with Special Educational Needs in the 21st Century Inclusive Classroom Settings. Over to you. Over to you.
So, introduction. Using role play as teachers he has seen in around for improving students with special education needs language.
Sorry to interrupt, but your voice is not very clear. Your voice is not very clear. If you could speak a bit louder.
We define so role play discussion is significance in the setting of and analyzes the principles that inspired the communicative approach to language. As an outcome, the teacher devised a novel method of instructing role play, learning to communicate effectively in the range of situations in this class. The entire
I'm afraid your voice is not very clear. Somebody's microphone is on, I believe. I request all the participants to please mute themselves so that we can hear the speaker.
So, can I continue, ma'am?
Yes, you can continue, but your voice is not very clear.
I am in a train, ma'am. Train. I am in a journey.
Okay, then go ahead. We can see your PPT then. What or maybe you can make a presentation later.
Later means I am in the train.
Okay, carry on then. Carry on. We'll accommodate.
Okay. Role play strategy. Role play strategy is defined as using a imaginary character for education or therapy as our scope. In the role play, the importance is placed on being friendly and open when it happens. Role play is a method of education which children with special education need take on prestigious but substantial roles in the class. From this sense, emerging the role play and stimulation method, according to the opinion, communication through language allows us to build up relation and interact with one another. For language lessons within the framework, the learning plan can be set up in a strong and structured using pattern of exchanging and interaction, or it can be written upon and allowed to take shape appropriate to the needs of students with special education needs as they engage with the content. Encouraging high order thinking and innovation approach to language learning among students with special education is through role play in the class. Role play in English language learning. Proponents of using role play in the classroom assist that it will improve students' self-esteem with the students in special education is exposed to them a broad range of language and better prepare them for the role outside the classroom. This and came to the emphasizing some capabilities in their own perspective. We examine the fundamental factors and playing the current community of second language. As we play the role play factor for children, special education, since it's focused on the user and use of emotion. Finally, in the modern English education setting, role play helps students with special education.
Sorry to interrupt you, but you are absolutely not audible. We cannot make out what you're speaking. So probably what you can do is you can probably show your slides and we can make out what you're trying to say. You can rush through your slides one by one. Yes, you can keep moving your slides.
Father, kindly explain your findings.
I'm afraid, Mr. Baiju, we will have to stop you there. And from what you have presented, we can just sort of, we can, I think he's left or something. Anyways, he stopped sharing his screen. So his paper, it talks about the 21st century inclusive classroom settings. And he talks about the role play strategy that emerges as a potent tool for enhancing English language acquisition among students with special educational needs. So what I gather from his initial slides is by immersing these students in interactive scenarios, role play not only would nurture language skills, but also cultivate social interaction and communication. So as educators, we can embrace this strategy and empower these students to navigate the language barriers more efficiently and pave the way for enriching language acquisition in a more inclusive learning environment. I'm so sorry we could not hear you, but your paper was indeed very interesting. Now I would invite the next speaker, Mr. Mansoor Hussain Shara from Banaras Hindu University. He's a research scholar. I hope he is here.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening. The
Am I
topic,
audible, ma'am?
yes, you are absolutely
Okay, ma'am.
audible, Mansoor. The title of his presentation is A Journey of Epiphany, a reading of Journey in Ladakh by Andrew Harvey. Over to you, Mansoor Hussain. Please use only 5 to 6 minutes for making your presentation.
Okay,
Over
ma'am.
to you.
Okay, I'll try to confine to that time that you have given. Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. My research paper is titled as A Journey of Epiphany, a reading of A Journey in Ladakh by Andrew Harvey. So, starting with the introduction, the book Andrew Harvey, A Journey of Ladakh, is an autobiographical account of his journey through Ladakh, and it was published in 1983. And the book also highlights Ladakh's socio-cultural landscape. The journey was a landmark moment in the life of Andrew Harvey. And the term, starting with the introduction, after this, the term epiphany finds its roots in the ancient Greek word epiphania, which means manifestation or appearance. It refers to a sudden and profound understanding or insight that brings clarity to a situation, concept, or aspect of life that was previously puzzling or hidden. Epiphanies often occur spontaneously, arising from moments of contemplation, introspection, or even from challenges. Epiphanies can take many forms, ranging from a sudden realization or insight to a moment of deep inspiration or understanding, and they can occur during moments of solitude, intense contemplation, or even amidst everyday activities. Epiphanies have the power to reshape our thoughts, beliefs, and perceptions, shaking us out of complacency and propelling us towards growth and change. Travel has a unique way of igniting epiphanies, those moments of sudden insight or realization that can profoundly influence our perspective and even change the course of our lives. Whether one is exploring a new culture, immersing themselves in unfamiliar landscapes, or stepping out of their comfort zone, travel has the power to trigger moments of profound revelation. Ladakh, a remote and captivating region nestled in the Himalayas, has long held a special allure for seekers, adventurers, and those in search of deeper meaning. Andrew Harvey's book, A Journey in Ladakh, provides readers with an intimate and transformative glimpse into his own pilgrimage to this mystical land. Harvey's trek across Ladakh and his interaction with the Buddhist monks, it's not just a physical adventure, but also subtle and deep inner journey that affects Harvey's perspective on life. As he writes, and I quote, "My experience of Ladakh and its people was to be, for me, a pass into another awareness of reality," unquote. Shows how travel influences and alters a person. As Paul Theroux writes, and I quote, "One goes away from home for a period of time and comes back as a different person," unquote, depicting how travel transforms a person. Harvey's admiration of the Eastern philosophy and spirituality is in fascination of the Buddhist culture and people's devotion to their culture and religion. According to Harvey, it is not just the people but also the landscape that reflects and radiates this spirituality. He writes, and I quote, "The stupa equals the mountains, and the mountains are stupas also. Everything in this world is linked," unquote. Harvey feels the impact on the very first day in Ladakh, where he is fascinated by the vast and open landscape and feels the same openness within himself. And as well as he says, and I quote, "I found my mind falling silent, becoming as large and as empty as the spaces between the mountains. For long moments I felt as if everything that happened, the passage of lonely bird across a ravine, the glint of sudden sunlight on spray shined boulders far below a wash of wind, through a field of small purple flowers on a ledge above, happened within me also, within my mind that has become as large as the landscape, as airy as silent." Harvey feels in harmony with everything he sees around. He merges with the rocks, mountains, hills, and winds and loses his sense of self. And he says, and I quote, "I am afraid of dying, yet I know that dying is not possible if I am part of all this ringing energy," unquote. In the realm of both myth and reality, Ladakh stands as an earthly embodiment of the mythical paradise known as Shangri-La. Due to its remote location and limited accessibility, it provides individuals secluded life, nostalgic and romantic attachment to earlier life, oblivion of the chaos and distress of the urban world. This isolation becomes both an opportunity and a challenge for Harvey to reflect and contemplate on his life. In addition to all this, Buddhism played a vital role in alluring people from all over the world in search of peace and calm. A cradle of Buddhism for centuries, and with its vast landscape and a rich heritage of monumental monasteries and ancient wisdom, Ladakh became a path to transformation and enlightenment. With Buddhism gaining popularity in the West, with its profound philosophies and teachings of mindfulness, compassion, and self awareness, Ladakh resonates with people seeking transformation. Harvey's transformation is facilitated by his treks in the wild nature, his walks through the ancient monasteries, and his engagement with the Rinpoche, who is a remote yet at the center, spends his time in isolation yet lives among the people. Harvey's experiences in the monasteries is deep and profoundly engaging, immersing himself in the devotion of Rinpoche and his teachings. His beliefs and transformation get deeper and profound during his experiences in the monastery, surrounded by people all drowned in the love and devotion of the Rinpoche. Every image had a meaning and a reflective of Buddha, as he writes, and I quote, an old woman sitting half asleep with her grandchild child on her lap seemed as complete as an image of tenderness and protection as one of the Buddhas on the walls, unquote. Harvey is able to make sense of everything he sees, and everything becomes a symbol of love and compassion. While listening to the Rinpoche, Harvey sees how everything was a reflection of teaching, a reflection of his mind, as he writes, and I quote, he was not directing what was happening and not controlling it, but I felt that his mind was vast and contained all that was there. What he mean by this is, everything that the Rinpoche was saying or every teaching was reflecting in that surrounding that he sees. Like he was talking about compassion and love, and he sees that image of compassion and love in that woman carrying that child. For Harvey, the whole world becomes a revelation. A trek in the hills becomes a moment of shedding his former self. The meditation in the monasteries reflects image of love and compassion and devotion, and the encounter with the Rinpoche become a manifestation of human potential. Harvey's interaction with the Rinpoche is deep and subtle in nature. The Rinpoche, according to Harvey, is higher part of yourself. As he quotes, as he writes, and I quote, highest part of yourself come at last to its expression, who has achieved what he has come to achieve. While listening to the Rinpoche, Harvey feels an acquaintance and with the Rinpoche, and that kinship is the potential of human potential. For Harvey, like everything that he sees, everything had an image of revelation. Like the Rinpoche becomes a manifestation of human potential. He sees how the Rinpoche with that calmness and which he has come there to achieve, like he has achieved that already. So for him, that the image of Rinpoche is a highest part of humans' capabilities. One of the philosophies that are fundamental to Buddhism is the denial of self. The Buddha, who always believed in the vanity of self, said, to commemorate any man is to heap the emptiness of fame on the emptiness of selfhood, to pile one emptiness on another, unquote. According to Barber, John D. Barber, unselfing is a transformation one experiences in itself, and one can attain it at different moments. Unselfing is, she writes, and I quote, unselfing is a shift from person's ordinary state of consciousness to another kind of awareness that feels extraordinary and significant, and may be accompanied by a wide range of different emotions, intuitions, and sensations, unquote. His profound vision identifies himself with everything that he witnesses and sees around, and becoming a part of one living creature that is alive and sustaining that beauty of the world. He writes, and I quote, we looked up at the monastery as we watched it. It seemed to both of us that it was alive. It was as if everything that was happening in front of us, every prayer that shook, every monk who walked out slowly on his balcony, scratching on his ear, picking his teeth, every dog that wandered aimlessly between the shadows and rocks and crumbling black and white buildings were part of one vast, luminous, transparent living organism. For Harvey, he loses the sense of self. He didn't see that that thing is different and I am different. For him, everything becomes one there. So he loses his sense of self and become immersed with the landscape and everything that he sees. For him, everything is a part of one living organism. Harvey's entire journey is brimming with fresh adventures and meetings. Each new encounter triggers a transformation within him. Coming from a Western background where self importance and the prioritization of time and money reigns supreme, Harvey gradually sheds his ideals and surrenders to the Eastern world. In that light and silence, as he writes, and I quote, in that light and silence, with the rocks burning softly and me and Wachuk's rough, strong voice ringing off the rocks around me, I lost all sense of urgency. I felt bare to Ladakh, at last, present at last in that world without fear and armor, unquote. In A Journey of Ladakh, Harvey delves into the multifaceted spiritual tapestry of Ladakh. He artfully weaves together his personal experiences, encounters with local people, and reflections on the profound spiritual traditions that he have that have flourished in this remote region. From monasteries to perched on cliffs to tranquil lakes and soaring mountain ranges, Ladakh's natural beauty is intertwined with its spiritual essence. Harvey's journey through Ladakh is not just a physical one, it is a journey of self-discovery and spiritual awakening. Through the book, readers bear witness to Harvey's epiphanies, those moments of sudden insight and realization that pierce through the wheels of routine existence. As he immerses himself in Ladakh's vibrant culture and encounters its hospitable inhabitants, he comes face to face with the depths of his own being and his connection to something greater. Thank you.
Thank you, Mansoor Hussain. Your paper, which was based on the novel A Journey in Ladakh by Andrew Harvey.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. The concept of epiphany in his novel takes the center stage, as you pointed out, and readers are taken on a profound expedition of self-discovery and spiritual awakening. As the narrative unfolds, you talked about the breathtaking landscape and the tough landscape of Ladakh. Moments of epiphany become the pivotal milestones in the protagonist's inner journey. So, Harvey's eloquent prose, it beautifully captures the essence of these epiphanies. So, and the readers are also tempted to reflect on their own transformative experiences and contemplate interconnectedness of human experience with the universe. Indeed, it was a very interesting paper, Mansoor Hussain. I congratulate you on your presentation.
Thank
Thank
you,
you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, the second last presenter is Mohan Kumar BS. He's a research scholar. He's from the Department of Studies and Research in English, Tumkur University, Karnataka. I hope he's around.
Yeah. Am I audible,
Okay.
ma'am?
Yes, you're very much audible, Mohan Kumarji.
Yes, ma'am.
And the title of your presentation is Dialectical Inquiry into the Word Dalit. So over to you. Please restrict to the time constraints that we have. 5 to 6 minutes for your presentation. Over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I'll read my paper. This paper seeks to ponder the discourse around the word Dalit. The word Dalit carries a myriad of connotations. Organically, the word Dalit refers to the ex-untouchables who are neither textually nor socially part of Indian hierarchical society. Since the 1970s, the term has been frequently used in theory and practice. Indian society's class analysis subsumes Dalits within categories such as peasants, agricultural laborers, factory workers, and students. In the realm of communal analysis of caste, Dalits are a community affiliated with Hindu society that belongs to the Hindu religion and is considered polluting by virtue of hereditary occupation. Though the umbrella term encompasses all who have been socially, economically, and politically marginalized, it has not yet given a clear definition of its own. It was an unavoidable political project for the Dalit Panthers organization that institutionalized the term Dalit, ascribing a revolutionary character to it. Notwithstanding an inaccessible penchant for social hierarchy, the Dalit sanctions have allowed many offshoots of the Brahminical caste to exploit the term academically and politically. Consequently, the word Dalit has lost its true essence and has been watered down. This paper argues that the word Dalit has ceased to function for the doubly marginalized communities that have been disenfranchised and ostracized by the Dalit community itself. In ancient Indian society, Dalits were called Achos, Panchamas, Atishudras, Avarnas, and Parayas. Dalit refers to one of the castes rather than class. It applies to members of those menial who have borne the stigma of untouchability because of the extreme purity and pollution associated with their occupation. Dalit was an outcast falling outside the traditional fourfold caste system consisting of the hereditary Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudras. Broadly speaking, the word Dalit is a political term that symbolizes the relatively new identity of a group of people who were earlier known as untouchables. However, in a modern Indian society, The word has become an umbrella term that safeguards other oppressed communities as well. It is now used not only to denote the so-called untouchable communities, but also others who are oppressed by the caste power structure. Evidently, Limbale gives an elaborate definition for it. Harijans and Neo-Buddhists are not only Dalits, the term describes all the untouchable communities living outside the boundary of the village, as well as Adivasis, landless farm laborers, workers, the suffering masses, and nomadic and criminal tribes. Dalits, not circumscribing themselves, opened the doors to their allies to support them politically, economically, and socially. The Dalit Panthers revived the term Dalit and in their 1973 manifesto expanded its reference to include the scheduled tribes, neo-Buddhists, the working people, and the landless poor peasants who are being exploited politically, economically in the name of religion. Clearly, this move by the parties and the leaders of the Dalit community is nothing short of a political project. Notwithstanding aforementioned project, some voices uphold the cultural distinctiveness of the Dalit communities, denying a non-Dalit representing them. They are of the view that if they include other communities under their identity, the very idea of the concept of the Dalit will be watered down, and furthermore, they would lose their voice in the flood. Nevertheless, there is no denying that the problems of the untouchable communities are quite different from those of other communities. The word Dalit is employed socially to indicate the untouchables, whereas in the realm of literature, it has been used to designate and discuss progressives who have written with Dalit sensitivity. There is a substantial gap between the social dimension and the literary dimension of the usage of the word. In literature, it appears that the word Dalit is constructed to encompass all who have gone through suffering. In this sense, a narrow definition has been applied based solely on caste, and a broader one has been applied encompassing all those who considered to be similarly placed are natural allies. There have also been different ways in which scholars have written about Dalits. Those using a class analysis of Indian society subsume Dalits within such class or occupational categories as peasants, agricultural laborers, factory workers, and the like. This can be seen in most Marxist historical writings, in subaltern studies, and to a lesser degree in the Dalit Panther Manifesto. In the realm of communal analysis of caste, Dalits are a community affiliated with Hindu society that belongs to the Hindu religion and is considered polluting by virtue of hereditary occupation. So far, analysis of the term have been made based on the aforementioned premises. Regarding the discussion of the usage of the term, Dr. G.S. Shivarudrappa, one of the eminent writers in Kannada, put forth his arguments. Dalits are not only oppressed, but along with oppression, they are the ones who have gone through violence and atrocities. Dalits so far have been treated as if they do not possess any sort of personality at all. Since they possess distinct experiences, their experiences should be expressed only by a person from their community. Only then do the experiences bear freshness. Further, debating the word Dalit, Baraguru Ramachandrappa, one of the initiators of the Bandaya movement in Kannada, clarifies the scope of Dalit literature. A writer who expresses fascist thoughts will not be listed in Bandaya, though he was born a Dalit. To be precise, all progressive Dalit writers are Bandaya writers, but not all Bandaya writers are Dalits. Historically speaking, though oppression is common to all communities, Dalits can only articulate their genuine experiences simply because they were the sufferers of the untouchability, an integral feature of Indian stratified society. To witness the trauma of the Dalit communities, Dalit autobiographies work as a testimony to the historical discrimination the Dalit communities have undergone. These autobiographies explore the inner cosmos of Dalit communities. They also picture the people who are marginalized in their community itself. Onti Kalin Nadige, penned by Dr. L. Anumantaya, is one of the autobiographies is Kannada. One such example that describes the plight of the Madiga community. These communities suffer from utter poverty. They also have the burden of looking after the other two, Dakkalaru and Mastikaru, two migrant communities attached to the Madiga community. Besides these two lineages, the people who could not afford to have a plate of rice, even on auspicious occasions, have to take care of the community, which is even worse than us. These illustrations will unveil the inner cosmos of the Dalit world itself. Consequently, it will lead us to the question of internal reservation, which is a burning discussion in Karnataka. Another critical issue in the discourse of caste and the word Dalit is who should be entitled to represent and speak on behalf of the former and the latter. Gopal Guru argues, for example, as experience of the last 50 years demonstrates, the Indian state by and large shown only a formal and rhetorical commitment to equality as far as Dalits are concerned. So far in academia,
Kumarji, could you please wind up your paper, conclude?
yeah, ma'am. I'll wind up in 1 minute. Yeah. So far in academia, scholars have penned down these two terms as if they were the sole representatives without taking any authentic experiences from those who have suffered the most. Due to Dalits' inability to articulate in the hegemonized forms of discursive practices, they were overshadowed by the non-Dalit rhetoric on the Dalit. Consequently, the issue of caste discrimination, which is sustained by twice-born civil society, is pushed into the purview of patriarchal morality. The word oppression will not make any concession to anyone. People who are oppressed socially, economically, and politically can be termed as Dalits. Panchamas, or people who are banished from society, can be bracketed into the term as well. Though the oppressed of the other communities enter the umbrella term, their social condition is far more different from the untouchables. However, these two views need to be considered. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mohan Kumar. Your paper, which was a dialectical inquiry into the term Dalit, reveals a complex interplay of history, identity, social consciousness, and this dialectical exploration from your paper, it unpacks the multifaceted dimensions of the word, delving into its linguistic roots, its socio-political significance, and the ongoing discourse surrounding its usage. So by engaging in this inquiry through this paper, one not only gains insights into historical struggles and oppression of the communities, but also recognizes the potency of language in shaping social narratives and fostering a sense of pride and solidarity. I congratulate you, Mr. Mohan Kumar, for your presentation on this dialectical inquiry into the term Dalit. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma. Thank you so much for your kind words. Thank you.
Okay. The last speaker for this session is Ms. Ayuta Mohanty, a lecturer, Department of HSS C.V. Raman Global University, Bhubaneswar. The title of her presentation is Women's Struggle to Achieve Empowerment. I hope she's logged in.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we have Ayuta. Over to you, Ayuta, for your presentation. Please limit it to 5 to 6 minutes.
Yes, ma'am, sure. Thank you. So my topic is women's struggle to achieve empowerment. So as we know, women face prejudice and injustice in the patriarchal nation of India each and every day. They battle different types of discrimination at every stage of their lives. Environment in the lives of women living in a patriarchal society, empowerment in the lives of women living in a patriarchal society is a crucial concept and very difficult to achieve. The term empowerment might mean different things to different people. For many women, the ability to communicate their stories to others is a Herculean task, and it can be a form of empowerment for them. For others, doing a job and becoming economically independent signifies empowerment. It is extremely difficult for women to achieve empowerment in a patriarchal society. There are backlashes that try to hold progress back at every step. When these women succeed in pursuing their goals and missions by overcoming these challenges and negative reactions, empowerment in the genuine sense of the word will have been attained. So this paper focuses on the experiences of two such women who battled to gain empowerment in a patriarchal society and vowed to overcome any barriers that society put in their path. It analyzes two chapters from Catriona Michel's book, Walking Towards Ourselves. Over My Shoulder, the chapter name is Over My Shoulder by Annie Zaidi, and Beyond Memories by Salma. Two strong-willed and brave women who discovered their true potential through their experiences and journey. Annie Zaidi's Over My Shoulder talks about the difficulties women face while choosing a career path and the challenges they face while working in any field. She starts the chapter by remembering one of the conversations with her grandmother about choosing her career path and how her grandmother had reminded her regarding the only three suitable jobs for women, that is, teacher, doctor, and IAS. When she added that there is also engineering, her grandmother added that it's mostly a field for boys because they have to work anytime, they have to visit many places, so women should not forge into that field. However, she was inspired by one of her teachers who thought she would be a good journalist. Later, she joined journalism community and she had to face a lot of challenges throughout her career. She had late night shifts, and when she used to return home, men used to follow her, instilling fear in her as well as her family members, who at various instances displayed their dislike and displeasure towards her job. Not only she not only tells about her story, she also um, enlists how uh, she came in contact with different women who are working in different fields and the issues they are facing just because they are women. How unsafe they feel when traveling alone during the late hours. However, in spite of all these obstacles, she continued her job and she wants to show through her journey how women are unsafe and what can be done to make them feel safe while they are traveling and doing their job. Salma's Beyond Memories. It examines her life before her birth till she accomplishes a goal she had always had. Her father's first wife passed away while giving birth to her fourth daughter. She was unable to bear him a son. His second wife, who was Salma's mother, was likewise under pressure to have a son or else face an uncertain future. She had to leave her firstborn, the narrator, at her parents' house because she was a daughter, and she came back to her husband's residence. After the birth of her younger brother, the narrator's father accepted her. She was only permitted to complete her ninth grade studies. Once, she went to the cinema theater with some of her friends and watched a forbidden movie. And as a result, her going out of home was stopped, and her father started searching for a suitable match for her. She began writing poetry during this time and enlisted a male cousin to help her publish it. The day the magazine containing her poetry arrived at her residence, there was a major upheaval in the family. She was asked to swear by her future in-laws that she would never write poetry. She struggled after being married to deal with her husband's backward mindset. To prevent her husband from finding her poetry, she stashed them in different locations. However, he occasionally discovered them and destroyed them. He also threatened her that if she continued to write poems, he would hurt her. He threatened to splash acid on her. Finally, he blackmailed her by saying he would swallow the acid and commit suicide. His demands made her to comply. She had been keeping a journal and used the entries to create a novel. She hid it every day in various places, retrieving it after dusk. She was surprised to see it missing one day. She begged her husband.
Ayuta, sorry to interrupt.
Just 1 minute. I'm
Conclude.
almost at the end. She was surprised to see it missing one day. She begged her husband to give it back to her, but he ignored her cries. He claimed to have burnt it, but later she discovered it in his closet and had it published. For her, it was a sense of empowerment. In the case of both the women, we can certainly agree that during each and every stage of their life, they struggled with various forms of discrimination. Living in a patriarchal society, it had different connotation for both the women, and they strived hard to achieve that in spite of all the difficulties and challenges faced by them during their lives. However, in spite of all the obstacles, both of them overcame the challenges and reached their final destination, a feeling of being empowered. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayuta Mohanty. So your paper, Women Struggle to Achieve Empowerment, based on 2 novels, I believe, Over My Shoulder and Beyond Memories. Though I have not read these novels, you have talked about the journey of women's struggle to achieve empowerment. And it's a testament to resilience of women, the determination and their social progress. So, we are overcoming the centuries of patriarchal systematic oppression and gender bias against women all around the world. And we have been breaking many barriers. We've been, women empowerment is one of the collective efforts and individual stories of triumph, as your paper talks about. The struggle, which encompasses not just education, economic independence, sexual autonomy, etc. So this paper discusses how women continue to challenge stereotypes, break barriers, and inspire change, and how they continue to fight for empowerment. And they also underscore the indomitable spirit of individuals, and especially women, towards transformative potentiality that they have to form a more equitable society. Thank you, Ayuta Mohanty. I believe that Ayuta was the last speaker of this technical session 5, if I am not mistaken. I don't think we have any other speakers. Thank you so much. So we've had an array of interesting presentations on different themes and even authors. It was indeed a pleasure listening to your research endeavors. I wish you all luck for your future research enterprises. I would like to put on record my gratitude for the organizers for having me here as the technical chairperson for this session number 5. Thank you so much. So over to the organizers. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Ibrar, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, kindly propose vote of thanks.
Okay, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our scheduled presentation for this 5th technical session. We appreciate the engaging discussions and insightful presentations we have witnessed today. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our chairperson, Dr. Sangeeta Singh, for guiding us through this session. Thank you. Thank you all for this.
Excuse me, sir, I did not
For being part of this enriching session. Wishing you a wonderful continuation for this conference. Have a great day. Over to coordinator for this conference, Professor Gulamuddin, for the proceedings.
Thank you, Dr. Ibrar.
Thank you, sir.
So once again, I express my heartfelt thanks and gratitude towards our chairperson, Dr. Sangeeta ma'am. Ma'am, thank you very much for your kind this patience to listen to all these presenters and offering very valuable comments and those recommendations. And I feel really happy sitting in Kashmir and interacting with the people across the country, across the world, and such luminaries from different universities.
So we are feeling very privileged to having interacted with you from so far off.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta ma'am, for your sparing time to talk to us and participate in this conference. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, all the participants. Now we have the, don't worry, we have the last technical session of today. And so, Abral Saab, your session is over. So let me take charge of the last session of this technical session, number 6
Right.
of today.
Paper, sir. I'm Zainab Zalman from Teni district.
Okay, we have some words from S. Zainab. Zainab ma'am, you have presentation in the last session, don't worry.
Okay, sir.
So let me introduce the chairperson of this sixth and last technical session of today. We have Dr. Archana Thakur, Assistant Professor, Department of English, Pandit Santram, Government College, Bijinath, Himachal Pradesh. Ma'am, are you there?
A very good afternoon, sir. Yes, I have joined.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I very humbly welcome you to this last session of today's 2 days, this 2-day long international virtual conference.
Thank you, sir.
Ma'am, in this last session, we have 5 participating research scholars who will be presenting their research papers and findings, covering different areas within the broader perspective of this conference. So before we call upon the participants, may we have some introductory words from our chairperson, Dr. Archana ma'am, and to formally kickstart or start this conference, this last session. Over to Dr. Archana ma'am.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Myself, Dr. Archana Thakur, Assistant Professor English, Department, Pandit Santram Government College, Bajnath, Himachal Pradesh. I'm working in the Department of English from last 5 years. I've completed my MPhil, MA and MPhil from HP University and PhD from Central University of Himachal Pradesh. And I thank you, sir, for having me here today to chair this session. And I want to ask you, how much time do we have for this last technical session? I think this is the last technical session for today.
This is the last technical session, and as per the instructions from the president, we have 5 minutes for presentation, and if required, we have 2 minutes for discussion for
Okay.
each participant.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So without much ado, I would like to start with this last session of today. So as we know, we have 5 presenters in this session. So I humbly request all the presenters to kindly stick to the time limit. Every presenter will be given 6 to 7 minutes for making presentation. And if any one of you have questions, we can take them towards the end of the session. So I would like to invite our first presenter for today, Dr. N. Lakshmi, Assistant Professor in English and HOD, Government Degree College, Ramachandrapuram, EG District, Andhra Pradesh. Are you around, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, yes, you are audible. You are audible.
Good evening, Chairperson, Dr. Archana Thakur, madam.
Good evening.
And all the participants who have joined here. May I start the paper, ma'am?
Yes, you can start your presentation. Kindly introduce yourself and then you can go on. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. This is Dr. N. Lakshmi, working as Assistant Professor and Head of the Department in English at Government Degree College, Ramachandrapuram, Andhra Pradesh. My paper is entitled Darkness of Human Heart, a dichotomic study of the heart of darkness. The earlier Anthropocene period, along with the philosophy of enlightenment, when we talk about, has set apart nature completely away from human beings and has highly acknowledged the upper hierarchy of mankind over nature. This culture of retrograding nature to a useless entity, or we can say an entity existent for the sake of man, has made nature suffer a lot of devastation over the years. I'm dealing with the novella by Joseph Conrad, The Heart of Darkness. And his fiction, in fact, deals with such a mentality of using nature for man's latent desires and self-gratification. His inner greed, which occupied the darkness in a man's heart, the different types in which exploitation is meted to both to the primitives who hold on to nature and nature itself, through colonization, through the impact of imperialistic attitude, the victimization of nature, in fact, segregating nature to become a mute subject, a mere presence. Nature became a commodity for commodification and was exclusively exploited. This particular exploitation is done just not on land, but also in the water and even inside the soil for various kinds of resources like coal, diamonds, oil, corals, pearls, tree products. You can name anything when you talk about African continent. The darkness of human heart can only be better exposed by providing the history of silenced nature. The uncanny mystical wilderness represents something very secretive and threatening to all Western explorers. This Western otherization of nature, its dehumanization, have been reiterated, and the degradation met by nature has in fact been dealt with in many novels and fiction of Conrad too. Heart of Darkness, in this manner, covers the Western notion of exploiting nature and nature as existent to the fullest extent for the sake of man himself. The dichotomy of the mystery and fear associated with nature is very well brought out. The greed of man and the unresponsible, silent nature is brought in a brilliant manner at the very outset of the novella. I quote, the sea and the sky were welded together without a joint. With gleams of vanished spirits, the air was dark above, Gravesend, and further back still seemed condensed into a mournful gloom. End quote. This anthropocenic perspective is set in by Marlowe's suggestion of how the air over London city has turned into mournful gloom. Nature is presented as a non-teleological space where man is godlike who creates identity. This imposition of human telos is quoted by Conrad in his autobiographical treatise, The Mirror of the Sea too, where he says, I quote, "It is after all the human voice that stamps the mark of human consciousness upon the character of nature," unquote. Thus, the landscape of nature is drastically used by greedy men. Marlowe, the central personality and the narrator, indicates this superimposition by a variety of phrases in the novella, like empty land, mournful stillness of the grove, an empty stream, the silence of the land, etc., showing how nature is shown to be unreflective and retortive. The silent wilderness are waiting patiently for the fantastic invasion. That is what Marlowe points out. The dichotomy of nature being relegated to a passive object of imperial commerce and commodification has introduced nature as a mere object under human control to play at his own whim and fancies. The mystery of nature is established with a tint of the understood and the misunderstood, the unclear and the clear. The silent wilderness of the African jungle, which Marlowe describes, is completely enthralling. Nature, unconsciously, we can say, is connected to human beings. This reveals the dichotomy of the false notion with which Western notions were based upon earlier. The binaries which were established by the Westerners were very much real to them: humans versus nature, the black versus white, good versus evil, etc. Capitalism and commodification were introduced by these binary options, and colonizers have projected the power in the formation of the capitalistic and commodified world through repression of all feelings which identify man as associated with nature. Carroll, a critic, rightly points out to this fact. I quote, "The ecological uncanny undoes this cultural work, exposing the human in the natural way and vice versa." The darkness embedded in the human heart is depicted in Conrad's work, through the presentation of port cities, ivory lands, mines, in comparison to oceans and even to plantations. Conrad's presentation of nature involves both the economical exploitation and ecological imbalance brought forward, fulfilled by the development of new modes of transportation, communication technologies, and machinations, which are told to be new practices of commodification. The Belgian Congo has become the epicenter where such commercial goods of ivory, cocoa, and rubber were violently invaded, destroying traditional food sources, the invasion of crop species, bringing in deforestation and drought. So this types of example makes it apparent that the darkness of the human heart evolved quite invasive in the period of the Anthropocene, with cheap human natures only thinking about their own greed, which has brought about in Kurt's character, who is an embodiment of capitalistic and colonized monstrosities. And he brings with him the shadowness. He is brought forward as a symbol of a phantom who speaks of frightful realities, and his words have been torn out by supernatural power. So all these phrases used bring forth Kurt's character. The uncanny in nature, the darkness of the human heart, is finally expressed by Kurtz, who is an opposition to that of Marlowe, to the character of Marlowe. So Kurtz couldn't overpower nature towards the end, but we can say that he was, in a way, overpowered by nature. The essentiality of striking this balance is needed in the modern era, which is brought forth in this novel, and the dichotomy is well brought forth, which nature itself sometimes projects as a horror to man in order to make him understand the true associations with nature. It is as though a wheel has been bent, and I saw that an ivory face the expression of somber pride. These are the words which Marlowe talks about Conrad. He narrates of Conrad's horror. He could understand the truth of the wilderness, and his disregard for the truth of knowledge was the curse which Kurtz was meted out to. He lost control of his dark imperialistic intentions, and his greed was completely dethroned. You can say dethroned out of his imperialistic intentions, and he was made to run wild. Heart of Darkness thus allows the readers to question the darkness of the human heart. I conclude by saying that the exploitation of nature and imposition of control over natural resources since the 19th century needs to be rethought once again, since all the planetary resources are already under the process of exhaustion and depletion. There is a relationship which exists between the human and the non-human world everywhere, and they are inseparable components for all our existence and for the harmonious and prosperous future of all species on this planet. Thank you, ma'am, and all the presenters for listening to me patiently. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anne Lakshmi. Congratulations on your presentation. I would say you have very aptly summarized through this novel that there's actually a hierarchy between, and the man has like overpowered nature, and nature has been really neglected and overused, and this imperialistic attitude of exploiting nature for greed, it has really creating havocs and catastrophes as we are seeing in Himachal these days. I assume that all of you are familiar with what is happening in Himachal these days. And through this, the major characters of Kurtz and Marlowe, you have tried to show that darkness of human heart, that is the greed, is actually the reason for this over exploitation and neglecting attitude towards nature. I thank you again for making this good presentation. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to request our next presenter.
Thank you, madam, for your appreciation, madam. It means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next presenter is Professor A.H. Parveen, Assistant Professor, Department of Languages, Presidency University, Bangalore. Are you around, Professor A.H. Parveen? Professor A.H. Parveen?
Ma'am, no response.
Okay, then let us move to our next presenter, Raja Kumar, research scholar, Department of Visual Arts, Assam University, Silchar, Assam. Raja Kumar. Okay, again, no response. So let us move to our fourth presenter, Ruby. Miss Ruby, research scholar, Department of English.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you around, Miss Ruby?
Yes, ma'am. May I audible?
Yes, you are audible. So I would like to request Miss Ruby to start with her presentation. And the title of her presentation is Black Aesthetics and Toni Morrison's God Help the Child. So you can start.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I am Ruby, research scholar, Department of English and Other Foreign Languages, Mahatma Gandhi Kashi Vidyapit Varanasi. And my today's topic is Black Aesthetics in Toni Morrison's God Help the Child. I would like to start my paper with the quote of Toni Morrison. She writes, Black literature is taught as sociology, as tolerance, not as serious, rigorous art form. The Black aesthetic is a cultural ideology that developed in America alongside the civil rights movements in the 1960s and promoted Black separatism in the arts. Kwame Barthes' photography popularized the political slogan Black is beautiful throughout the late 1950s and 1960s. It still resonates as powerfully today as it did at the height of the Second Harlem Renaissance. Toni Morrison is the icon of the Black literature. In her last novel, God Hit the Child, she depicted the Black aesthetic in very stunning way. In my proposed paper, I will discuss the Black beauty through the female characters of the novel. I will explore the Black aesthetic based on the analytical and descriptive study of various aesthetic theories. The term Black aesthetic can be traced back to the Black arts movement of the late 1960s and early 1970s, but the function of Black aesthetics transcend time and medium. Black aesthetic was used to describe work of arts, literature, poetry, music, and theater that centralize Black life and culture. It can say that the creativity of Black people contributes always to Black aesthetics. The Black art movement is radically opposed to any concept of artist that alienates him from his community. Black art is the aesthetic and spiritual sister of the Black power concept. The Black arts and Black power concept both are related broadly to the Afro Americans' desire for self determination and nationhood. Both concepts are nationalistic. One is concerned with the relationship between art and politics, the other with the arts of politics. Amiri Baraka, Stephen E. Henderson, Addison Gale, and A. Baker are the principal theorists of the Black aesthetic. The coalition of Black power and Black aesthetic theory is self evident, acting hand in hand with Black power. Black aesthetic theory has made white American readers recognize the uniqueness of Black literature. Although the Black movement was flourished in 1960s and 70s, but Pauline Hopkins promised to do it in 1900 when she published her first novel containing forces, a romance illustrative of Negro life North and South. In the preface to this novel, she wrote, Race must encourage Black writers because they can preserve the rich Afro American heritage. No one will do this for us. We must ourselves develop the men and women who will faithfully portray the inmost thoughts and feelings of the Negro with all the fire and romance which lie dormant in our history and unrecognized by the writers of the Anglo-Saxon race. The most famous spokesman of the Black aesthetic theory, Amiri Barak, defines Black arts as I would like to say that my conception of art black art that is has to be collective, it has to be functional, it has to be committed, and actually if it is stemming from conscious nationalism, then at this time it is invalid. When I say collective, that it comes from the collective experience of black people. When I say committed, that it has to be committed to change, revolutionary change. When I say functional, it has to have a function to the lives of black people. Different scholars have related the black aesthetics not only physical beauty but political and economic condition of the Afro-American people, and have also described the improvement in the lives of African American people from the movement. The decade of the 1960s provided new opportunity for the black racial minority as for integration to the white society was concerned. The Civil Rights Act was passed in 1965 enabling blacks to access public accommodations. Toni Morrison was a most celebrated writer of African American literature who has worked well on black aesthetics. She has noted for her examination of black experience, particularly black female experience within the black community. She is the first African American writer who won the Nobel Prize in Literature in 1993. She has the writer of 11 prestigious novels. The study of the novel God Help the Child clarifies how issues of double consciousness, racism, black feminism, and black community structure present themselves in the text. Even though Morrison's narrative concentrates on the faith of bride, she depicted the journey of a black girl from her birth to adulthood. Addison Goyle, a black arts literature critic, claimed that in black arts literature, the characters warriors in the struggle against American racism. Morrison embeds her heroine into the reference of African American political issues. God Help the Child tells the story of a young girl with blue black skin who is rejected by her lighted skinned parents. Darkness embarrassed them so much so that their marriage becomes strained. Her father completely rejected her. Her mother's sweetness also is not exactly a loving and doting mother either. She is also ashamed of her black baby. When her husband blamed her for giving the birth to this girl, she rudely says, "It is not my fault, so you can't blame me. I did not do it, and I have no idea how it happened. I did not take more than an hour after they pulled her out from between my legs to realize something was wrong, really wrong. She was so black, she scared me." As Bride grows up, she does not want to associate it with her in a familial way and insisted that Bride edits her sweetness rather than Mama so that nobody will know that Bride is her daughter. Bride never experienced love and care or any demonstration of any emotion that comes from a place of love. She is well cared for in a practical sense, and her physical needs are never neglected, but her emotional needs are ignored. Through this novel, writer want to ask the reader that why do these people hate their blackness and offer Bride as an explanation. The story certainly focus a great deal on the issues of race, but instead of depicting the normal rift between the race and division, Morrison points inside her community to show that the issue of skin color and race are actually divisive within the community. But when Bride became young, she changed her weakness into her strength. She succeeded to establish herself in the society. She accepted herself and her beauty. Due to shortness of time, I want to conclude my paper. Morrison, an icon of black literature, gave much contribution to give the new dimension to the African American literature. Generally, aesthetic is related to the beauty, particularly physical beauty, but when it associated with the word black, it is totally changed. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Miss Ruby. I congratulate you on presenting this paper. And you have talked about Toni Morrison's novel, God Help the Child, in which you were trying to say that it is really difficult to survive or live in a highly racist society where there's a division between colors. But this girl, the protagonist, however, she was not accepted by her own parents or considered by the society because she was black, utterly black, but she succeeds to make her own identity. We all understand how difficult it is to live with such divisions and
I really fail to understand why people make such discriminations between colors or caste or class or race, I would say. But if there is desire or self-determination, a person can achieve anything. It has nothing to do with color, race, or caste. And it was really a delightful presentation. I congratulate you once again.
Thank you,
And
ma'am.
we should all be demeaning this concept of class and color. And now, with this, I would like to call our last presenter, S. Zainab Salman. Are you around? S. Zainab Salman,
Yes, ma'am. I'm here, ma'am.
a research scholar. And the title of your presentation is Diasporic Study of Selected Works of Jhumpa Lahiri and Kiran Desai. So you can start with your presentation. And kindly stick to the time limit. Am I audible?
Excuse me, ma'am.
So you can start with your presentation.
So my topic is the diasporic study of selected works of Jhumpa Lahiri and Kiran Desai. So the first introduction for the diaspora refers to a group of people who possesses common heritage and is scattered around the world. So it also represents the members of ethnic group who were intentionally or influently left their native land. The intentional migration from native land to alien land includes migration for the purpose of education, employment opportunities, marriage, and social relations. So the first author, the Jhumpa Lahiri, is the second generation diasporic writers of Indian diaspora. He was born in London to Bengali parents and migrated to US. So Jhumpa Lahiri believes that the immigrants, the challenge of exile, loneliness, constant sense of alienation, and the longing for a lost world are evident and stressful. Her first collection of short story, Interpreter of Melodies, the year of 1999, was rewarded 2000 Pulitzer Prize for fiction. She has also received other notable awards like the Hemming Award, Frank O'Hara International. So she has Short Story Award, National and Humanities Medal for her literary works. So in this chapter, Jhumpa Lahiri, diasporic sensibility insists on alienation, memory and nostalgia, cultural assimilation, identity crisis, and generation gap are applied to both of the novels. So the name Sheikh tells the life story of Indian immigrant couple Ashok and Ashima in US, and especially of the American-born son Kagul. So the newly wedded Bengali couple find their life full of emotional ups and downs in diaspora. So their son Gokul passes through a series of diaspora dilemmas of identity crisis, alienation, and rudeness. The shelters of memory and nostalgia are shot by the first generation characters to unite with their roots and to get temporary relief amid their alien existence in diaspora. So the native culture of the immigrants clashes with the culture of the host land that creates a cultural conflict. So Ashok and Ashima accept the process of cultural assimilation. The novel addresses identity crisis experienced by Gokul on the account of his name, upbringing, roots, and cultural heritage. The generation gap found in the novel mostly arises due to the East and West conflict. The Eastern ideology of the first generation contradicts with the Western attitude of their children in innumerable aspects. So, at the end of the various ups and downs, the characters of the novel learn to make compromise with their diasporic experiences. So the next novel, The Inheritance of Loss, Kiran Desai tried to dive deep into the sea of human psychology and immortalize the literary work. She immediately discussed the issues without suggesting the two systems. This call is now being recorded. To highlight how the simultaneous experience of the colonial, the global, and the local creates ambivalence in the individual perception of his or her identity in Paul's behavior in the local institutions of Kalimbo. So, how unimaginable it was that it would soon come to an end. Here, Sai and he learned how music, alcohol, and friendship could create a grand civilization. While analyzing the thematic conscience in the novel, Rajni Ramachandra observes, made of the various strands, the novel presents not merely a colorful picture embracing different countries, continents, climes, and cultures, and also the peoples. So the Kiran Desi's novel, The Ingredients of Love, is a literary masterpiece with a perfect blend of Indian cultures and values. The overall study of the book gives us the feeling that there is a note of comparison for fellow feeling and rivalry followed of the love-hated Delaney is various characters in the novel. So almost all the characters, Sai, Yan, and retired judge, the cook, the tutor, the cooks, and living in the abroad, all the getting compassionate feelings to the author. So in this novel, the victory of Indian cultures and values is celebrated. Kiran Desai had proved that wherever one goes, he carries the values of his or her cultural tradition. The narrative captures the political milieu in which identifies and negotiated through the continual collisions and institutional national narrative with minority and narrative discordance. So the concluded part of Jumba Lahiri and Kiran Desai, both of them are very good. The narrative style, symbolism, themes, use of languages, and numerous aspects in the work. Both of the novelists are considered in depth to derive at a certain conclusions. So the characters are significant in the novels, both of the writers. Jhumpa Lahiri's characters are limited in number, but she presents in the depth of analysis and her characters also. So on the other hand, Kiran Desai presents wide range of characters in her novels. By doing so, she touches various aspects of the immigrant life and the variety of problems faced by immigrants in the diaspora. So both of the novelists write the own life and the experience in the to her novel. The perspectives of first generation and the second generation in dealing with the diasporic situations are also given deep thought. So at the end of the paper, the scope of further research is outlined. Some of the questions put forth include psychology study of diaspora, study of relationship in the back of diaspora, feminist approach to diasporic works. That's all, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Zainab Salman. Thank you for making this presentation, and I congratulate you for this presentation. Now through these two works of Jhumpa Lahiri and Kiran Desai, you are trying to say that Indians living overseas, they face many problems. Indian diaspora, rather, I would say, they face many problems like alienation, isolation, nostalgia, then identity crisis. There's there are cross sections of Indian society who have to face various issues related to like how to adjust in these societies. Now there is love hate relation between the natives and the foreigners, so-called foreigners. And in the first work, that is Intellect of Humanities, you said that you have to make a compromise in the end to make a living there, to adjust in that society. And in the case of second one, the victory of Indian culture and tradition was celebrated. But still, we would say that whenever you move or migrate to the other country, you face many problems, and sometimes the society is not ready to accept you. But then you have to make your own place, and that is what you are trying to say in this work. So I thank you so much. I think our second presenter, second author, Mr. Raja Kumar is present. So would you like to make a presentation now? Raja Kumar.
Yeah, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Since you are not available at first, so you
Yes,
can
ma'am.
make.
Actually, I am extremely sorry because I could not connect my audio with the Google Meet.
Okay,
So,
but just
I'm sorry.
stick to the time limit. You will be given 5 to 6 minutes only.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, you can
Okay,
start.
Good evening, ma'am. I'm Raja Kumar, a research scholar from Assam University from the Department of Visual Arts. My topic is traditional attire of the Mara women of Saiha, Mizoram, an analysis of conventional and natural elements in tribal motifs. So humans have valued patterns and motifs in tribal attires ever since civilization first emerged. The variety of terrain, mineral resources, water, foliage, flora, and fauna have all had a significant impact on tribal attire. Indigenous living, traditional culture, and the natural world inspire Mara attire. In Mara attires, patterns and motifs can be found, but they are modified to fit the local language and represent status and rites of passage. Each piece of attire created in this way has a symbolic hue, design, and arrangement without which it is just a pattern. Nature has played a big part in inspiring the Mara attire to reproduce its many beauties. In fact, nature seems to have set the pattern for almost every creative arts and artistic endeavor among Mara communities in Saiha. The instinct in tribes since earliest times has been to study their surroundings, and they had both consciously and unconsciously absorbed a great deal in the process. This had filled them with many original ideas and thus satisfied their inner yearning to express themselves in visual form. Amidst the overwhelming material for pattern, the attendant raw materials, and the colors all around them, they found that they could harness every facet of their life, faith, and special artistic needs to the abundance of nature. Nature therefore became preeminent, always the guiding hand. Thus, it is that though Mara tribe have nature's inspiration in common, they possess the ability to express themselves very differently according to special ingredients it provides them wherever they live. Together with the actual living nature subjects that have inspired variety of motif in Mara women's attire, it is believed that the wonderful unity, orderliness, the harmony of the line and curve, and their combination, the symmetry of form and shape in a balanced proportion, which are all in intrinsic characteristics of nature, have inspired geometric patterns. So it is not surprising to find that geometrical patterns have a very old origin and have been used by the Mara indigenous people to express their ideas and creative motifs in decorative attires. Significantly enough, nature provides practical examples of most geometrical shapes. The rotundity of the moon, the ovals and triangles of various leaves, the curves of branches and petals, the arc of the sickle moon and the rainbow, the vertical and horizontal flight of a bird or a swimming fish, and the stars composed of 5 triangles meeting at an inner central point. The wonderful forms and shapes that have been created from simple lines and circles have thus been many. And in both traditional and tribal motifs of the Mara attire, they have been used very effectively. Finally, to conclude, it is interesting to note here that Maras has gone beyond their actual virtual orbit, the dizzy flight of their imagination ever soaring into unknown realms of wonder and escape to bring forth new and vivid creations. Thus, the Maras have depicted living nature in exquisite geometric sign and symbol, thereby bringing about the close relationship that exists between them as a part of the all-comprehensive and complex design forms that exist in the universe. Here indeed are the beginnings of abstract nature symbols. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Rajakumar. It was indeed a very interesting presentation, I would say, which was on traditional attire of Mara women. Now, it is so good to know that each piece of Mara attire, as you said, has some symbol taken or inspired by nature. Like there are geometric patterns, birds, leaves, rainbow, stars, which have been used by Mara people. It is so good to see these kind of presentations from research scholars. And it was seriously an interesting and very brief presentation, I would say. I thank you once again, and I congratulate you for making this presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
So with this, we come to an end of this technical session. Thank you so much. Thank you all the presenters, and thank you organizing committee.
Okay, ma'am. I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to our worthy chairperson, Dr. Archana Thakur, Assistant Professor and Department of English, Pandit Santram Government College, Ajinath, Himachal Pradesh. Ma'am, it was so nice to listen to you, and you have heard all the presentations very patiently and offering very valuable comments on all the presentations. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. And thank you all the
Thank you
participants.
so much. Thank you so much.
So, before I wind up today's proceedings, so as they say that if you don't thank the people, you don't thank the God. So I would like to thank the people who have spoken and deliberated from morning till today, till this time. First of all, so kindly have patience to listen to me for 1 or 2 minutes. I would like to express my thanks to Dr. Yasmin Farooq, Principal, Government Degree College for Women, Pulwama, Chairperson for the inaugural session today morning. My thanks to Dr. Haris Izhar Tantre, Principal, Government Degree College, Boys, Pulwama, Jammu and Kashmir, guest of honor in the inaugural session. Thanks to Dr. Ghazala Gayas, Principal, Government Degree College, Rajpura, host college for her welcome address in the inaugural session. Special thanks to Dr. Binu Thomas, the keynote speaker for the inaugural session. And my thanks to Dr. Patricia Gonde, one of the keynote speakers for today. And my special gratitude and thanks to all the chairpersons for today's technical sessions, including Dr. Monica Sethi, Professor Nada Ratkovic, Dr. Ritu Magotra, Dr. Dipali Sharma Bandari, Dr. Sangeeta Singh, Dr. Archana Thakur, and my special thanks to Dr. R.S. Ranjan Sylvester, President, Cape Comorin Trust, Tamil Nadu. And I express my gratitude to all members of the organizing committee from Cape Comorin Trust. I also thank all organizing committee members from Government Degree College, Rajpura, Jammu and Kashmir, especially Professor Ramiz Raja, Dr. Salim Ejaz, Professor Nahida Shafi, Dr. Ibrarul Haq, and I thank and salute and congratulate all research scholars who presented their research papers today in this conference, day 1. And last but not the least, I thank myself for being on toes there for the whole day today. So thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.